Chapter 241, Exploring the Demon Clan Mural, the mysterious coffin transforms from dead to alive. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Underground World Secret Realm. After the six-tailed fox entered the Tombstone's world, the situation inside was somewhat different from what Liang Sheng had imagined. Because inside was not empty, but rather a huge stone mural corridor that was unfathomably deep. These murals recorded the history of the Demon Clan. The six-tailed fox's steps unconsciously slowed down, and Liang Sheng's spirit, possessing its body, was also unknowingly immersed in this epic history. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, the Demon Clan had existed between heaven and earth. They were born with unique advantages and mastered the profound and mysterious laws of heaven and earth. As a result, they naturally became the protagonists between heaven and earth. As for the human clan at that time, they were still struggling in the secular world. For countless years during the Demon Clan's prosperous development, the human clan only began to develop their writing and inheritances. However, the power of the human clan itself was not worth mentioning in the grand scheme of heaven and earth. Even their ability to propagate and thrive seemed to be barely surviving under the Demon Clan's mercy. Although they existed as blood food for the Demon Clan and were treated like livestock, they at least didn't go extinct. From the beginning of heaven and earth to the prosperity of the Demon Clan, countless species disappeared in the long river of time. In this respect, the human clan was considered lucky. But when Liang Sheng saw this, he couldn't help but frown. After crossing into this world, the Demon Clan seemed unimpressive to him, so he had never thought that their past would be so tragic. Who could have thought that the Demon Clan once had glory? Now, the Demon Clan could only hide in the Beast Swamp and barely survive in the underground world. But in the recorded history of these murals, they were once the protagonists of heaven and earth. In hindsight, it was quite ridiculous. Since Liang Sheng stepped into the cultivation world, even in the wild market, demon beasts were merely cultivation resources for the human clan. They either became spiritual food for cultivators, or materials for refining pills, or even materials for drawing talismans. In any case, the demon clan seemed to serve the human clan in one way or another. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng still suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart and continued to follow the mural sequence. At that time, heaven and earth were vast, with birds flying high and beasts running wild. The human clan was nothing but blood food raised by the demon clan. But under such circumstances, the human clan never gave up hope and sought out opportunities for their own survival in every crack they could find. It was the human clan's wise and mighty pioneers who first started to imitate the demon clan, eventually opening up a new path of martial arts, gaining a little self-defense capability. After countless years, martial artists started to make progress in their cultivation. Although they couldn't slay demons and eradicate evils, they could still handle general crises. But when the path of martial arts began to take shape, the human clan did not stop there. Instead, they started exploring the next step in their cultivation journey. The human clan was no longer satisfied with the superficial martial techniques since they only stemmed from the surface strength of the demon clan. Instead, they began to secretly study the inner workings of the demon clan's power. After countless years, the human clan finally gave birth to cultivation methods, and with their weak bodies, they broke open the game and paved their way towards seeking the Dao, officially starting the human clan's cultivation era. The demon clan had been standing high above for too long to bow down and see how the once insignificant human clan had evolved. However, by the time the demon clan reacted, the human clan cultivators had already achieved a certain scale. But at that time, the demon clan still didn't take the human clan seriously. Demons were the protagonists of heaven and earth, while the human clan was nothing more than insects. So, under this arrogant mentality, the demon clan faced the rising human clan with disdain and prepared to teach them a lesson, showing them who the true protagonist of heaven and earth was. Thus, the earth-shattering war between demons exterminating the human race began. Naturally, the early victories went all to the demon clan, who were practically invincible. From top to bottom, the demon clan couldn't help but relax, not pressing hard against the human clan. However, after hundreds of years passed, the demon clan gradually came back to their senses. Although they had received numerous victories in 1,000 years, the human clan still remained active in heaven and earth. On the contrary, as the war between the demon clan and the human clan escalated, casualties increased among the demons. At the same time, the territory held by the human clan did not shrink but instead expanded outwards. It was only then that the demon clan's higher-ups began to take the once insignificant human clan seriously, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Soon, the human clan began to reveal their sharp fangs. As their cultivation methods became more powerful, their high-end battle strength gradually matched that of the demon clan. After suffering several losses, the demon clan reluctantly compromised. It wasn't that they were weaker than the human clan, it was that the demon clan's growth period had been too long to keep up with the pace of the humans. Not only did the demon clan's infancy last hundreds of years, their reproduction rate compared to the human clan paled in significance. If the war continued like this, the demon clan might not need the human clan to take action, as they would collapse on their own. It was at that moment, when they looked at the human clan, that they felt their strong opposition for the first time. The way the human clan multiplied was as simple as drinking water. Thus, the war to exterminate the human clan ended in a peculiar manner, and both the humans and demon clan coexisted peacefully. By this point, the murals depicted a scene of extreme sorrow. But to Liang Sheng, this was an epic of the human clan. A race that was once considered mere blood food, rose to the pinnacle through unyielding hardships. Only the humans could truly understand the bitterness of their journey. Not to mention others, just thinking about myself, Liang Sheng reflected on his journey from the mundane world to where he was now. How many people knew how cautious and calculating he was in every aspect. However, the next part of the mural was destroyed, and it was impossible to see the content. By the time the clear murals reappeared, too many damaged murals had been lost, and the history was difficult to verify. As to what was recorded and why the demon clan destroyed this part of the mural, Liang Sheng couldn't figure out the reason. However, from the following murals, Liang Sheng already knew that the decline of the demon clan after the Great War was inevitable. Liang Sheng could understand this, as he was from the human clan. From the human clan's perspective, how could they allow others to live peacefully next to them? As expected, the content of the following murals recorded the history of the demon clan being invaded. Liang Sheng didn't care about these, he just wanted to know what happened next. Afterward, the human clan continued to encroach upon the demon clan's territory until the demon clan seceded to their own world, actively avoiding combat and cutting themselves off from the human clan. At this point, the layout of heaven and earth completely changed. The demon clan was no longer the protagonist of heaven and earth, and now the human clan took that place. It's a pity that the content of the large portion of the previous murals was unknown. But as a result, the human clan, who had once been mere blood food, spread throughout the complete heaven 10,000 realms and became the protagonist of heaven and earth. The subsequent content of the mural did not end there but continued to record the history of the demon clan, and the beginning of their tragedy. Once the human clan established their position as the main character of heaven and earth, the demon clan became their best source of cultivation resources. Although the human clan's cultivation methods had evolved countless times through thousands of generations, they ultimately originated from the demon clan. As a result, in many aspects, the human clan cultivated using the essence of the demon clan's blood and flesh, which was even better than the natural treasures. Under these circumstances, the demon clan gradually became the cultivation nutrients for the human clan, akin to being domesticated. However, the human clan and the demon clan were different. They were both playing a long game, not just one-shot deals. They even learned from their own rise and gave the demon clan no opportunity. Later, the demon clan was tamed by the human clan for countless years. The demon clan tried to endure suffering, but as time passed, they became increasingly desperate. Their powerful ancestors dwindled with the passage of time, while the human clan grew stronger and stronger. As a result, the demon clan could only secretly record their history to avoid losing their roots entirely. Perhaps there is a cycle in heaven and earth. Just as the demon clan once ruled the 8 great wastelands, and the human clan may also fall and be replaced by another power. It was this faint hope that allowed the demon clan to see a new dawn. Nobody knew what happened to the human clan, only that one day, the 9 suns suddenly appeared, accompanied by heaven meteor fire rain. The calamity of the human clan's heavenly Deo arrived quietly and abruptly. After becoming the protagonist, the human clan faced their greatest crisis. Naturally, the demon clan noticed the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. It seemed that the foundations of the human clan's cultivation methods had been lost. The human clan began to decline. Without knowing the reason, the human clan suddenly encountered a catastrophe, which should have been the demon clan's opportunity. But who would have thought that because the human clan's cultivation methods originated from the demon clan itself was also heavily affected. However, fortunately, they were more adaptable to the changed laws of heaven and earth than the human clan. But at this point, the demon clan's top battle strength was not as strong as the human clan, and they had good intentions but lacked the power to rise up. They could only hibernate, waiting for the human clan to weaken and then seize victory. But who could have guessed that the human clan's fortune was long-lasting? Under the maintenance of the human clan's great powers, as time passed, they gradually renewed themselves. At the cost of millions of years, they created a new era through other paths. In this period of history, countless murals were damaged, and many important contents were unknown to Liang Sheng. Seeing this, Liang Sheng immediately connected this catastrophe to the ancient cultivation era of the human clan. This might be the history of the opening of modern cultivation, but unfortunately, the content is not complete, and it is unknown what the demon clan's ancestors were hiding. Liang Sheng could only lament the discontinuity of the mural's contents, which then quickly jumped to the modern cultivation era. At this time, the human clan seemed to have forgotten the threat of the demon clan, and began to ignore the existence of Beast Swamp and the demon clan. For a long time afterward, not many people paid attention to the demon clan, and they finally had a real chance to recuperate after the rise of the human clan in the modern cultivation era. Even in the mural, there appeared human cultivators who were actually preaching to the demon clan. Liang Sheng was puzzled and did not understand the situation, as it did not make any sense to him. What was going on? How could there be humans entering the beast swamp and coexisting peacefully with the demon clan? Liang Sheng couldn't find the answer for a while and had to continue looking. Unfortunately, the following content in the murals was mostly about the demon clan's tireless self-improvement, hidden in the underground world, and beginning to restore their strength. However, perhaps due to the change in heaven and earth, the human clan possessed modern cultivation methods, and the demon clan's efforts seemed to be ineffective despite their efforts. It was a fact that the strength of the demon clan had regressed, and the humans who had appeared before disappeared without a trace. Afterward, an unknown amount of time passed, and Beast Swamp became desolate, with only demonic beasts living on the surface. However, at this time, many humans suddenly arrived in the demon clan's territory. No one knew what agreement they had reached with the demon clan, but for some reason, these members of the human clan chose to stay in the underground world, living peacefully with the demon clan. Subsequently, the shared development process of the human and demon clans took place, along with the finalization of the rules of the underground world. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. No wonder the structure of Beast Swamp's underground world is so similar to the human clan's understanding of time. It turns out the human clan played a part in it. Latterly, part of the mural was destroyed by an unknown cause. By the time a clear section of the mural was once again viewable, it was already the great calamity of Beast Swamp. The human clan vanished under heavenly punishment, whereas the demon clan was spared. In this era of modern cultivation method, they survive by hiding in the underground world. Until now. Upon examining the engravings, Liang Sheng let out a long sigh. It's a pity that many murals had been destroyed, possibly by the demons themselves, making it impossible for Liang Sheng to glean much detail or key turning points. However, the fact that humans and demons once cohabited in the underground world is irrefutable. For some reason, this filled Liang Sheng with uncertainty. Perhaps the myriad of disasters occurring since ancient times aren't just about the conflicts between the two clans as they seem on the surface. But now is not the time to ponder these things. At this moment, Liang Sheng refocuses his mind and continues his journey within the six-tailed fox's body. These secrets will eventually be revealed. His current goal is naturally the ancient spring water, which is a chance for Liang Sheng to enhance his strength. After all, if the demon clan can store and even create ancient spring water, it's not implausible they also know how to find the spring eye where it originates. Liang Sheng continues deeper into the tomb space inside the six-tailed fox's body, Hu Fei. As time passes, Liang Sheng noticed an increasing fog wrapping around his divine sense within the six-tailed fox's sea of consciousness. Liang Sheng carefully made contact with the fog with his divine sense. The next moment, he immediately utilized the power of his divine sense to drive the fog outside the body of the six-tailed fox. No wonder the demonic sovereign ancestors like Hu Fei lose their memory of this place after leaving the secret land. The cause lies in this fog. It seems the demon clan also has many secrets. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng carefully hides his consciousness in the six-tailed fox's body, being more cautious about revealing his whereabouts. Afterward, Liang Sheng doesn't know how much distance he has covered when the scene in his sight finally changes. A black coffin is suspended in mid-air. Although the exterior of this secret land appears as a graveyard, Liang Sheng had not expected to find an actual coffin within it. The coffin is in standard human clan form, blending with the heaven and earth's momentum. Some unknown runes are engraved on the surface, causing it to appear extremely eerie. Liang Sheng carefully hides his divine sense even deeper within the body of the six-tailed fox. Because on seeing the coffin, he, too, was inexplicably intimidated. Beneath the deathly air enveloping the coffin hides vast pressure. Even Liang Sheng needed some time to recover from its influence. It's not that Liang Sheng is too weak, but only a fragment of his consciousness resides within the six-tailed fox. It's only after some time that he manages to pull his gaze away from the coffin. He looks beneath the coffin, where there's a tiny clear spring with a surface area equivalent to that of a bowl. But within lies the ancient spring water that Liang Sheng has been longing for. It is brimming with life. Liang Sheng is momentarily completely distracted. However, he quickly recovers and wonders why there's such a strong deathly aura emanating from the coffin, while below it, the ancient spring water teems with life. Further extending to the overall tomb space of the secret land, ever since Liang Sheng entered, the surroundings seem to maintain a balance between life and death. Or more specifically, there is a peculiar balance between the ancient spring water and the eerie coffin. Other than the six-tailed fox controlled by Liang Sheng, the entire space remains serene and silent, with no strange signs. At this point, Liang Sheng carefully maneuvers the six-tailed fox forward. He soon arrives beneath the coffin, yet nothing dangerous happens. Next moment. Drib. Suddenly, a droplet of water slides off the corner of the coffin, very precisely falling into the spring down below. In seeing that, Liang Sheng's entire six-tailed fox body instantly stiffens. That's because the coffin has just sprung to life, producing ancient spring water. Previously, the coffin was filled with deathly air, so why did it suddenly teem with life after a droplet fell from it? What on earth is going on? Liang Sheng stands still, flabbergasted by this unexpected event. It has somewhat shattered Liang Sheng's understanding. At this point, Liang Sheng disregards the ancient spring water, instead fixating his gaze beneath the coffin, studying the runes on the coffin. However, Liang Sheng quickly shifts his focus because, to the left of the coffin, there is actually a tombstone inscription. The aura from it is gloomy and obscure, so deep it's unfathomable. Chapter 242, Liang Sheng acquires ancient spring water, requests Immortal Dynasty reinforcements to finally arrive and fight the demon clan. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Underground World, Secret Land. At this moment, Liang Sheng manipulates the six-tailed fox not to move at all, as he has a feeling that if he hadn't entered in the body of a six-tailed fox, he might be facing great horror now. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had always maintained a clear mind and cautious actions, without any arrogance or conceit. In the cultivation world, one should maintain a heart filled with respect. After his emotions had settled down, he looked at the repositioned silent coffin and couldn't help but sigh softly. Just now, a drop of fluid had fallen from the coffin directly into a clear spring below, full of vitality. It turned out that this is the origin of the underground demon race's ancient spring water, which Liang Sheng had not thought of before. As for the inscriptions on the tombstone under the coffin, they were not as strange as the runes on the coffin, so Liang Sheng could comprehend them at once. Thanks to the memory of Hu Fei, the six-tailed fox, how else could he recognize such complicated demon writing? One drop down, one drop gone, at most half a pool of clear spring can be drawn, don't take too much, or disaster will come, and fortunes and misfortunes will be unpredictable. This is the meaning expressed by the demon script on the tombstone. It seems that the master of the coffin had already anticipated the difficulties of the subsequent demon race and had made such arrangements. Upon realizing this, Liang Sheng refrained from taking any reckless actions and instead stood up, continuing to stroll slowly around, and after having a full circle, no incident occurred. Only then did he stop and take a good look at the coffin. His heart was still filled with apprehension, but thinking about the words on the tombstone, he made a quick decision and took half a pool of ancient spring water with his storage ring, and then left immediately. At this moment, nothing unexpected happened, and the six-tailed fox, manipulated by Liang Sheng, unconsciously relaxed and sighed, which showed his vigilance in the face of such strangeness. However, with Liang Sheng's current strength, being cautious and restrained in this kind of coffin secret land, is necessary. Now Liang Sheng prepared to leave, having accomplished his original goal today, obtaining the ancient spring water. When his strength increased, he would return to the secret land, and at that time, obtaining the secrets of the coffin would be a natural occurrence. Having made his decision, Liang Sheng manipulated the six-tailed fox's body to leave, and the entire secret land of the coffin space returned to silence. But suddenly, there was a faint sigh that seemed to be there and yet not. If anyone were here, they wouldn't have heard anything if they tried to listen carefully. Mysterious and unpredictable. Herbal Medicine Hall. At this moment, a six-tailed fox suddenly appeared under the backyard pagoda tree of the Herbal Medicine Hall, and then a grain of sand was hidden in its body, flashing by. Immediately afterward, the six-tailed fox disappeared, with the staff and shopkeeper of the Herbal Medicine Hall still working, unaware that a six-tailed fox had been here. However, when the six-tailed fox left, it still glanced at the locust tree, its eyes flashing with a glint of light. I will be back. Beast Swamp, Surface World. At this time, Ling Suzi and Qinyangzi finally met and joined forces. When Kaiwan Child saw Ling Suzi, his originally anxious mind instantly settled down. With the arrival of the master, he doesn't need to worry about anything, as the master will never leave him to face the trouble alone. Kaiwan Child has a backbone now, but Qinyangzi also feels the same way, right? After all, with the demon clan lurking around, they are inevitably at the risk of exposure over time. But with the arrival of reinforcements and a total of 11 refinement void Dao monarchs, they have nothing to fear in this mere beast swamp. Fellow Daoist Chunyang, there's no need to be so polite. After all, this is not an individual matter, nor is it your fault. If anyone were here, they would be facing the same situation. After all, who would have thought the demon clan held such power? This is no longer a personal matter, but concerns the whole human clan. However, the situation stated in fellow Daoist Chunyang's jade slip is somewhat vague. Could you please elaborate on the incident? After all, when it comes to the demon clan, it is always better to be cautious. The more we know, the more secure we will feel. Of course, but this incident has many twists and turns, and it can't be explained in a short time. Why don't we sit down and discuss it slowly? As so saying, Qinyangzi made a big wave directly, and a pavilion and terrace appeared, which was a portable magical weapon. Feng Yuan, as a disciple of Qinyangzi, is the most suitable to serve tea and attend respectfully at their side, and took the initiative to enter the pavilion and stand beside them with tea. Kaiwan Child also understood the situation and immediately walked to the other side, prepared to serve the refinement void Dao monarchs. His actions were very natural. As for the other immortal dynasty divinity transformation and spirit transformation cultivators, they could only watch Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child with envy. After all, it was considered a great fortune to show one's face in front of 11 refinement void Dao monarchs, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to qualify to serve at their side. However, they did not forget their duties and immediately dispersed to guard the surroundings. Qinyangzi and the others sat down, drank a sip of tea, and Qinyangzi began narrating the incident. As Qinyangzi recounted, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's powerful refinement void Dao monarchs couldn't help but frown. From these words, even if they were most optimistic, they would have to fear that the number of demon clan demon emperors was not small. Next, they would have to fight a tough battle. At this time, Qinyangzi finished recounting the incident and looked at Ling Suzi, contemplating whether or not to speak up. Moreover, since our immortal dynasty could reinforce in such a short time, I presume the Seeking Truth remnants might have also brought reinforcements by now, and their strength cannot be underestimated. After all, we were only able to break through the demon clan siege last time due to our cooperation with the Seeking Truth remnants. Now, the strength of the demon clan is uncertain. Shouldn't we temporarily put aside our grudges with the Seeking Truth remnants and deal with the demon clan first, then discuss other matters? Qinyangzi had tasted the benefits of working together with the Seeking Truth lineage, and after hearing his suggestion, the other refinement void Dao monarchs quickly made a decision. Fellow Daoist Chunyang is right. After all, is not my race, their hearts must be different. Since the demon clan is in front of us, it's normal to deal with the Seeking Truth remnants later. After all, if we can't kill the demon clan, it will be troublesome later. However, I am afraid that if the strength of the demon clan is even stronger than we imagined, as fellow Daoist Chunyang said, under such circumstances, we might need to cooperate with the Seeking Truth remnants once again. At this point, everyone's expressions were slightly strange. After all, from sworn enemies suddenly to working together, how could there be such moments of shared interests? However, everyone here has achieved the Dao and experienced countless ages. They are extremely experienced, and under special circumstances, they would never be narrow-minded. After they put aside their uncomfortable emotions, they began to calmly discuss their strategies to deal with the demon clan. This time, we deliberately entered the beast swamp with a high-profile approach to reveal our whereabouts. The demon clan must already know of our arrival. Logically, they should have taken some action, but until now, they have not appeared in front of us. There is only one explanation for this: even if their strength is stronger than ours, it is still not enough to crush and obliterate us. Otherwise, why haven't they appeared yet if they are confident of victory? If we were in their position, why would we waste time if we were sure of victory? Upon hearing this, Chunyangzi couldn't help but nod his head in agreement, as he completely agreed with the analysis of other refining Void Tao monarchs. What fellow deist says is true. Last time I fought against these strong demon clan demon emperors, I noticed something was not right. They were different from the ancient demon tribe recorded in history. Simply put, they couldn't reach the power of the ancient demon tribe. Otherwise, even if I cooperated with those seeking truth remnants refinement Void Dao monarchs, we wouldn't have escaped from the clutches of the three demon emperors. Upon hearing Chunyangzi's words, the others also immediately grasped the key point, and Ling Suzi began to summarize their discussion. In that case, this situation is indeed strange. However, we don't need to have any other concerns. Our human clan has risen from humble beginnings, getting stronger with each generation. From ancient times to the present, our human clan has been at odds with the demon clan. It's only after our human clan became the heavenly earth protagonist that the demon clan declined. If it wasn't for our ancestors who failed to completely eradicate them, where would the demon clan still exist today? Since this is the case, our human clan's ancestors must have been vigilant against the emergence of top strong beings among the demon clan descendants, resulting in a break in the demon clan's inheritance. Hence, it's natural for the demon clan's strength to be greatly reduced. This is a good thing for us. The weaker the demon clan, the quicker we can annihilate them. At this point, I also want to mention an off-topic issue. If we can successfully eliminate the hidden forces of the demon clan this time, I believe Heavenly Dao will not be stingy in rewarding us. Each race that lives between heaven and earth has its own fortune. During the era of great contention, these fortunes wouldn't dissipate, but only transfer. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of all refining Void Dao monarchs couldn't help but lift slightly. Were it not for the motives just mentioned, they would not have readily followed Ling Suzi to support the beast swamp. Ling Suzi paused for a moment and continued, moreover, if the strength of the demon clan is really unable to harm us, we might even seize another opportunity in the process. Are you referring to the seeking truth remnants? Exactly. If the demon clan's strength is large, we could choose to temporarily avoid their sharpness, and it wouldn't be a problem to even cooperate with the seeking truth remnants. But if the demon clan is truly weak, we can continue to search for the traces of the seeking truth remnants. If we can successfully capture them and bring them to the capital city Seoul Song, the great emperor will be overjoyed. Everyone knows that Emperor Dongsheng has a deep hatred for the seeking truth lineage, because if it weren't for their actions that shook the skies back then, the luck of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty could have gone even further. The stronger the East Victory Immortal Dynasty becomes, the stronger Emperor Dongsheng's strength. We can imagine how intense the hatred between Emperor Dongsheng and the seeking truth lineage is. Upon hearing this, even Feng Yuan, who was serving on the side, couldn't help but flash a glint in his eyes, as he too hated the seeking truth lineage deeply. If it really is the case, these refinement Void Dao monarchs would also help him get some revenge. His previous experience in Longevity Immortal City was the most powerless period of his cultivation path. Kaiwan Child's thoughts were the same. Initially, he wanted to use Longevity Immortal City as a springboard to increase his fortunes so that when the talent road fully opened during the era of great contention, he would have an extra opportunity. However, he never expected that they didn't do anything wrong, but in the end, their fate was to leave in a hurry. A mere nascent soul master became the lord of Longevity Immortal City. It was a humiliating disgrace. He even had an extravagant hope that with the help of the refinement Void Dao monarchs present, the mastermind behind the Longevity Immortal City would temporarily avoid the sharp edge and retreat 3/4. Would it be possible to seize the opportunity of Longevity Immortal City at that time? Thinking of this, Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan were both a little excited, but they soon suppressed this thought. Now was not the time to think about these things. They calmed down and continued to serve tea to the refinement Void Dao monarchs. As the Dao monarchs discussed intensely, their course of action became increasingly clear. The demon clan must die. On the other side, the seeking truth lineage reinforcement troops had indeed arrived at Beast Swamp, even meeting with Feng Qingzi, not much later than the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. However, their strength entering Beast Swamp this time was even greater than that of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the reinforcements included a total of 15 refinement Void Dao monarchs. Feng Qingzi was somewhat surprised to see this situation. Although the hidden strength of the underground demon race was astonishing, there was no need for such a display. It seemed to be an overreaction. The human clan had been the protagonists of heaven and earth for too long, causing them not to have a natural fear of the demon clan. After all, these were just resources for cultivating. Perhaps they did not have that idea in their main consciousness, but in their subconscious, many people thought it was like this. When Feng Qingzi saw the instructions of the Seeking Truth Elder for him, brought by the reinforcement troops, he couldn't help but be filled with shock and doubt. Could it be that if there was a major crisis in the demon clan this time, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators would have to save the demon clan? What was the logic behind this? What was the elder thinking? Unfortunately, the person leading the reinforcements did not answer this question after giving the instructions but simply asked Feng Qingzi to take them to the previous battlefield. Because there were still some things they needed to verify. Hearing this, Feng Qingzi couldn't help but speculate a bit, but now he didn't dare say anything. Anyway, the elder's arrangement must have had its own purposes. So, even though Feng Qingzi still didn't quite understand why the elder made such arrangements, he turned around and headed to the previous battlefield. However, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators along the way were silent, forming a sharp contrast with the lively discussion among the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. But their cohesion was actually stronger. As long as the Seeking Truth Elder gave the order, they would obey even in the face of danger. They never doubted whether the commands from above were reasonable, and that was also the reason why the Seeking Truth lineage had survived to this day. When they followed Feng Qingzi back to the previous Great War battlefield, they immediately began a large-scale search of the surrounding area, not knowing what they were looking for. These actions by the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators scared the watching demon clan, who, after reacting, felt a little indignant in their hearts. With such grandiose actions, were they looking down on the demon clan? However, when they saw that there were as many as 16 refinement Void Dao monarchs in the Seeking Truth lineage, along with 11 Dao lords from the Immortal Dynasty, even the demon emperor ancestors of the demon clan could only remain silent. Because this was the strength of the human clan, the current Heavenly Earth protagonist, who casually dispatched 26 strong individuals equivalent to the Demon Emperor realm. At this thought, these Demon Emperor ancestors couldn't help feeling bitter. Wasn't it the same when the Demon Clan was the protagonists of Heaven and Earth? If the Demon Clan's ancestors had known this outcome, would they have completely annihilated the human clan and left none at the beginning of Heaven and Earth? Unfortunately, no one could predict the current situation. All they could say was that the humble and weak human clan had grown too astonishingly fast. However, these demon clan demon emperor's ancestors soon removed this emotion from themselves. The urgent matter now was to figure out how to drive these human clan members out of the beast swamp. The current situation was rather tricky. Had they known earlier, they would not have sent only 3 demon emperors to encircle and suppress the human cultivators from the start. If they had used their absolute strength to capture the human cultivators from the very beginning, there might not be so many troubles now. It's too late for regrets. Under the emotion of regret, these demon clan demon emperors unconsciously looked at each other, and an idea emerged in their hearts at the same time. Is this the demon ancestor prophecy catastrophe? Truly terrifying as expected. Chapter 243, Ambush, Release, A Glimmer of Hope. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Surface World. There has been a lingering doubt among the demon clan demon emperor ancestors. How was it that the human clan, after entering the beast swamp, had lost external communication, but the method was suddenly restored after they took action? Such a coincidence was too suspicious. Was someone playing master puppeteer behind the scenes? Unfortunately, no matter how they speculated, they couldn't reach the actual reason. At this moment, they could only watch the arrival of the human clan's reinforcements without daring to act rashly. However, even though they couldn't figure out the genuine cause, they were considerably close to the truth. This was inevitable when there was a devious man like Old Six lurking in the shadows, stirring up trouble. On top of that, he had even stolen their nest and quietly obtained half of their ancient spring water in their secret land. To state it candidly, the loss was monumental. It was a pitiful sight that would leave spectators in sorrows. The one who benefited the most, Liang Sheng, was not idle at this moment. After he left the underground world and reached the surface world, he started using the ancient spring water to test his hypothesis. As expected, the ancient spring water he carried had a vague response with certain things. Even though its responsiveness was barely perceivable and almost non-existent, Liang Sheng was nevertheless exhilarated. Previously, his search for the spring eye was akin to a headless fly. But now, he had obtained a key at the very least. Once the spring eye appeared, this main gate leading to the spring eye would eventually open for him, drastically improving his chances. At this moment, Liang Sheng put away the ancient spring water. For the demon clan, this bit of ancient spring water could perhaps be invaluable in enhancing their strength. However, to Liang Sheng, it was not essential. After all, under the talent of innocent foolishness, even if he consumed this bit of ancient spring water, he probably wouldn't receive any benefits. Therefore, its primary function was naturally to find the spring eye. However, at this time, Liang Sheng was still aimless. Maybe there would be a use for the ancient spring water only when the spring eye truly appeared. During this waiting period, Liang Sheng naturally couldn't afford to waste his time solely on uncertain probabilities. He quickly shifted his attention to the human and demon clans, anticipating the grand performance that would likely ensue. Previously, he had instructed Zi's independent cultivator to weaken Beast Swamp's outer seal, and the human clan's response was indeed swift. Within such a short time, both the Seeking Truth lineage and the East Victory Immortal dynasty had sent reinforcements. This time, the two sides have sent nearly 30 refinement Void Dao monarchs. If we count all the demon emperor ancestors of the demon race's elder council, they probably won't even match this number. No wonder the demon clan's demon emperor ancestors could only wait for an opportunity on the sidelines and didn't dare to face the human clan. They must be lacking confidence now, but this kind of waiting isn't going to do them any good. Liang Sheng could deeply empathize with the plight of the demon clan. Previously, the three great demon emperor ancestors had suffered despite outnumbering the enemy. They even lost Hu Fei. How could they not be wary of the human clan's strength? However, when Liang Sheng heard the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators discussing how to deal with the demon clan, they suddenly proposed helping the demon clan if it tasted defeat. This greatly surprised Liang Sheng. Cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage pursued self-actualization, but they had never made a mistake when it came to the critical matters of the human clan. But why were they behaving like this now? Liang Sheng was deeply puzzled by this situation that exceeded his expectations, which aroused his curiosity. He urgently wanted to find out why the Seeking Truth lineage was acting this way. Moreover, even without this question, the behavior of the Seeking Truth lineage this time was rather abnormal and differed from their past actions. At this moment, even the East Victory Immortal dynasty only sent 11 refinement Void Dao monarchs as supporters. Why did the Seeking Truth lineage send even more? Throughout Liang Sheng's many years, the Seeking Truth lineage hadn't ever been so generous. Instead, they shrank back, afraid to provoke a major upheaval. Take the Longevity Immortal City turmoil as an example. Throughout the entire incident, the strength deployed by the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had never exceeded that of the East Victory Immortal dynasty. Even though they resisted, they did it within the boundaries of rules. With this thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but crack a small smile and shake his head. Interesting. Regardless, Liang Sheng wouldn't immediately intervene in the matter concerning the Seeking Truth lineage. Without discerning the truth or a certain chance to win, hastily meddling in the situation might prevent him from seeing the actual facts. Let the situation unfold on its own. There's no rush to take action when the time is right. While Liang Sheng was observing the changes, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had already arrived at the previously Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi's jointly defended battlefield against the demon clan. This place had already experienced complete upheaval. After all, the scale of war caused by the demon emperor ancestors was no ordinary affair. Seeing the current state of this place, the Seeking Truth cultivators didn't say a word. From the ruinous destruction, they could witness the past fierce battle. They even sensed a familiar qi. The qi of Dharma manifestation divine power. The fact that Feng Qingzi had to resort to his last resort, his Dharma manifestation divine power, must mean that the situation was highly critical. After all, this Dharma manifestation divine power was the visualization variation of a divinity transformation expert. Certainly, the successful rate of this divine power transformation was not high. Not every divinity transformation expert could successfully transform their visualization into a divine power accessible for others to cultivate. Moreover, as much as this type of divine power was potent, it also expended a vast amount of mana. If used carelessly, it might even damage the origin itself. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, even the refinement Void Dao monarch would not use it lightly. Besides, they felt the chi of the heavenly thunder along with the residual chi of Dharma manifestations. It's probably pure Yang heavenly thunder, East Victory Immortal Dynasty's pure Yang sex secret treasure, nurtured with the heart and soul of the refinement void Dao monarch. Naturally, when facing the demon clan, they had an advantage. Previously, it was indeed a fluke that junior brother Feng Qingze managed to escape. The collaboration of the Dharma manifestation divine power and the secret thunder technique is the only reason they managed to escape, an extremely fortunate outcome. However, this shows that Feng Qingze's previous claims were not wrong. The strength of this demon clan's demon sovereign doesn't seem as strong as the ancient records. The cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage carefully observed the battlefield traces, quickly reconstructing the scenario that had occurred, while Feng Qingze fleshed out the details occasionally. Senior brother, what should we do next? Kun Chenzi, the leader of the refinement void Dao monarch reinforcements, thought about it for a while. Let's not look for the demon clan for now. I presume they aren't foolish enough to come after us directly either. Apart from ensuring the safety of our junior brother on this journey, the most important is to continue searching for the ancient desolate springs. So our mission remains the same. As long as the demon clan leaves us alone, and should they dare to provoke us, we won't be easy to deal with either. Even though the elder is committed to preserving the demon clan, that's only when they're in crisis. Otherwise, we need not worry. Everyone was still slightly puzzled by what he said, but none raised objections. After some planning, they chose a direction heading towards an area Feng Qingze previously hadn't reached. The beast swamp is so large, they're essentially just relying on luck. The actions of the Seeking Truth lineage still surprise Liang Sheng. It seems the Seeking Truth lineage's actions are merely for self-preservation. They don't have any intention of eradicating the demon clan. Their primary objective still is the ancient desolate springs. However, they seem to take the demon clan lightly. At least their attitude is entirely different from that of Lingso's side of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, who desire to eradicate the demon clan. Because this represents countless opportunities. After their previous consensus, they made the decision to brazenly appear. Of course, they're not looking for the remnants of Seeking Truth lineage, but waiting for the demon clan to fall into their trap. With the demon clan in front of them, the grudges between them and the Seeking Truth lineage were temporarily set aside. After all, there's a sense of priority in everything. The demon clan is the thorn in their hearts that must be removed. Despite their efforts, they found no trace of the demon clan, rendering their search aimless. However, these highly experienced cultivators quickly devised a strategy. Since the demon clan won't make an appearance, force them out. From that point forward, they killed any demonic beasts they encountered in the surface world. No exceptions, no mercy, and no reason. Their thinking was simple. Kill enough, and the hidden members of the demon clan would definitely appear, because it's as if they're cutting off the demon clan's inheritance. Furthermore, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators had another guess. The more demonic beasts die, the more likely it would cause disturbances in the ancient desolate springs. Once they made their decision, they randomly chose a path and rushed along it, plowing through everything in their way. They didn't worry about the beasts in the slightest. In front of these refinement void Dao monarch cultivators, why would they care? They were not worried about being attacked by the demon clan demon emperors either, as they were highly confident in their own strength. 11 refinement void Dao monarchs, plus their own trump cards, they were fearless even if the number of demon clan emperors was higher. They were no longer the ancient demon clan. During the process, Qianyangzi still made a cautious reminder to everyone. Never underestimate the enemy and stay focused even when things seemed tranquil. Though the demon clan didn't seem as powerful as the records suggested, it was still better to be cautious to avoid any unforeseen accidents. But when Lingsozi and I were in a private meeting, he patted Qianyangzi's shoulder and whispered something. Qianyangzi's eyes instantly lit up and he stopped worrying after that. The wisdom of the great emperor is truly underestimated. This trip to Beast Swamp is likely to yield significant gains, making the great emperor's intentions worthwhile. So Beast Swamp plunged into a strange situation. Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were committed to finding the ancient desolate springs. The demon clan's demon emperor ancestors stayed in hiding, while Immortal Dynasty cultivators were on a killing spree. For a short while, the demon clan was fuming. They wished they could devour the cultivators from the Immortal Dynasty, but they were still uncertain about making the move. Last time they were able to cooperate to jointly face the human clan, why not this time? They might not be a match for nearly 30 refinement void Dao monarchs. In such circumstances, the mood of all demonic ancestors and demon emperors was extremely tense, unable to make up their minds on what to do. Right at this moment, the missing Hu Fei suddenly appeared, to the joy of all demonic ancestors. The Hu family's natural divine abilities were most useful at this time, but their first reaction was to ask about the accident that had happened earlier, concerned about his safety. Hu Fei wasn't flustered at all in front of the sympathetic demon emperor's ancestors, and none of them doubted him. Liang Sheng had already used the soul control technique to alter Hu Fei's memory of this period, so even Hu Fei himself had no idea what had happened. Moreover, while he seemed to have regained control of his consciousness, Liang Sheng had planted his divine sense seeds deep within Hu Fei's sea of consciousness, subtly manipulating him without his knowledge. Liang Sheng didn't want to get involved at first, but after the Immortal Dynasty cultivators took action, he carefully thought it over and decided Hu Fei had to appear. He couldn't possibly be directly involved in the game, but he could manipulate it from the shadows. When his demon clan friends asked him, Hu Fei didn't hesitate and began to recount his experiences during this time. Actually, I don't really know the specifics either. All I remember is that under the rolling heavenly thunder, I suddenly felt a bit hazy. When I woke up, I didn't know what had happened. I was already in a peculiar space. There was nothing there, just chaos, and no matter how I moved, I couldn't see any boundaries. In that vast mysterious space, I eventually found a clear spring. When I approached the clear spring, my injured body from the heavenly thunder was instantly repaired. After that, as soon as I recovered my body, I was kicked out of the space and returned directly to the surface world. However, it wasn't because I didn't look for you right away after getting out of trouble, but because I discovered traces of the human clan. Everyone was originally curious about the mysterious space, but when Hu Fei mentioned the human cultivator, their attention immediately shifted. After all, their priority was to deal with the human clan. Now that Hu Fei said this, there must be a reason for it. Otherwise, why would he not join them for such a long time? All the demonic ancestors looked at Hu Fei, and Hu Fei continued without any hesitation, "In fact, I encountered the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators from the human clan. However, those Seeking Truth lineage cultivators didn't want to be enemies with our demon clan. As long as we didn't bother them, they wouldn't have any conflict with us. In fact, when we were in danger, they even came to rescue us. How could that be? How could the human clan be so kind-hearted? Could it be that they found out about Brother Hu and are trying to deceive us? It doesn't seem like it." Hu Fei's tone was decisive, and he explained the situation in detail at that time, which naturally resulted in a heated discussion. Most of the demonic ancestors didn't think Hu Fei was lying. If he was, then it would be a blessing in disguise. But why did the Seeking Truth lineage human clan act this way? These demonic ancestors couldn't really understand. When they thought about it, all the demonic ancestors turned to look at Hu Fei in unison. At this moment, Hu Fei didn't beat around the bush. "No matter what, since the human clan has already discovered our existence, we can't take any chances because they won't let us live. So, we can't just sit around waiting for death, we have to take the initiative to attack. This might be the demon ancestor prophecy's great disaster. Since the disaster has arrived, there is no other way but to face it. However, heaven and earth always leave a glimmer of hope, as does this catastrophe. Although it seems we have no chance of winning, the attitude of the Seeking Life sect cultivators is the opportunity for our demon clan to survive this disaster. Are you suggesting that we temporarily ignore the Seeking Life sect cultivators of the human clan and focus on dealing with the other human imperial cultivators?" "Exactly. If we just deal with the 11 refinement void Dao monarchs, do you think we would lose with our full strength?" Upon hearing this, all the demonic ancestors' eyes involuntarily brightened. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but the human clan had their divine abilities, and these demon clan demon sovereigns were not useless either. Previously, they had failed to bring down the human clan because they had been somewhat careless, but at this time, Ancestor Fu suddenly had a question in his heart. "Even so, what if we win? The human clan will eventually know of our existence, and this is just buying time at most." But Hu Fei shook his head, his expression resolute. "No, that won't be the case, because the human clan's entry into my beast marsh this time was an accident. As long as we survive this crisis, there will be no issues. I'm not talking nonsense here. Based on the previous interrogation of the human cultivators by the Fu family, it is now the time for the Immortal Dynasty competition of the human clan. In fact, it is even considered the Golden Age's chosen competing for the peerless great power opportunity, which is our safety guarantee." "Brother Hu, you mean?" Some quick-witted demonic ancestors already had a vague guess, and Hu Fei nodded, not beating around the bush, and continued, yes, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty's peerless great power has already retired and cannot reappear in the world. So, if we can escape this crisis, we will have at least 1,000 years of peace. Since our ancestors have faced numerous dangers to find a glimmer of hope, why can't we use 1,000 years to find a place to survive? Ah! Where are we going then? Hu Fei shook his head, indicating he didn't know where the place of opportunity was, which made the other demon emperor's ancestors who had just gained some hope frown. Was Hu Fei's statement merely an empty promise? But the next moment, they raised their heads and saw a faint smile at the corner of Hu Fei's mouth. His next sentence made everyone's eyes light up. That's right. Chapter 244, Cursed Killing Talent, Liang Sheng's arrangement for sending wilderness ancient spring water. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this time, the demonic ancestors were gathered together, still somewhat worried. Even if what Hu Fei said was true, and they only had to deal with the human imperial cultivators, they were already exposed. How should they arrange their future plans? The era of great contention could last for 1,000 years, but 1,000 years were but a blink of an eye for these great might cultivators. When the time comes, they would still be subject to the destruction attack of the human clan. If they fail, all their efforts would have been in vain. However, at this moment, seeing the worried faces of the other demon emperor ancestors, Hu Fei mysteriously smiled as if he already had a countermeasure in mind. Don't you all remember that I just mentioned that the Seeking Truth lineage would protect us in times of crisis? Since they have the confidence to protect us, does it not mean that they have a coping strategy, and isn't it possible to borrow their strength, to help us find another suitable place for survival? Hearing these words from Hu Fei, their minds suddenly opened up, and all the demonic ancestors couldn't help but widen their eyes, flashing with brilliance. This speculation seemed to make some sense, but what if they failed? After all, the Seeking Truth lineage belonged to the human clan, not the demon clan. When faced with this question, Hu Fei did not try to argue, but directly pointed to the current wounds of the demonic clan. But if we don't do this, do you think we can still live carefree in the beast swamp? To be honest, we don't really have any other choice. Now all we can do is take a gamble. If we win the future development of the demonic clan. If we lose, in fact, it's just the same as it is now. The worst outcome will be no different, both would end in tragic defeat. Upon hearing this, everyone was already persuaded by Hu Fei, but they still had mixed feelings in their hearts. They never thought they would have to rely on the human clan to save them one day. Who could have expected such a situation with generational enmity? However, after accepting this result, they quickly began to study how to deal with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, as this was their territory. Home field advantage is mine. At this time, Hu Fei did not take the initiative to speak anymore, as he had already completed his mission, and the next step was naturally to give it his all. As long as they can survive or pass down the demonic clan's heritage, it would be his greatest contribution to the demonic ancestors and forefathers, and they should not blame him for it. Hopefully, there will be a good outcome. Just as the demon clan was determined to fight to the death, the slaughter of the demonic beasts by the Immortal Dynasty cultivators on the other side continued. Following the direction the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were moving in, the whole path was full of bloody cruelty. Although the beast swamp was desolate and uninhabited, the demonic beasts still spread all over the place. So when the Immortal Dynasty cultivators unscrupulously attacked, some demonic beasts silently suffered annihilation in an instant. However, even so, Ling Suzi and others were still somewhat dissatisfied, because by this time, they had not seen any hidden demonic clans appear. But they were not too anxious in their hearts. As long as they kept killing, the demon clan could not endure it forever. Let's see how long you can endure it. In the following few days, they continued their relentless killing while traveling without sleep. Finally, even the greatest cultivator could no longer bear the strong smell of blood on this path and decided to take a temporary rest. However, when they set up camp and prepared for a temporary rest, the inconspicuous yet ubiquitous spirit rhinoceros insects, at this moment, were frantically shaking their tentacles on their heads. After that, nothing happened. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators did not notice any abnormalities, and the 11 refinement Void Deo Lords were their greatest confidence. However, when most of the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were immersed in cultivation, an accident occurred. A few patrolling cultivators heard a faint hissing sound. The patrolling cultivators looked at each other when they heard the sound, and then one of them quietly got up and went towards the source of the sound. When he arrived at the spot where the sound came from, he was already on full guard, but in an instant, he quickly pushed aside the weeds in front of him. There was nothing in front of him, and he couldn't help but relax. After all, this was the beast swamp, where cultivators' senses were almost at their lowest. Otherwise, just a sweep of divine sense would be enough, no need to do it in person. But just as he was about to turn around and declare everything safe, his smile suddenly froze on his face the next moment, and he stood still. That was because the other two cultivators who were patrolling with him had collapsed silently on the ground, breathless. In an instant, the sound of an alarm echoed throughout the camp, followed by the refinement void Deo lords appearing at the scene in an instant, staring at the bizarre deaths of the two and falling into deep thought. There were no wounds nor traces of techniques and spells, as if their lifespan had suddenly come to an end and they died from a sudden illness. But looking at the two dead patrolling cultivators, everyone's face was ugly, and they didn't think it was a natural death, especially considering the strange smile on the faces of the dead. Ling Suzi and the other refinement void Deo lords spread their divine sense forcefully, but unfortunately found no abnormalities. Their faces were involuntarily grim, but at the same time, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The demon clan could no longer help but take action, thus achieving the purpose of this trip. Once the opponent takes action, they will reveal their flaws. It seems we won't have peace in the upcoming days. However, the demon clan is just a group of jumping clowns who can't make it to the stage and can only engage in assassination, not daring to face us directly in battle. Feng Yuan, immediately notify everyone, advise all disciples not to wander off alone in the following days, and try not to leave the camp beyond 50 steps. I want to see what other methods these demons have. Although they did not know how the demon clan managed to slay these two cultivators, a distance of 50 steps was negligible, almost close within reach. This move was to gauge whether the demon clan had the courage to make another move. Unfortunately, the rest of the night passed silently without any incidents. Everything happened more or less within the predictions of Ling Suzi and the other Deo Lord ancestors, so the atmosphere among the Immortal Dynasty cultivators did not change much despite the fall of two nascent soul masters. After all, the previous incident was merely due to negligence. Even though two of the lowest cultivation level disciples were taken advantage of and killed, it did not affect the overall situation in any significant way. Later, as the Immortal Dynasty cultivators saw the demon clan hiding again, they continued moving forward. However, not even half a day had passed when two more cultivators collapsed and died on the spot. One of them was the previously surviving nascent soul cultivator. This time was different, as the incident happened under everyone's watchful gaze. The scene of the sudden collapse and death without any preceding signs finally caused a change in the expressions of the nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples of the Immortal Dynasty. Afterward, they became even more anxious, because it seemed that the Deo Lord ancestors had not reacted even then. The techniques of the demon clan were extremely insidious. Curse techniques. After repeated discussions, Ling Suzi was almost certain of the demon clan's method of killing. It was possibly the legendary demon clan curse killing technique. With this assumption, those refinement void Deo monarchs like themselves should be unhindered, but what about these nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples? For a brief moment, the faces of all refinement void Deo monarchs turned unpleasant. They had not expected that the demon clan still possessed such art of curse killing. However, this also indirectly proved that they did not dare to confront them openly and could only resort to assassination to intimidate them. Fellow Deist Chunyang, it seems necessary for you to take action next, which I presume could reduce the chances of mishaps. Upon hearing this, Chunyangzi nodded, and without any refusal, a pure yang heavenly thunder emerged as his mind moved. Then, as Chunyangzi moved in accordance with his technique, the Immortal Dynasty disciples, who were nascent soul and divinity transformation cultivators, exhibited faint traces of lightning on their bodies, which then disappeared as they returned to normal. Once Chunyangzi had finished his technique, the refinement void Deo monarchs became somewhat relieved, since the tainted curse technique inherently feared pure yang techniques and spells. Moreover, this was the pure yang sect heavenly thunder secret method, nurtured by Chunyangzi's heart blood, which is especially effective at suppressing evil spirits. Move. Continue. At this time, seeing Chunyangzi taking action, Ling Suzi felt less worried and ordered the team to continue moving forward. Of course, they also heightened their vigilance in the dark, hoping to detect the demon clan at the earliest opportunity. Since the demon clan dared to attack, they were ready to return the favor 100-fold. Unfortunately, the demon clan did not show any movement for some time afterward, and Ling Su's eyes turned colder and colder. They had lost 4 disciples after all, so no matter how many demonic beasts they encountered next, they had to avenge these 4 deceased disciples. Not only them, but other Immortal Dynasty disciples also looked murderous, for anyone could be the next target. At this time, the demonic ancestors who were hidden and scouting the situation could not help but frown. They had wanted to launch a curse technique just now, but unfortunately, it was ineffective. It seemed that the human clan still had more means. Unless they paid a greater price, they could possibly continue to successfully use curse killing. But, was it worth it? Thinking about this, Huang Feng, one of the demon emperor ancestors, could not help but speak, "Brother Hu, it seems that my art of curse killing may not be effective in the coming days. What should we do? Should we charge out for a frontal battle with them?" They had previously planned to whittle down the Immortal Dynasty cultivators slowly, instilling fear, and creating chaos among their ranks. In doing so, they could start with the upper hand. But now, after only a few people were killed, their plan was aborted in its infancy. It was only to be said that the human clan deserved its position as the protagonist of heaven and earth, and its strength was indeed astonishing, as all demon emperor ancestors looked at Hu Fei for guidance. Hu Fei remained extremely calm, shaking his hand. "We do not need to stop, even though the human clan has the defense of the pure yang, we are not incapable of continuing to strike from afar. I know the worries in your hearts, but we just need to make a bit more sacrifice. Since we have decided to act, we cannot give up halfway. But if Brother Huang wishes to continue making moves, we will have to return to the underground world once, and receive assistance from our old ancestors." You mean? Hearing this, all the demon emperor ancestors understood the meaning of Hu Fei. But, was it really necessary? That was the root of the demon clan's heritage. Yes, just as you all have guessed. I also understand that you all originally planned to wait until the most critical moment to use this aspect. But for safety's sake, we cannot keep wavering. This time, Brother Huang and I will go into the demon ancestors' secret land together. I wonder if everyone agrees. Now, Hu Fei's eyes were gleaming, and other demon lord ancestors, facing his confident demeanor, and considering the current situation, could only nod their heads in unconditional support. "We entrust Brother Hu and Brother Huang to this task. We will keep an eye on the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. We hope you will return swiftly and make them understand the power of our demon clan. Don't worry, everyone, we will return shortly." After speaking, Hu Fei and Elder Huang immediately soared into the air and headed straight for the underground world, their figures quickly disappearing from the sight of the other ancestors. "I hope everything goes smoothly from now on and no more accidents happen." Watching the disappearing figures of Hu Fei and the others, the demonic ancestors decided to temporarily hold their forces and just continue to follow the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. They still had no suspicion of Hu Fei, after all, he had no reason to deceive them. This was a conflict between the human and demon clans, not an internal struggle, so they needed to present a united front. However, they didn't realize that Hu Fei was also involuntarily influenced by someone's thoughts. Just as they were about to enter the underground world, suddenly, in a deserted place, Hu Fei and Huang Feng fell to the ground, unconscious. The person who acted secretly was, of course, Liang Sheng. Actually, it was also due to the unexpected events that happened halfway that Liang Sheng made this choice. He had never expected that even among the demons, there would be an art of curse killing. More precisely, it was an innate divine ability of the demon clan. Ever since Liang Sheng obtained the nail-head 7 arrows technique in the secular world, he had hardly encountered any cultivators who practiced the same type of curse technique during his long years of cultivation. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to this matter, but who would have thought that he would now see such a secret technique in the hands of the demon clan? He didn't know what the consequences would be for Huang Feng after using the curse divine ability, or the specific principles, so he resorted to this strategy. After all, controlling the elder Huang of the demon clan would clear up all the doubts, wouldn't it? And next thing you know, Liang Sheng waved his hand, using the mustard seed mastery, including himself and the 2 demon emperor ancestors, Hu Fei all turned into a grain of sand. After that, Liang Sheng concealed his qi and did not hesitate, directly performing the soul control technique. Only a few breaths of time later, Liang Sheng opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat complex. Because he didn't expect that Elder Wang's art of curse killing was actually similar to his own nail-head 7 arrows technique. However, this was just Elder Wang's innate divine ability, and the price of each curse killing was his own essence blood. Although the nail head 7 arrows technique paid the price of lifespan, and even had a touching consumption ratio, while Elder Wang's innate divine ability only consumed essence blood, however, the nail head 7 arrows technique could ignore realms and be directly utilized. At this moment, Liang Sheng sensed the law of cause and effect, and now, he was afraid that the nail head 7 arrows technique was actually a secret method created by the ancient human race with the demon's own innate divine ability as a reference. It could only be said that the ancient human race was indeed extraordinary, but it was no wonder that today's cultivation world had hardly seen any cultivators performing such techniques. Because the consumption of lifespan for cultivators was simply not worth it. They already complained about the lack of time, so who would practice this kind of accumulative technique? As a result, there were very few people in the cultivation world who inherited the nail head 7 arrows technique. The more it was like this, the more Liang Sheng admired the ancient human race. There was no need to think about it. The ancient human race created this secret technique in order to counter the demon clan. They had no fear of personal sacrifice. Liang Sheng could even imagine the sacrifices made by the human ancestors in their time, creating a piece of heaven and earth for the human race at the cost of their lives. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves, they could only be described as fearless, thus making the human race the protagonist of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng's expression couldn't help but become complicated, but he quickly calmed down, and then took out the large portion of the ancient spring water he had previously obtained from his storage ring. He placed the ancient spring water in Hu Fei's hand, and then used the soul control technique again to modify both his and Elder Wang's memories. He made Hu Fei and the others believe that they had already returned from the secret land, but according to the timeline, they still needed some time to wake up. Make a full set of plays without making any mistakes in detail. After completing these, Liang Sheng concealed himself and waited for Hu Fei and the others to wake up. The big show was about to begin. Chapter 245, Slaughter, the ancient wilderness spring appears, the final battle is here. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Ling Suzi and his team continued to advance with showing off their strength. The demonic beasts they encountered along the way were all killed on the spot without hesitation. This agitated the demon emperor ancestors who were secretly monitoring them. They couldn't wait to engage in a battle with the human clan and kill them in the beast swamp. However, they couldn't act impulsively. Any impulsive act might affect the overall situation, and they still had to wait for Hu Fei and his team to return. Moreover, the humans were doing this to provoke them to appear. They couldn't act according to the humans' intentions. Endure a little longer. Thinking of the consequences of being impulsive, all demon emperor ancestors forced themselves to calm down. They would take their revenge eventually, and it wouldn't be too long before Hu Fei and Huang Feng returned. On the other side, Hu Fei and Huang Feng woke up leisurely. Before they could fully regain their senses, the memories in their sea of consciousness that had been tampered with stirred wildly, and then they finally recovered. They had returned from the secret land. Of course, just like before, their memories of what happened in the secret land had disappeared, and they couldn't recall the situation there. However, seeing the ancient spring water in their storage rings, they knew they had successfully completed their mission in the secret land. Since their side had obtained the ancient spring water, Hu Fei couldn't help but look at Huang Feng and smile slightly. "Brother Huang, it's time for your performance." Huang Feng nodded heavily in response. Sometimes, panic is the biggest threat to a group. Having completed their mission smoothly, they didn't hesitate and went straight to meet up with the other demon emperor ancestors. The other demon emperor ancestors didn't ask any questions when they saw Hu Fei and Huang Feng appear, but their eyes were full of anticipation. Previously, they could only watch as human cultivators killed the beast swamp demonic beasts. Although the demonic beasts hadn't completely evolved into members of the demon clan yet, they still shared the bloodline of the demon clan. Furthermore, the underground world ultimately relied on the resources of the surface world. The actions of the immortal dynasty cultivators were like digging out their roots. Seeing the expectant expressions of the demon emperor ancestors, both Hu Fei and Huang Feng didn't keep them in suspense. They nodded and Huang Feng even took out a drop of ancient spring water, indicating that their mission had been successful and that they could proceed according to the plan. Since that was the case, why wait any longer? The hatred on the faces of the demon emperor ancestors was evident. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about messing up Hu Fei's plan, they would have wanted to die together with the despicable human clan. "Good, Brother Huang, it's time to show your skills. It's about time for some humans to die and learn their lesson." At the Immortal Dynasty Cultivators camp, 3 days had passed since Hu Fei left the immortal camp and continued to kill demonic beasts. Due to the fact that they had previously lost 4 disciples to curses, the intensity of the human clan's killing of the demonic beasts during these 3 days was more brutal than the previous 10 days combined. This was the price the demon clan had to pay for provoking human cultivators, and the humans were fully aware of this situation. This was the deterrent they possessed. Now, Ling Sozi was growing more confident. He believed that the demon clan was fearful of their strength, otherwise, their journey would not have been so smooth. It made sense, though. With 11 refinement Void Dao lords and the immortal dynasty as their backing, why would the demon clan dare to act recklessly? It was merely to scare them by cursing a few nascent soul disciples, but they had underestimated the determination of their side. Perhaps the demon clan was still struggling to decide what to do. Nevertheless, the continuous 3 days of slaughter eventually tired them. After assigning disciples to patrol, the entire immortal dynasty camp quieted down. Since nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples were protected by Qinyang's secret method Heavenly Thunder Qi, they were not worried about being cursed. Nothing unusual happened during the patrol, and nothing unexpected occurred before daybreak. Just as they were about to rest for a short while before setting out with the main force, they finally discovered something amiss. As they entered their tents to rest, they suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was it so quiet inside the tents? Hey? The next moment, they realized their delayed reactions. They discovered that the 3 cultivators in the tent were already lifeless, motionless, and long dead. It was another curse. Ancestor, there's been an incident. Immediately, a shrill cry rang out, and the entire camp was on high alert. The alarm bell sounded, and people quickly gathered around the tent, staring silently at the dead cultivators inside. When Qinyangzi appeared and saw the 3 dead nascent soul cultivators, he couldn't help but frown. This was because his pure yang heavenly thunder chi was still in place, but the people had already died silently. Had these demon clan demon emperors gone mad? Even if their essence blood was damaged, they still wanted these disciples to die from the curses. This was not the same as before. With his own pure yang secret method protection, the price to pay was not equivalent. The demon emperors themselves would be severely injured as a result. How could they think of fighting against their side in close combat if that were the case? However, the most unlikely accident was happening right before their eyes, and it had become an undeniable reality. These demons were simply mad. For a short while, all the refinement Void Dao lords fell silent, only for Qinyangzi to sneer suddenly. All right, I'd like to see how much more essence blood you have to expend. Making you pay such a price for my disciples is not a loss. Having said that, the pure yang heavenly thunder reappeared in Qinyangzi's palm. This time, he was determined and directly depleted even more pure yang heavenly thunder chi on his disciples. This was the power of the pure yang heavenly thunder accumulated over thousands of years, all wasted in a single day. However, Qinyangzi felt it was worth it. After Qinyangzi increased the protection of all nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples, he looked around with a gloomy face. Let's go. Since the opponent has made their move, we mustn't disappoint them either. Either they confront us openly and fairly, or they are just withdrawing turtles. At this time, the immortal dynasty's primordial monarchs had a burning anger in their stomachs. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose Qinyangzi's words, and they continued to slaughter demonic beasts as they went along. However, this behavior also angered the demonic clan ancestors. Huang Feng even wanted to use his own source of lifeblood to directly curse and kill the human cultivators, but was stopped by Hu Fei and others, who told him not to act impulsively. Brother Huang, why did we go to the secret land to extract the ancient spring water before? Isn't it to ensure your own state? Wasting lifeblood would just play into the humans' plans. The demon emperor ancestor didn't dare to let Huang Feng take risks. They still didn't know how many trump cards the human clan had, so each demon emperor ancestor absolutely couldn't afford to have an accident. Before they decided on their final move, everything needed to be handled calmly. At this moment, Huang Feng took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. I understand, you don't need to worry. It's just a pity that I can't absorb too much of the ancient spring water. I can only curse a few small fries. Otherwise. As he spoke, a flicker of killing intent passed through Huang Feng's eyes, and Hu Fei quickly reassured him, this is already good enough. As long as we stick to our plan, the human cultivators will go mad with fear. After all, they're dying every day without even seeing us. Who can bear it? That's right, Brother Huang. It's up to you now. We have to make them understand the price of their actions in the beast swamp. That day, the originally slaughtering Immortal Dynasty cultivators had 2 more members silently fall to the ground, causing all the Immortal Dynasty disciples to fall into silence. Has the demon clan gone mad? Have they stopped caring about their own lives? Qinyangzi, who personally cast the curse, knew very well what a huge price the opponents had to pay to break through his pure yang secret method and curse the nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples to death. This was simply the act of a lunatic, which made them think of another group of people, the Seeking Truth lineage, who also acted like this. Neither the demon clan nor the Seeking Truth lineage deserved any mercy. So what should they do now? Should they stop and temporarily cease the slaughter of the beast swamp demonic beasts? But wouldn't this mean they'd be controlled by the demon clan? For a short while, no one spoke, as it seemed that no decision was the best option. However, they had to make a decision immediately, as the overwhelming fear within their hearts was a bad omen. If they did not take any action soon, these disciples' morale would collapse sooner or later. Continue. Suddenly, Lingsoza gritted his teeth and whispered 2 words. Then he stood up and said again, "Keep killing." The others also understood Lingsoza's thoughts. After all, he was the leader of the reinforcements in name, and the pressure on him was the greatest. At this moment, it wasn't just a simple matter of life and death between the 2 clans, but also a fight for morale. It was now a matter of who would be the first to endure the bloody onslaught. Since Lingsoza had made a decision to stand firm, they wouldn't object. After all, it's just the demon clan kill, kill, kill. No need to hold back at all. It seemed that their previous attitude had been too gentle, making the demon clan think that the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were easy targets. Since Lingsoza's decision was agreed upon by everyone, their pace hastened once again. Under the heavy bloody atmosphere, the increasingly dense scent of blood spread out, leaving only the sobbing wind to moan and wail. On the other side, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were still hiding their tracks, carefully searching for the location of the ancient desolate springs. This was their most important goal in the beast swamp, and they wouldn't give up. Unfortunately, they still hadn't found any traces of the ancient desolate springs so far, but they weren't too anxious. Because this task was difficult and was within their expectations. As long as they didn't clash with the demon clan, the process would be considered very smooth. However, in these few days, Kun Chenzi and other refinement Void Dao lords were somewhat nervous. It was not that they were overly sensitive, but because of a vague sense of foreboding. Although they didn't know what specifically would happen, they could only become more cautious and try their best not to encounter any accidents. When the Immortal Dynasty cultivators intensified their slaughter of the demonic beasts, the refinement Void Dao lords of the Seeking Truth lineage vaguely sensed a thick stench of blood. Or more accurately, they perceived an unprecedented killing intent. They involuntarily looked towards the east, their eyes full of confusion. Such a thick murderous atmosphere, how many people have died? The more it was like this, the more they wanted to bypass it and not get involved. It seemed like the humans and monsters have encountered each other and were intent on killing, so it was best for them not to join in the excitement, unless the demon clan encountered a catastrophe. However, as soon as they made the decision, they suddenly trembled, looking at the direction of the slaughter with a silent expression. Just now, was that the aura of the ancient desolate springs? All the refinement Void Dao lords looked at each other, they all had this perception, and it seemed it was not an illusion, but should they go? Previously, Feng Qingzi and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators had suffered a loss, being deceived by the demon clan. Kun Chenzi, as the leader of the reinforcements, had the most power to decide. So after discussing with more than a dozen refinement Void Dao lords, they made a decision in their hearts and went to investigate. In case it was indeed the ancient desolate springs, they would miss the opportunity if they didn't go. Even if it wasn't the ancient desolate springs, it was just a false alarm, and they could withdraw immediately. Let's go. Since they had made a decision, the Seeking Truth lineage would not linger, and soon headed towards the place where the Immortal Dynasty was slaughtering the demonic beasts. Hoping for a good result on this trip. At the same time, Liang Sheng was also somewhat surprised in secret, because as the humans and the monsters were fighting and killing like a gambling battle, with more and more demonic beasts dying, Liang Sheng also felt that something was wrong with that place. It seemed as if the Immortal Dynasty cultivators had inadvertently found the right direction to search for the ancient desolate springs, but if that was the case, the ancient desolate springs seemed to have a sense of self-consciousness. Moreover, if this were the real way to find the ancient desolate springs, the cost would be too high, as by now, the death count of the demonic beasts had reached billions. Previously, Liang Sheng had experienced a beast tide in the desolate regions, but the casualties were at most in the millions. It is evident that the Immortal Dynasty cultivators have become really bloodthirsty this time. They may have fallen into a maddened state, but who would have thought that they would stumble upon the right way to find the ancient desolate springs like this? Maybe someone in the past had tried this approach, searching for the ancient desolate springs in the beast swamp, but who could have killed so many in one go? It was by mistake, after all. Whether it was the Immortal Dynasty cultivators or the Demon Clan, they were both currently at the scene, and because of their refinement Void Deo Lord, Demon Sovereign, cultivation, their perception was the most sensitive. Under these circumstances, both sides did not make a move for a short while, but the Demon Clan was the more anxious party. That was because they did not know what the human cultivators would do when the ancient desolate springs appeared. In addition to the Great Tribulation in the Demon Ancestors' Testament, there was also a warning. That was to never let the human clan obtain the ancient desolate springs, otherwise, the Demon Clan would face the disaster of extinction. This was not a Great Tribulation but an extinction of the race. But why did the ancient desolate springs appear at this time? The demon sovereigns couldn't help but become confused in their minds. At this moment, even the resentful Huang Feng no longer wanted to continue slaughtering the human cultivators, but was preparing to drive the humans away from here. They did this because they couldn't gamble. They were the real masters of the beast swamp, so the ancient desolate springs could not be used as a bet. Under these circumstances, they had to make a decision quickly, and all the demon emperor ancestors turned their heads to look at Hu Fei. Since Hu Fei's life's divine ability was determined, he now had the most right to speak, and his next words did not disappoint everyone. Since that's the case, let's go all out. We have no way to back down. The situation is not our fault. Fine. The other demon sovereigns immediately agreed upon hearing this. They have been holding back for a long time. Isn't it just a massive killing targeted at the human clan? In the days of the ancient demon clan, the human clan was nothing more than blood food raised in captivity. Now the glory of the demon clan is no more, but they cannot stand by and watch their own extinction. Perhaps the human clan has a trump card, but if they go all out, it's still unclear who will win. The next moment, they reveal themselves from their concealed state. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators were also astonished at the appearance of the Demon Clan. They didn't expect the Demon Clan to actually appear. This indicates that the aura of the ancient desolate springs they had perceived just now may not have been an illusion, and seeing the bloodthirsty situation of the Demon Clan, everyone had a clear perception. It seemed that the moment of decisive battle had finally arrived. Chapter 246, Decisive Battle, with each showing their divine abilities, traces of the ancient desolate springs found. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. The atmosphere was filled with a murderous aura, chilling the air. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. If this was the cultivation world, it might be an ominous sign of an imminent storm. However, this was the Beast Swamp, how could there be any mention of storms here? Upon closer examination, those dark clouds weren't storm clouds at all. They were the clouds of demonic chi formed from the unwavering determination and boundless killing intent of the Demon Clan. At this moment, all the demonic beasts in the vicinity of the battlefield couldn't help but turn their heads towards the direction of the Demon Emperor ancestor. After all, the demonic beasts in the Beast Swamp still shared the same bloodline with the Demon Clan. This time, Hu Fei and the others had completely determined to kill the cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty, and the demonic beasts with the Demon Clan bloodline had already heard the call from within their hearts. Although the strength of the demonic beasts was average, they could help to gather demonic chi, and it wasn't like the demonic beasts on the surface of the Beast Swamp couldn't give birth to a demon king. Those who could initiate a beast tide in the desolate regions weren't completely useless either. Furthermore, these demonic beasts originally thought that they had already been abandoned by the heavenly Deo and were now merely struggling to survive. But today, they discovered that they still had hope. Great Ancestor, it turned out that our demon clan still had such powerful existences. However, why didn't these demon emperor ancestors appear before, and why didn't they lead them out of the Beast Swamp's quagmire? The human world had always been where they yearned to be, but these doubts were fleeting and quickly cast away by the demonic beasts. Because what they had to do now was to go and meet their newfound hope. Wait for the arrival of the Demon King? No, the demon emperors have returned at this moment, and the mere demon kings no longer held any value. Even if the human cultivators who had killed the demonic beasts were still around, their demon clan still had the power to fight. No one noticed that one of the demonic beasts was different from the others, staring blankly at the demon emperor ancestors. Its eyes were filled with wisdom. If Liang Sheng could remember, this was the same demonic beast that had fallen into the ancient desolate springs oasis years ago. If nothing unexpected happened, according to the development rules of the beast swamp, it had a high chance of becoming the next demon king among the new generation of demonic beasts, and might even step into the demon saint realm. Only because it once entered the ancient desolate springs did it possess great fortune that enveloped its body, making it the perfect candidate to be the next demon king. After regaining its senses, it didn't hesitate any longer and directly sprinted towards the location of the demon emperor ancestor. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy the shade under a tree? They just didn't have the chance, and now that it was right in front of them, how could they miss it? Of course, the situation seemed a bit off at the moment. Even with the presence of the demon emperor ancestors, it didn't seem like a safe place, but it still went ahead without hesitating. That's because they were facing the human clan, who were coldly staring at them with immeasurable strength and aura. But even so, what difference did it make? Even if they were going to die, they would die with the demon emperor ancestors rather than being slaughtered like the demonic beasts before. In an instant, countless beasts stampeded, presenting a spectacular sight. Hu Fei and the other demon emperor ancestors were filled with passion upon seeing this. Unfortunately, amidst their passion, there were also concerns. If they managed to win today, there would still be a glimmer of hope for them. But if they were defeated, they vowed not to let a single person escape. In the end, they still placed their last hope on the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. For some unknown reason, Hu Fei was filled with determination in his heart because he firmly believed that even if the demon clan was defeated, the Seeking Truth lineage would take action without hesitation. Brother Huang, we won't stop you this time. All right, leave everything to me. First, I'll collect a little interest. By now, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators had already appeared within their perception. Since the decision had been made to wage a great battle, the demon emperor ancestors naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. They even had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Therefore, Huang Feng also had a determined heart to die and was prepared to give the human cultivators an appetizer. With a single thought, he took a sip of the ancient spring water, and his entire body brimmed with vitality, with his eyes shining brightly. The next moment, a mysterious aura spread from him, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles, and his eyes focused. Die! At this moment, Ling Suzi and the others had already prepared themselves, as they were, after all, the side with fewer people. For some reason, he suddenly thought of what Zheniangzi had previously mentioned. If the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage were present, their combined forces might be able to match the number of refinement Void Dao monarchs and Demon Clan demon emperors, right? Although he didn't know the specifics of the Seeking Truth lineage, he believed that the number of reinforcements from the other side would definitely not be much fewer than their own. However, this thought was merely an idea and was quickly cast out of his mind. The most important thing right now was to think about how to counter the demon clan's moves. In fact, upon detecting the demon clan's attack, they had already discussed a brief strategy among themselves, which was to adapt to all changes with constant preparedness. Although they could despise the demon clan strategically, the reality was that the number of demon clan demon emperors was indeed advantageous. Despite having their respective trump cards and secret techniques, it was still better to be cautious. However, when Huang Feng completely let go of his concerns and decided to use his innate divine skill curse killing, a cultivator from the Immortal Dynasty with a nascent soul fell silently during the next moment, leaving no trace. The demon clan actually had the energy to deal with their own disciples? Were these demons out of their minds? However, this move by the demon clan had to be admitted as successful. Indeed, it disrupted their prepared plan, especially after all, could they truly ignore their fallen disciples? And in the few breaths it took him to think about this problem, several more nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples fell silently. This showed that the demon clan was determined to curse their disciples to death, regardless of the cost. How should they respond to this? They also had to make a decision immediately, because at this time, apart from Feng Yuan's Kaiwan child, the remaining nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples were utterly panicked in their eyes. Fellow Daoist Chunyang! Ling Suzi suddenly called out, and Zheniangzi understood Ling Suzi's intention with just a glance, and immediately soared into the sky. In his hand appeared another pure yang heavenly thunder, its pure yang qi even thicker than before. Upon seeing this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Master! This pure yang heavenly thunder had clearly been nurtured for 10,000 years. It was truly a treasure among the pure Yang secret treasures. However, given the situation, such a sacrifice had to be made. So, Feng Yuan merely cried out in surprise as a natural reaction and did not try to dissuade Qinyangzi. However, he couldn't help but resent his own powerlessness in his heart. If it hadn't been for the incident in Longevity Immortal City earlier, they wouldn't have resorted to such measures as sacrificing the desolate regions and releasing the beast swamp to gain fortune. They had thought this was a good opportunity to capture the Seeking Truth lineage, but it had turned into the current situation. Not only did he lose the position of City Lord, but he also exhausted his master's 10,000-year treasure. How could he be considered a gifted child this time? He was simply dragging his master down. And just as Feng Yuan regretted, the other refinement Void Dao monarchs were not idle. They couldn't let the demon clan lead them by the nose. At this time, some were setting up arrays, while others were releasing talismans. In any case, they were all using their divine abilities to the best of their abilities to weaken the power of the demon clan's curse. As they made a series of corresponding actions, each nascent soul and divinity transformation disciple felt a sense of relief in their hearts, and the panic they had felt before was completely swept away. It seemed that they had saved their lives. This was truly a blessing amidst misfortune. At this moment, Qinyangzi had returned to the ground with an utterly calm expression, but his heart was filled with pain and helplessness. After all, how could he not regret the destruction of 10,000-year cultivation in a single moment? Huang Feng, of course, discovered the means by which the Immortal Dynasty cultivators thwarted the curse in the first instance. However, he did not panic. Instead, he just sneered coldly and once again swallowed a large gulp of ancient spring water. This time it wasn't just a preliminary test as a warning to the curse like before. Since they had already made up their minds this time, how could they possibly hesitate? The battle would only come to an end when one side completely failed. As Huang Feng swallowed another large gulp of ancient spring water, the vitality within him became even more intense. At this moment, some demonic beasts had already run to their surroundings, irresistibly drawn to crouch at Huang Feng's feet at this time. Back in the day, those lucky demonic beasts that had entered the spring eye had already stepped halfway into the realm of the Demon King. He felt the same way, and his heart was even more shocked. How similar this was to the incident when he fell into the ancient desolate spring eye. Was this the strength of the demonic ancestors? No wonder it was breathtaking. Unconsciously, the panic in his heart had temporarily disappeared, and he watched Huang Feng's magical methods with great excitement. As Huang Feng unhesitatingly displayed his curse techniques and divine abilities, the nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators, who had just rid themselves of their sense of crisis, once again felt their hearts shudder. However, before they could speak, two cultivators had already fallen to the ground, and their complexions became extremely ugly in an instant. Was it worth it for the demon clan to exchange the lives of their nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples for the essence blood of the demon emperor? These demons were truly insane. For some reason, upon seeing this, Ling Suzi and the other refining Void Tao monarchs felt an inexplicable unease, as if they had made a wrong decision. Perhaps they shouldn't have provoked the demon clan so openly this time. Otherwise, why would they be caught between a rock and a hard place now? What should they do next? Just as everyone was quickly thinking of ways to deal with the situation, Feng Yuan suddenly stepped forward. At this moment, he saw the predicament his master and the others were in and realized how similar this situation was to the one he experienced in Immortal City. If he had not endured and instead taken a risk back then, would the outcome still be the same? With this thought, he had a faint feeling of standing outside the chessboard, and this thread of inspiration grew unstoppable once it appeared. Master, we can't wait any longer. We have to fight fire with fire. Otherwise, it's just wasting our time, and we'll be dragged down by the demon clan, Feng Yuan said. After speaking, Feng Yuan did not wait for Qinyangzi and the others to respond. He took the initiative to soar into the sky and head towards the demon clan's position, not hesitating at all in his actions. Boldly going forward despite a million people. This move couldn't help but make Ling Suzi and the other refining Void Dao monarchs pause, followed by a hearty laugh from Qinyangzi. I didn't expect that we would be less insightful than my disciple. Since we've already decided on a battle to the death, why are we wasting time now? Immediately afterward, 3 pure Yang heavenly thunders appeared in Qinyangzi's hand, and he flew into the sky, heading towards the demon clan's territory. It seems that we old bones are really getting old. But we can't let the younger generation surpass us. Fellow Daoist Chunyang, you have taken on a good disciple. All of them seemed to have been awakened by Feng Yuan. The other refining Void Tao monarchs no longer guarded the remaining nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples. As long as there was chaos within the demon clan, how could they have the mind to deal with them? At this time, Ling Suzi took the lead, with Kaiwan Child following closely behind. The decisive battle was upon them in just an instant. The likes of Hu Fei had naturally witnessed this situation. Huang Feng had no time to curse other divinity transformation and spirit transformation disciples and turned his attention to Feng Yuan, who was leading the charge. However, before he could even begin to use his divine powers, the pure Yang Qi within Feng Yuan erupted, manifesting his late-stage soul emergence cultivation to the fullest. I am from the pure Yang sect, the chosen one of the Golden Era. If you want to bring me down, even if you are the Demon Emperor, I will make you pay dearly. This incident happened in an instant. The sacrificial essence blood and ancient spring water enhanced curse-killing divine ability of Huang Feng originally had no effect on Feng Yuan. At the same time, Feng Yuan's pure Yang Qi weakened sharply and then shone brightly again. However, he was no longer at the forefront, as Ling Suzi and other refinement Void Dao monarchs had already surpassed him in an instant. At this time, Hu Fei also shouted loudly. Fight! In an instant, the giant six-tailed fox reappeared, and other huge animal bodies were scattered across the sky at the same time. There were 100-meter-long flying tigers, roaring giant apes, and so on. So, the demonic ancestors transformed in the first moment, demonstrating their strongest battle strength. This was not a partial battle, but a decisive fight to the death, so they naturally had to exert their full strength. There were only 11 refinement Void Dao monarchs in the human clan. They had a numerical advantage against the demon clan, and it was at this moment. However, the reactions of Ling Suzi and the others were not slow. The heavenly thunder in Qinyang's hand was released in an instant, and its power increased compared to during the previous collaboration with Feng Qingzi. At this time, the demonic beasts surrounding the scene were instantly paralyzed by the mighty thunder and had no fighting power at all. Moreover, a huge compass suddenly descended from the sky, and between the flashing golden light, it directly suppressed the entire area where the demonic ancestors were. The pressure was immense, and the demonic beasts with lower cultivation levels turned into mud in an instant, not even having the chance to make a sound. There were also array flags that suddenly appeared, inserted in all directions, and the demonic clan instantly felt a suffocating force encircling their hearts. There were other divine abilities, too numerous to mention. Ling Suzi also abruptly threw a handful of sand grains from his hand, which turned into towering mountains to directly suppress the demonic clan. Mustard seed Sumi, containing everything within its boundaries. However, when the human clan cultivators showed their trump cards, the demon clan's demon emperor's ancestors were not to be underestimated. The claws and fangs of each powerful demon emperor ancestor tore through the space as if it were shattering. Laser, fire, cold ice, green wood. Various talents and divine abilities that turned illusion into reality suddenly descended on the battlefield. For a short while, chaos appeared, and the battlefield became a place of collapse and upheaval, as if the end of the world had come. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but turn slightly pale. If such an attack was directed at him alone, he would be unable to withstand it, even using all his means. Therefore, without absolute invincibility, he still needed to be cautious. However, while being intimidated by the fierce battle, he didn't feel much panic in his heart. As long as he didn't foolishly challenge everyone on his own, no one could be his opponent. But in this case, he couldn't intervene in this battle, because he would be courting death by resisting both factions. But he wasn't worried that both sides would determine the winner immediately, he feared that in the end, it would be a mutual defeat. As for who would win, it was possible for either side. Of course, regardless of the final result, the true winners would not be the Immortal Dynasty cultivators and the Demon Clan but those who were hidden even deeper and observing the battlefield from a distance. Yes, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had already arrived at the scene, and Feng Qingzi couldn't help but glance at Kun Chenzi at this moment. He wanted to know if they would truly save the Demon Clan if they were to be defeated. He still didn't quite understand the Elder Assembly's intention. How could the Human Clan and Demon Clan coexist in peace? If it is not my race, their hearts will be different. If the Demon Clan hadn't looked down on the Human Clan in the first place, how would the Human Clan become the Heavenly Earth protagonist of today? Even if he had doubts in his heart, if Kun Chenzi decided to save them, he would immediately take action. The Seeking Truth lineage would never disobey the orders of the Elder Assembly because history had already proven that every decision of the Elder Assembly had turned the tide and ensured that the Seeking Truth lineage still exists in the world today. Liang Sheng looked at the silent and invisible seeking truth lineage on one side and then stopped paying too much attention, but at this time, he was not watching the fierce battle on the battlefield. At this moment, he was watching the sky above the battlefield. Everyone was drawn to the intense battle, but only he could truly sense the anomaly in the sky. Was this truly the ancient desolate spring's eye this time? Chapter 247, Dragging Everyone Down, Undying Spirit, Reincarnation. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. At this time, the ground collapsed and the sky tilted, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The cultivators of the immortal dynasty were locked in a fierce stalemate with the demon clan demon emperors, and both sides suffered casualties from time to time. However, Liang Sheng's attention was not on the ongoing battle but rather focused intently on the sky above it. It seemed empty, but the great fortune omen he hadn't seen in a long time appeared again. Ever since the beast swamp appeared outside Longevity Immortal City, the Seeking Truth lineage, who had been hiding from the world, had made a significant appearance in the Immortal City, and they even acted hastily for fear of missing the beast swamp. Wasn't their ultimate goal to find the ancient desolate springs? Moreover, at this moment, the hidden Seeking Truth lineage was still on the edge of the battlefield, and it was still because Kun Chenzi and the others had sensed some trace of the ancient desolate springs qi. As the battle between the two sides became more intense, both the human clan and the demon clan suffered casualties. In a decisive battle like this, neither the cultivators nor the demonic beasts could protect themselves. But as more demonic beasts and cultivators fell, and the smell of blood grew stronger, Liang Sheng became more focused because the strange feeling in the sky became more intense. Hence, under these circumstances, even though the cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty and the Demon Clan were fighting fiercely and exhausting their trump cards, Liang Sheng didn't care too much. All of Liang Sheng's previous planning had been to find the ancient desolate springs. Since it might appear before him soon, the Demon Clan and the cultivators of the Immortal City, who served as his tools, were naturally insignificant. In Liang Sheng's view, the same was true of the Seeking Truth lineage. It didn't matter to him whether they wanted to join the battlefield or not. He only cared about how he could maximize his benefits when the ancient desolate springs appeared. However, as time went on, Liang Sheng found that the casualties of both the Demon Clan and the cultivators grew heavier. Although the ancient aura became more restless, it was always just short of the right moment. According to Liang Sheng's speculation, this had to do with the death of cultivators and demonic beasts. Should he add fuel to the fire? At this moment, Liang Sheng was like a hidden villain who was only intent on obtaining the ancient desolate springs. Under the complete heaven freedom technique, he sought only great freedom. Not to mention that he was not a righteous man to begin with. Ever since he had traveled to this world, everything he had done was for eternal happiness and unrestrained freedom. Aside from his cultivation level, he had never changed. He was just an ordinary person with bottom lines. Liang Sheng never considered himself a saint who had compassion for all. Moreover, the current situation of the Demon Clan was essentially due to the cause and effect of the Immortal City's great competition and the era of great contention. Liang Sheng was just taking advantage of the situation and acting as a pusher. At this time, Liang Sheng glanced at the sky and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The demon emperors were indeed doing better than he had imagined. After withstanding the first wave of attacks from Lingsuzi and the other refinement Void Dao monarchs, they gradually found their footing and even began to counterattack. They had only been hiding in the underground world for many years and lacked battle experience, but for those who had achieved the status of demon emperors, they could naturally adapt to the intensity of this level of combat, given time. As a result, they were already at an advantage in terms of numbers. As the battle became more intense, the demon clan began to gain the upper hand. Moreover, under the protection of the demon emperors, the casualty rate of the demonic beasts actually decreased significantly. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It seems that this time, he had no choice but to play the role of a despicable character. Not enough died yet. On the other side, Kun Chenzi, Feng Qingzi and other refinement Void Dao monarchs led the disciples of the Seeking Truth lineage and carefully concealed themselves, observing the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, both the cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty and the Demon Clan were evenly matched, with one side having a slight advantage. The fact that the Demon Clan was not being suppressed by the Human Clan was also a relief to everyone in the Seeking Truth lineage. After all, although they would firmly carry out the orders of the Elder Assembly, deep down, they were somewhat resistant to the idea of rescuing the Demon Clan. It was not for any other reason, but simply because they belonged to the Human Clan. Therefore, if they could avoid helping the Demon Clan, they would naturally relax. However, just as they were ready to sit back and see what the results would be, they all suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Afterward, Kun Chenzi and the other refinement void Dao monarchs could not help but stand up. When they came to their senses, their faces were extremely gloomy. It was because their unintentional actions had revealed their whereabouts. What had just happened? Why did they suddenly feel a sense of dread and forget to conceal their qi? Indeed, at this moment, both the cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty and the Demon Clan, who had been engaged in the battle, stopped their actions in unison and could not help but turn their heads toward the area where Kun Chenzi and the others were. Kun Chenzi smiled bitterly at this sight. Apparently, someone was secretly making a move, wanting to complicate the situation further. It was clear that the other party didn't want them to sit idly outside the battle. Now that their whereabouts had been exposed, they no longer hid. To try to cover it up now would only make them lose their composure. Upon discovering the whereabouts of Kun Chenzi and the other refinement void Dao monarchs, the demon sovereign Hu Fei and the other demon emperors in the demon clan instinctively took a step back. Ling Suzi and the others were first surprised and then delighted. As the saying goes, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. At this moment, it was a matter of the innate rivalry between the human and demon clans. There was no chance that the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage would attack them before the demon clan was destroyed. Previously, Feng Qingzi and Qinyangzi had already shown an example. But as the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators got closer, the faces of Ling Suzi and the other refinement void Dao monarchs started to look somewhat bad. The opposing side has a total of 16 refinement void Dao monarchs. So the strength of the Seeking Truth remnants far surpasses that of his own. Ling Suzi and others hadn't expected such audacity from the Seeking Truth lineage. The support offered by the Seeking Truth lineage was even stronger than that of the Immortal Dynasty. For a short while, only the sound of the wind remained on the battlefield as all three parties involuntarily halted. At this point, no one dared to act rashly, lest the balance of the battlefield be upset, potentially making the battle situation even more unstable. What should they do next? The same thought echoed in everyone's minds, only those demonic beasts affected by the battlefield's aura continued to snarl, ready to launch another attack on the Immortal Dynasty cultivators due to their low strength and lack of thinking capability. Qinyangzi and Feng Qingzi exchanged glances at this moment. Having collaborated previously, some tacit understanding existed between them. However, Feng Qingzi felt helpless and reluctant to speak. If both sides collaborated again, the demon tribe would definitely be at a disadvantage. But according to the Elder's order, they had to lend a hand if the demon tribe was defeated. This way, the Seeking Truth lineage plays both sides, which is frustrating. Who exactly blew their cover just now? Could it be the cloaked mysterious man? What was his aim in doing this? Isn't he one of us? As Feng Qingzi's reactions registered in Qinyangzi's eyes, it left him rather confused as well. They had clearly cooperated against outside forces previously, so what was this reaction about now? Just as none of the three parties dared to act recklessly, Hu Fei's eyes changed. Sadly, nobody noticed it. Once again, it was Liang Sheng who took action. He originally wanted to spread the battlefield casualties and lure the ancient desolate springs into appearing, but with none of the three parties taking action, wouldn't his plan be ruined? So, while they were at a standoff, he immediately used the soul control technique, activated the thought buried deep in the sea of consciousness in Hu Fei, and immediately controlled Hu Fei's subconscious. Hu Fei remained ignorant of it. Daoist friends of the Seeking Truth lineage, if my demon tribe is defeated, you must come to the rescue. Since that's the case, why don't we join forces against the enemy? You can rest assured that once the Immortal Dynasty cultivators are slain, we will definitely maintain neutral relationships. After you complete your tasks, we'll let you leave and not stop you. If I break this oath in this battle, I will be slain by the heavenly Dao of the demon tribe, and thereafter, our demon tribe's lineage will be severed, no longer existing in this world. Hey? As these words were spoken, not only were the Immortal Dynasty cultivators puzzled, but even within the demon tribe, some were confused. Why is Brother Hu so certain that the Seeking Truth lineage is on our side? But the subsequent events left everyone speechless. Because the Seeking Truth lineage didn't rebut Hu Fei's words at all, effectively acknowledging his statement. The cultivators of the Immortal Dynasty instinctively retreated, distancing themselves from the Seeking Truth lineage. Kun Chenzi felt even more bitter, and slightly confused in his heart. Why does the demon tribe know so clearly about the Elder Assembly's decision? Has the Elder Assembly been keeping in touch with the demon tribe all along, with a long-standing relationship? As for what secret could make the Elder Assembly make such a decision, he couldn't think of an answer. Why was this happening? He didn't have an answer at this moment, and didn't dare to agree to Hu Fei's terms, otherwise, it would appear as if he were completely passive, as if he were colluding with the demon tribe. Therefore, in this situation, Kun Chenzi naturally wanted to maintain the balance of the battlefield and avoid putting himself in a difficult position. As for the skeptical looks of the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, it proved that they could no longer trust him, so he absolutely couldn't provoke them further. However, just then, Hu Fei played another unexpected card, and suddenly shouted without bothering with the Seeking Truth lineage. "Charge, warriors of the demon tribe, follow me into battle." Having said that, Hu Fei directly charged the Immortal Dynasty cultivators without further consideration for the Seeking Truth lineage. Although Huang Feng and others were confused, they never doubted Hu Fei's judgment. So, after Hu Fei resolutely took action, the demon sovereigns immediately followed. As for the demonic beasts and members of the demon clan lineage, they naturally followed the ancestor. The battlefield erupted once again in carnage, but the refinement void Dao monarchs like Liang Sheng did not block it. Instead, they instinctively retreated. Facing a 2-on-1 situation, they definitely couldn't win. They truly hadn't expected the Seeking Truth lineage to form such an unholy alliance with the demon tribe. They finally understood why previously Emperor Dongsheng had so vehemently hated the Seeking Truth lineage. The remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage truly did not deserve to be human. For a short while, the demon tribe's momentum was unstoppable. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators, who were originally maintaining a balance, could now only retreat desperately. However, just as they were about to break out of the encirclement of the demon tribe, another unexpected event occurred. Chen Chen, a seemingly insignificant nascent soul true monarch from the Seeking Truth lineage, suddenly took action. Though his actions did not cause any substantial casualties to the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, it placed the Seeking Truth lineage in a passive position. "Chen Chen, why did you intervene?" At this point, Chen Chen was completely stunned, dumbfounded, for he too did not know why he had taken action. This was naturally Liang Sheng's secret maneuver. Chen Chen's presence in the Longevity Immortal City had been a long-term strategy by Liang Sheng, one which had proved effective today. Seeing this, the demon tribe was greatly encouraged. The human race of the Seeking Truth lineage was indeed their reinforcements, exactly as Hu Fei, the ancestor, had said, and for a short while, the momentum of the demon tribe was unstoppable. But Immortal Dynasty cultivators were furious, their eyes about to pop out. They had never expected the Seeking Truth remnants to actually be traitors, helping the demon clan against them. Although the Seeking Truth lineage and the East Victory Immortal Dynasty were indeed mortal enemies in the cultivation world, strictly speaking, this was still an internal conflict. Under the demon clan, they were both part of the human race, and even if they couldn't advance and retreat together, there was no need to help the demon clan. As a result, with the Seeking Truth lineage positioned close to the direction of the Immortal Dynasty cultivators' breakout, they were almost like fish in a barrel. Seeing the demon clan chasing them from the front and the Seeking Truth lineage blocking them from the rear, not to mention the 16 refinement void Dao monarchs of the Seeking Truth lineage, along with more than 20 demonic ancestors, they seemed to have no hope of survival. The situation was critical, with a slim chance of survival. Feng Yuan's anger was even more intense, especially as Liang Sheng covertly took action, setting him on fire once more. Not only Chen Chen, but all the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, including Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, had actually been made pawns by Liang Sheng's covered moves. Already angry, and with Liang Sheng's covered influence, the pure Yang Heavenly Thunder appeared in Feng Yuan's hand in a wave of momentum, thrown directly at the Seeking Truth lineage. "You Seeking Truth remnants should die. Today, even if I don't kill the demon clan, I will exterminate you human traitors." After seeing Feng Yuan take action, Kaiwan Child naturally followed suit. Before, it was the Seeking Truth lineage that ruined all their arrangements in the Longevity Immortal City. Now with new hatreds and old grudges mingling, how could they not hate them? The two sides were separated by less than 1,000 miles, and they wasted no time in confronting each other with full force. Ling Suzi and Qinyangzi, concerned for their disciples and resentful of the Seeking Truth lineage's betrayal of the human race, also took action at the first opportunity, even beating Feng Yuan and his companions to the punch in meeting the Seeking Truth cultivators. As for Kun Chenzi, he felt bitter but had no words to express his feelings. However, they couldn't possibly withdraw from the battlefield now. Under the life and death attacks of the Immortal Dynasty, they were forced to fight back as well. But they also couldn't bear the name traitors, so when they faced Ling Suzi and the others, they didn't go all out. For a short while, even though they had the advantage in numbers and strength, they could barely counterattack. This balance of power would continue. But just then, the demon clan arrived, and the cultivators of the immortal dynasty were caught between two enemies. Since they were already the weakest party, in a short time, the nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples of the immortal dynasty began to fall one after the other. Damn it! Under these circumstances, Liang Sheng knew that if their side continued to have a lucky escape mentality, they would only be annihilated. Since that was the case, why not go all out and drag down an opponent with them? So the immortal dynasty cultivators no longer held back, going all out on offense without defense, exchanging wounds for wounds and kills for kills. In a short time, the Seeking Truth lineage didn't even have time to react. Two Refinement Void Dao monarchs were caught off guard and suffered severe injuries. Seeing this, how could Kun Chenzi dare to hold back any longer? On the contrary, it was Hu Fei and the other demon emperors of the demon clan who paused their attacks, unconsciously retreating a distance. Even covertly passing on a command, and after the other demonic clans heard his order, they started holding back as well. If they could let the humans kill each other and preserve the strength of their side, wouldn't it be possible to win the final battle and seize the victory? Of course, in order not to let the human race discover that they were holding back and waste their great opportunity, they had to put on an act. For example, the demonic beasts were still relentlessly advancing, causing a great number of casualties in an instant, and the eyes of all the demon emperors remained unchanged. As soon as Liang Sheng and the other Refinement Void Dao monarchs stopped holding back, Kun Chenzi and the others were forced to fight and naturally couldn't hold back either. The entire beast swamp was on the brink of apocalypse, and suddenly two screams sounded as two Refinement Void Dao monarchs from both sides of the human race perished together. Just as they self-destructed, two ethereal points of light appeared in an instant and rushed toward outer space, vanishing in a flash. Reincarnation. This was the opportunity for cultivators in the soul emergence realm who had passed the fate calamity to have their divine spirits undying, and one more chance to start over. This was the so-called Dao Foundation, to have the opportunity to start over and reincarnate. Unlike cultivators who had not yet passed the fate calamity, if their body and Dao perished, there would be no more chances. This was due to the heavenly Dao rules, so even though they had clearly witnessed their divine spirits reincarnate, no one stopped them. The demon emperors of the demon clan, seeing this situation, also had slight changes in their expressions. Some demonic clans possessed heavenly fate divine abilities, which were similar to these existences. However, it was extremely difficult for the demon clan to reincarnate and start over. After all, the growth period of the demon clan was too long, and with the current environment in the beast swamp, how many demon emperors returned after reincarnation over the years? Almost none. Liang Sheng, who was secretly observing, also felt a little uncertain when he saw this scene. So this was the undying divine spirit of a cultivator who had passed the fate calamity? It was indeed the Dao Foundation that still had a glimmer of hope. Chapter 248, Achieving Perfection in Aperture Control? No, this isn't the end. Continue to break through. Outer Heaven Beast Swamp. Upon seeing the fallen Refinement Void Dao monarchs' indestructible heavenly spirits being reborn, the first thought that came to Liang Sheng's mind was whether he would have such an opportunity if he were to die. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, as under the talent of innocent foolishness, he had the potential for a long life. How could he possibly have such an encounter? This was an insult to the talent of innocent foolishness. As long as he was cautious in his actions, he could attain greatness and live a long life. With the Refinement Void Dao monarchs beginning to fall, the cultivators of both Seeking Truth lineage and Immortal Dynasty went into a full-fledged slaughter. The entire battlefield was filled with murderous intent and fierce flames. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng's anticipation grew. As the killing continued, his heart rate couldn't help but quicken, and all he could see were the four characters, Great Fortune Omen. This feeling had appeared during the first time he absorbed the heaven and earth spine, and it was even stronger now. Could it be that the ancient desolate springs were about to appear before his eyes? Thinking of this, Liang Sheng grew more focused, fully sensing the changes in the qi on the battlefield, fearing to miss the ancient desolate springs. As soon as the ancient desolate springs appeared, he would be able to enter them without any hesitation. As time passed, he had not yet seen any signs of the appearance of the ancient desolate springs. However, the more this happened, the more certain he became that the ancient desolate springs might have their own consciousness. Otherwise, as the killing intent soared at this moment, countless cultivators, of the demon clan, had fallen. If it needed the essence blood of cultivators, demon clan, how could it not appear under such circumstances? The ancient desolate springs were still waiting, wanting more. With this thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but take another look at the battlefield, secretly urging them on in his heart, urging them to fight even harder. When he saw that the demon clan had not entered the main battlefield and seemed to be taking their time, preparing to reap the benefits later, how could he allow such a situation to happen? All must act according to his plans, and he must ensure the appearance of the ancient desolate springs, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Thus, in silence, while the nascent soul and divinity transformation disciples of Immortal Dynasty faction were still battling against the cultivators of Seeking Truth lineage, a few more disciples silently fell. It was the art of curse killing again. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators were stunned. The demon clan had once again taken action at great costs. Huang Feng himself was not aware of why he did so, but he didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. After Huang Feng took action, Hu Fei also joined the battle, and the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were now completely surrounded by enemies. Moreover, with fewer cultivators compared to the Seeking Truth lineage, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were already at a disadvantage. Now, with the demon clan's intervention, their situation became even more precarious. However, the demon clan was not ready to go for the kill just yet. As Hu Fei launched a full offensive against the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, the other demon sovereigns began to coordinate their actions. Although they didn't know what Hu Fei was up to, they had long trusted his decisions without reservation. They attacked immediately, showing no mercy to the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. In an instant, the battlefield situation changed again. As the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were slowly surrounded by the Seeking Truth lineage and the demon clan, they were being squeezed into a small space, soon to be cornered. Under such circumstances, a furious roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage! Poor deist despises you. I want to devour your flesh and drink your blood. Today's actions are despicable. Can you face your human ancestors with this? If heaven and earth reject you, why haven't you been annihilated yet? At this moment, Ling Sozi was extremely upset. He had expected the expedition to Beast Swamp to be difficult, but he never imagined this outcome. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators were under a double attack from the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage and the demon clan, leading them to a tragic death. However, the good thing was that even though the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were in a disadvantageous situation, the nascent soul divinity transformation disciples didn't show any embarrassing signs of begging for mercy. One could see from their eyes that they were prepared to die honorably. This situation gave Ling Sozi the courage to go on. Since it had come to this, they could be the Seeking Truth lineage for once today. He secretly passed a message to everyone. After hearing what he said, their faces changed, and they nodded resolutely. Since it had come to this, they had no choice. Only Qinyangzi, after thinking about it, proposed a request with a flushed face of shame. Since he and Ling Sozi were in a different situation compared to the other refining Void Tao monarchs, who had only brought their talented disciples, his disciples, Kaiwan Child and Feng Yuan, were still with him. He wanted to send them away to keep them away from the battlefield and give them a chance to survive. As for what would happen later, it would depend on their own luck. At that time, even if they wanted to help, there would be no opportunity to do so. The chances of them dying today were high, right? However, Qinyangzi had faith in the two of them. After all, it was the era of great contention. If they possessed the fortune of being talented, he believed that the two of them would definitely not perish. If they eventually perished, nobody could be blamed. It could only mean that they were not talented cultivators of this era. After hearing Qinyangzi's request, the other refining Void Tao monarchs expressed their understanding and did not refuse his request. Since it had already become a dead end, leaving some hope was not impossible. Ling Sozi saw this and hesitated no more, not wanting to waste any more time. Immediately, he deployed the mustard seed mastery, and Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child were both contained within a grain of sand before they could react. Following that, their senses were sealed, and they lost all perception, completely unaware of what was happening outside. However, being as intelligent as they were, how could they not guess what Ling Sozi and the others intended to do? Master! With a mournful cry from Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, they secretly hated their own uselessness. If it weren't for their failure to reverse the situation in Longevity Immortal City, how could their master have ended up like this? If time could be rewound and they had another chance, they would never have destroyed the desolate regions and connected the Beast Swamp to the outside of Longevity Immortal City. However, no matter how much Feng Yuan and the others thought about it, the Dao lords of the Immortal Dynasty had already made their final preparations. They were seen fighting and retreating under the attacks of the Seeking Truth lineage and the Demon Clan. For a short while, the cultivators of both the Demon Clan and the Seeking Truth lineage approached them. At this moment, the situation took a sudden turn. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators did not hesitate and immediately executed the plan discussed earlier, following the plan sequence. Since Lingsuzi still needed to schedule the final timing, compressing the explosion of the mustard seed mastery was their strongest move. After some simple planning, the Dao lords of the Immortal Dynasty had quickly determined the sequence of self-destruction in a short time. The Dao lord of the Immortal Dynasty closest to the Demon Clan and the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators grinned hideously and then exploded with a resounding boom. The Dao lord of the Immortal Dynasty had self-destructed. In the instant of his self-destruction, the cultivators from the Seeking Truth lineage and the Demon Clan stared in shock and terror. Unable to retreat in time, they were engulfed by the power of the explosion and unable to escape. The power and range of the explosion caused by the Dao Lord were so massive that the Demon Emperors from the Seeking Truth lineage and the Demon Clan, who initially planned to move closer, hastily retreated. However, as they began to do so, they were met by another grinning Dao Lord of the Immortal Dynasty, followed by another earth-shattering explosion. This seemed like a prearranged signal among the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, as the self-destructive explosions from the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators and the Demon Clan Demon Emperors around them followed one after another. Although it appeared to be a long process, in the blink of an eye, no less than 10 powerful Dao Lords and Demon Emperors from the three sides perished. The battle was extremely fierce, and no one had expected such an outcome. However, just as they died and their power vanished, their spirits remained undying, directly entering the heaven and earth reincarnation to find new opportunities for cultivation in their next lives. At this time, the cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage also realized what had happened. It was too late to regret, and all they wanted to do was to withdraw from the battlefield as quickly as possible. They never thought there would be a day when roles would be reversed. Who would have thought that the Immortal Dynasty cultivators would have such a resolute side? Perhaps initially, the Immortal Dynasty cultivators were timid just because they saw it as internal strife among humans. Now, it was a battle between two clans, and they naturally had the spirit of the human clan, upholding the name of the human clan. At this point, as the remaining Dao Lords near Lingsuzi prepared to seize the opportunity to drag a few more Dao Lords of the Seeking Truth lineage down with them, the situation changed unexpectedly. With the fall of the Dao Lords, the heavens and earth were already stained with blood, but suddenly, an oasis appeared in the previously desolate beast swamp. Seeing this, Kun Chenzi and the others were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Ancient Desolate Springs. The ultimate goal of the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators in entering the beast swamp was to find the ancient desolate springs, and in this situation, it had suddenly appeared. They couldn't help but pause for a moment before decisively retreating from the battlefield and heading straight for the ancient desolate springs. The Demon Clan reacted similarly, not paying any more attention to the Immortal Dynasty cultivators and rushing straight towards the ancient desolate springs as well. As for Lingsuzi and the other Dao Lords of the Immortal Dynasty who survived by the skin of their teeth, they didn't have time to celebrate and their faces changed when they saw the ancient desolate springs. Without any hesitation, Lingsuzi grabbed the mustard seed containing Feng Yuan and the other, and together they entered the ancient desolate springs. At this moment, even Lingsuzi did not know the outcome, but at least he wouldn't lag behind too much. Unfortunately, compared to the Seeking Truth remnants, they were not very adept at dealing with the opportunities presented by the ancient desolate springs. All three sides acted simultaneously, but they failed to notice that someone had already entered the ancient desolate springs before them. The first one to enter the ancient desolate springs was none other than Liang Sheng. All his previous scheming had been for this purpose. He felt excited in his heart. His guess had proven to be correct. The more powerful individuals died, the more likely the ancient desolate springs would be attracted to appear. At the moment when Liang Sheng entered the ancient desolate springs, he sensed that all the energy from the previous battlefield had been sucked in like it had been swallowed by a whale, entering the ancient desolate springs. If Liang Sheng's senses were not extremely sharp, he would have doubted himself, wondering if he was seeing things. But the fact was undeniable. However, Liang Sheng had no time to think about it. After entering the ancient oasis, he plunged directly into the ancient desolate springs that he had entered before. At this time, the cultivators from the Seeking Truth lineage, the Demon Clan, and the countless demonic beasts entered the ancient oasis simultaneously. No one had any more time to waste, and everyone had a clear goal, heading straight for the ancient desolate springs. As for how much ancient spring water one could absorb, it depended on one's destiny, and there was no one else to blame. Meanwhile, as Liang Sheng penetrated the ancient spring eye, the ancient techniques within his body suddenly erupted, operating at full capacity. However, at the same time, he was also prepared to be immediately kicked out of the ancient oasis, but after his body absorbed more than half of the ancient spring water, he was not ousted. This unexpected situation left Liang Sheng somewhat puzzled. Previously, when he inadvertently stumbled upon the ancient spring eye in the beast swamp of the wilderness, he was expelled as soon as he began to absorb the ancient spring water. At that time, because he had absorbed too much, he could perceive the ancient spring eye's qi becoming slightly weaker. But now, the qi of the ancient spring eye has become several times stronger, as if the ancient spring eye has been continuously replenished. Though Liang Sheng had some guesses in his mind, he didn't have the time to consider them. Since he wasn't expelled, naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Moreover, he was not worried about the influx of so many demon clan cultivators affecting his absorption of the ancient spring water. Besides him being able to absorb the most potent ancient spring water like a glutton, people from both the Seeking Truth lineage and demon clan could only find a needle in the sea, depending on their own luck and destiny. Liang Sheng desperately absorbed the ancient spring water until his body was filled to the brim and could no longer absorb any more, only then did he temporarily halt his absorption. Afterward, Liang Sheng made no further moves, diving directly into the bottom of the ancient spring eye, using his mustard seed mastery to transform into a grain of sand. It was certainly time to seize the moment and cultivate at this point. If he is still inside the ancient spring eye and hasn't been kicked out after his cultivation, he'll repeat the process, continuously absorbing the ancient spring water. After all, he isn't easily kicked out of the ancient spring eye, so why should he feel shy? After Liang Sheng made up his mind, he immediately entered a state of closed-door cultivation. However, before his cultivation, he still put up all his protection measures. With his data panel concealment attribute, it's impossible for him to be exposed in front of others. At this time, the Immortal Dynasty faction, the Seeking Truth lineage, and the Demon Clan were each occupying their own territories within the oasis. They were like the three legs of a tripod, non-interfering. They were all striving for this opportunity now, not knowing when the ancient spring eye would disappear. They couldn't afford to miss this great opportunity. As for who could absorb more spring water, it all depended on individual luck. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child were also released by now, while Qinyangzi and Lingsoza held some expectations. They didn't know whether their disciples would have the opportunity to break through the refining void realm and become the new Dao Lords this time. If so, all the losses today would be worth it. After all, although they have already reached the third heaven of refining void Dao Lord, they didn't have confidence in progressing further. The gifted children of the Immortal Dynasty competition and the era of great contention were different, their future starting point was surely much higher than theirs. However, all these had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, there weren't any bottlenecks in Liang Sheng's cultivation and breakthroughs. At this moment, he was directly using the enormous spiritual power of the ancient spring water to impact the next realm. What followed was exactly as he had anticipated. His cultivation went extremely smoothly. When all the ancient spring water in his body was consumed, his qi underwent a change. If it weren't for his concealment methods, it might have already caused a great commotion. When Liang Sheng opened his eyes, his expression was full of joy, for he had successfully broken through to the perfection soul emergence realm. His data panel had also changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2652. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 4th layer, ascending immortality scripture, 24th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 29th layer, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse, great freedom heavenly method, entry level, grand solar golden crow contemplation method, divine ability. Realm, refining spirit from qi, perfection soul emergence. Lifespan, 114,074. He had already reached the final stage of refining spirit from qi. His battle strength soared sharply at this moment, so much so that he himself didn't know how powerful he was. However, this wasn't his biggest surprise. Because 3 days had passed since his cultivation, and he had not been kicked out of the ancient spring eye. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate. After a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he appeared again in the ancient spring eye, greedily continuing to devour the ancient spring water. In just an instant, his body was once again filled with ancient spring water, unable to absorb even the slightest bit more. Compared to 3 days ago, the quantity of the ancient spring water in his body had significantly increased. But this time, reaching the perfection soul emergence realm was not his end goal. Continue to break through. Chapter 249, Refining the God and Reversing the Void, Bronze Stone Coffin. Ancient Oasis. At this time, within the ancient desolate springs, there were countless human cultivators and demon clans mixed together in a precarious balance, as no one wanted to miss this opportunity. They were all working hard, hoping to seize the chance in the beast swamp, but no one knew that at this moment, someone was reaping the greatest benefits in the depths of the spring among the gravel. At this moment, Liang Sheng, who had successfully broken through to the soul emergence completion realm, refilled the ancient spring water and plunged directly into the next round of cultivation and breakthrough. He had no concerns about whether he would be kicked out of the ancient desolate springs after his breakthrough, all he had in his mind was this thought. Breakthrough. Refining the God and reversing the void. If it weren't for his strong mindset, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement, as this was a crucial milestone in Liang Sheng's cultivation journey. Once he reached the realm of refining the God and reversing the void, he would enter a whole new world. With that in mind, Liang Sheng did not waste any more time. After resetting the Sumuru mustard sand for protection, he began to operate the primordial mysterious technique at full capacity, initiating the grand circulation. He had a feeling that after this breakthrough, he would have the greatest harvest in his cultivation journey. This adventure in the beast swamp was a great fortune. At this time, Liang Sheng's ancient techniques, the primordial mysterious technique, were operating at full force and performing the grand circulation in his body. With the operation of the ancient techniques, the spiritual energy contained in the ancient spring water erupted, and at this moment, within the primordial unity formed by his physical body, a golden light flickered, like the mouth of a volcanic crater about to erupt. Within Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness, the Zhoutian stars continued to flash, creating waves on the sea's surface and occasionally producing bursts of sound like a new season's spring thunder. The three-legged golden crow in the sky sometimes swooped through the air, its eyes seemingly losing their blankness and becoming more intelligent. All these signs indicated that Liang Sheng was in an extraordinary situation. As his body continued to absorb the ancient spring water, his already vast sea of consciousness expanded further. At this moment, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry. He slowly and steadily advanced in his breakthrough, like simmering herbs on a gentle fire. As the saying goes, a watched pot never boils. His already powerful body continued to grow stronger over time, and his primordial unity became increasingly perfect. His physical body and sea of consciousness gradually aligned, complementing each other, and in the next instant, they harmonized perfectly, their frequencies meeting. As Liang Sheng sensed this, he felt as if he was both real and illusionary simultaneously. His sea of consciousness and his physical body united, divine energy entered his body, merging the real and the illusionary, like the recreation of heaven and earth. Boom! In Liang Sheng's mind, a sound like the evening drum and morning bell reverberated, as if he had experienced an awakening. In an instant, it was as if he had crossed the chasm between humanity and divinity. In Liang Sheng's heart, only 4 words remained. That is, refining the God and reversing the void. At the moment of successful breakthrough, Liang Sheng's sea of consciousness experienced a recreation of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding his territory. At the same time, his body with primordial unity, like a erupting volcano, demonstrated its unparalleled strength. In this state, his physical body and the sea of consciousness merged completely. The nameless Dao can be spoken, but it is not the usual Dao. The nameable fame can be named, but it is not the usual name. At this moment, Liang Sheng seemed to hear the sound of the Dao. For a moment, he could not distinguish between the illusion and the reality, as his body and divine energy had merged in an instant. What is an illusion? And what is reality? All are but a single thought. At the moment of his breakthrough, Liang Sheng's mind soared higher and higher. He could no longer see the beast swamp, but instead saw threads connecting everything in the world. Is this the true world? Unfortunately, before he could figure out what was happening, he suddenly fell back to the ground, and the beast swamp reappeared before his eyes. Human cultivators, demon clan, demonic beasts. All were perceived. As Liang Sheng's perception expanded, his physical strength continued to grow at an insane rate, quickly breaking through his previous limits. The protective measures he had previously set up in the Sumuru mustard sand had no effect on him, as his strength had grown too much. Puff! Only Liang Sheng could hear this faint sound as the Sumuru mustard sand shattered, and he appeared at the bottom of the ancient desolate springs. At the same time, the entire ancient desolate springs, like experiencing an underwater earthquake, suddenly fell into turmoil. At this time, as the ancient desolate springs began to shake violently, it produced a rejection reaction for the first time, trying to expel Liang Sheng. However, he remained motionless. Moreover, as the ancient desolate springs reaction grew more and more violent, Liang Sheng became more and more ethereal, causing the ancient spring water to surge into his body like a torrent, as if he were a black hole devouring all in his path. Subsequently, Liang Sheng's face changed suddenly. He could not control his body, and he suddenly appeared in an unknown space. This nameless space had no entrance or exit to the outside world. Above it was a canopy of Zhoutian stars, under which a lively three-legged golden crow swooped through the air. This space seemed boundless, but Liang Sheng recognized it as the sea of consciousness he had seen before, with an actual land at the bottom for the first time, looking like a complete world. At this point, Liang Sheng opened his eyes and waved his hand in the empty air, completely astonished that his physical body had entered his own sea of consciousness. The next moment, his soul filled with blessings, he whispered 2 words. Illusion Realm. In an instant, as if the Creator had descended upon a new world, the Zhoutian stars rose, the great sun appeared, and heaven and earth revolved. As the new moon appeared and the cycle continued, day and night alternated. On the ground, a seed sprouted, full of green vitality. Then, like the domino effect, gigantic trees emerged one after another from the ground all over the surface. In the sea of consciousness, mayflies appeared. Afterward, chaos gave birth to all things, and heaven and earth took shape like the outburst of a thunderstorm. Liang Sheng closed his eyes and felt everything, tears streaming down his face unknowingly. He felt the vitality of heaven and earth and couldn't control his emotions. When he opened his eyes were as calm as an ancient well, but the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. This was the refining the God and reversing the void, so it was. Ever since the ancient cultivation was shattered, although the human race created modern practice methods with supreme power, there might not have been a refinement void Deo monarch like him even up to now. They couldn't imagine that although refinement void Deo monarch was equivalent to the ancient cultivations refining the God and reversing the void, the scene of refining the God and reversing the void would be like this. Although the refinement void Deo monarch under modern practice methods is also extremely powerful, they can't have a void realm like him. Their breakthrough into the refining void realm would only create a small space in the sea of consciousness, which would expand gradually with the improvement of their cultivation realm. Only when they break through the unification realm can they incorporate it into their bodies. Modern practitioners call this the hidden dimension, for example, Emperor Dongshen's Dongsheng hidden dimension. However, Liang Sheng was only equivalent to the refining void realm as he had experienced the refining the God and reversing the void, but he already had a void realm. Comparing with hidden dimensions, it didn't rank lower or even ranked higher, regardless of strength. Breaking through the realm in a day, turning into a dragon. As Liang Sheng gradually comprehended his situation after the breakthrough, he felt more and more astonished. When he thought of Emperor Dongsheng at this time, he surprisingly no longer felt the panic as before. Although he still wasn't a match for Emperor Dongsheng, at the very least, he could successfully escape and no longer be completely helpless. As for the refinement void Deo monarchs in the beast swamp at this time, even all of them teamed up, it would be just like ants before Liang Sheng. Even the refinement void Deo monarch of the 9 heavens would still be like ants in front of Liang Sheng at this moment. Under unification, all were ants. As for Liang Sheng's master, the carefree hermit, Liang Sheng's feeling remained unchanged, still unable to see through him. But he could sense the difference, which was no longer completely incomprehensible, just like looking at flowers in the fog. After Liang Sheng gradually adapted to his state after refining the God and reversing the void, he thought for a moment and began to change the techniques in his body. Since the carefree hermit couldn't see through it himself, to be on the safe side, he still needed to cultivate the ascending immortality scripture for disguise. After his powerful breakthrough, the ascending immortality scripture automatically advanced to the 32nd level, with a great leap forward that left people dumbfounded. Moreover, Liang Sheng's complete heaven great freedom method had made a little progress, but it was still only a small achievement, not just an entry level. As expected, it was hard to cultivate this unique divine ability, for Liang Sheng was an innocent foolishness with no cultivation bottleneck. Compared with the breakthrough in techniques, Liang Sheng was more pleasantly surprised by the increase in his lifespan, a direct boost of 100,000 years. Ordinary refinement void Dao monarchs would increase their lifespan by 50,000 years after a breakthrough, so why was he different? Unable to comprehend, Liang Sheng simply attributed it to the advantages of ancient cultivation and didn't think any further. Refining the God and reversing the void was truly exceptional. The data panel of Liang Sheng changed once again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 2652. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, primordial mysterious technique, 5th level, ascending immortality scripture, 32nd level, 20 health maintenance, 29th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse, great freedom heavenly method, small achievement, grand solar golden crow void realm. Realm, refining the God and reversing the void, refining void realm. Lifespan, 214,074. Hey! The grand solar golden crow visualization lost its divine power, and instead, his own void realm was added. However, this was a minor matter, and Liang Sheng didn't mind. It was time to go out and check the situation. After all, the Sumuru mustard sand had shattered, and he didn't know how big a commotion it had caused in the ancient oasis. When Liang Sheng returned his divine sense and left his grand solar golden crow void realm, appearing deep in the ancient desolate springs. The next moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were full of disbelief. He instantly left the ancient desolate springs and disappeared as if he had never appeared before. In the cultivation world, an unknown place. The two great powers who had started the Immortal Dynasty competition betting in the Holy Land suddenly opened their eyes, looking towards the Longevity Immortal City direction, silent and not speaking. After a long time, they sighed and shook their heads at each other. Then, one of them waved his hand somewhat helplessly. The heavenly chessboard, how could it be completely under their control? How could they not be in the heavenly chessboard themselves? Then, they pointed their fingers lightly, and the heaven and earth's fortune were stirred, causing all cultivators above the refining void realm in the entire cultivation world's 4 seas and 8 great wastelands to unconsciously perceive it. The Immortal Dynasty competition, the Golden Era, and the Talent Road were officially launched. Why did it start so early? Their doubts filled their hearts, but no one could answer this question. East Victory Immortal Dynasty, Longevity Immortal City. In Liang Sheng's mansion, the carefree hermit, who was lying leisurely on his recliner, suddenly sat up and looked at outer space with confusion. What happened to the beast swamp that turned the heaven upside down? However, the next moment, he was relieved because he sensed his disciple's chi, and there was no harm done. Even better, he had made steady progress and had achieved the perfection soul emergence realm. That was truly amazing as his disciple of the free sect. Still, with his surprise, he glanced at the beast swamp again, gave it some thought, and removed the heavenly seal off outer space. After all, it would be best to avoid any contact with such inauspicious matters. Otherwise, if I seal myself for a longer period of time, those two old immortals might take it upon themselves to kill me. After all, the Talent Road is already open, my disciple Liang Sheng is safely breaking through, why should I still push the limits of those two ancient creatures? When the seal fades, the independent cultivator Zize couldn't help but peer at Beast Swamp, his gaze profound as he grouched. These unlucky things, why have they appeared again? Are they not afraid that heaven and earth will hammer them with a full set of bombings? The next moment, his face resumed its calm posture, because just as he expected, those unpleasant things vanished instantly after appearing for a short while. Old Huang, prepare more dishes today, your master is probably coming back. Ah? Yes, I'll prepare immediately. Huang Yifan swiftly entered the kitchen, with the continuous clatter of pots and pans, a wave of happiness covering his face and body. The master is coming home. So nice. Beast Swamp. Both human imperial cultivators and the Seeking Truth lineage, as well as the demon clan, were seated in the ancient desolate spring eye, fully immersed in cultivation, trying to absorb as much ancient spring water as possible. Compared to Liang Sheng, however, their absorption rate was painfully slow, but most people, demons, were extremely satisfied with the current situation. Given enough time, breakthroughs aren't impossible, especially for Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child who were unusually excited at this moment. After continuous setbacks in Longevity Immortal City, they were dispirited until this moment. It was only now did they feel like they were part of the immortal dynasty's chosen again. Because they absorbed the ancient spring water much faster than others, they even felt as if they could break through the refining void realm given another month. With more and more ancient spring water absorbed, their chi began to change, and their guilt lessened. At least their current performance is living up to expectations. They even compared ancient spring water to immortal dynasty spiritual veins. The spine of heaven and earth refines the spirit, the ancient desolate spring eye strengthens the body, but in the end, both are the same, only the early focus is different. Even for Feng Yuan, who had already absorbed the spiritual vein spine of heaven and earth, the ancient desolate springs seem to be complementing their deficiencies, and they are making progress in both spirit and body at this moment. On the other side, Ling Suzi and Chen Yangzi sighed in relief after seeing Feng Yuan's condition. Their heart comforted as their disciples didn't disappoint them. In this situation, the three forces didn't pay attention to others, it seemed that the danger was gone. Thereafter, they almost completely started operating to absorb the ancient spring water. Even Ling Suzi and other refinement void Dao monarchs, wouldn't they want to progress further? It's just more difficult. But while they made progress, others advanced even faster, especially the seeking truth lineage cultivators. After all, their cultivation methods were closer to the ancient way than the immortal dynasty cultivators, so they absorbed the ancient spring water more effectively. Thus, the demon clan's cultivation was not to be left behind. However, everything at this moment was just an investment in the future and couldn't be cashed out immediately. But this serenity was shattered in an instant. The moment Liang Sheng broke through and appeared in the deepest parts of ancient desolate springs after crossing the Simuru mustard sand, the entire ancient desolate springs started to roar and surges. Whether it was the human clan or demon clan, in an instant they were all expelled from the ancient desolate springs. Their faces were a mess of confusion. What's happening? Because being kicked out of the ancient oasis was so sudden, they were still in a seated meditation position. For a while, screams of pain echoed around as they landed on the ground, causing chaos at the scene. The aura of the ancient oasis was still changing, no one knew what had happened. Just when Liang Sheng's expression changed and disappeared in an instant, their eyes were filled with fear, gazing stupefied towards the sky above the ancient oasis. There were numerous bronze stone coffins hanging between heaven and earth. Chapter 250, A path strewn with bones, the sky emits a murderous intent. Outer heaven beast swamp. Above the ancient oasis, countless bronze stone coffins hung in the air, emitting an unfathomable chi that made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the entire ancient oasis was silent as a graveyard. Fortunately, these stone coffins only flashed by and then disappeared, leaving no oppressing sensation behind. However, before the human cultivators, and the demon clan, could react, they were directly kicked out of the ancient desolate springs and fell back into the beast swamp. When they landed, they were still immersed in the shock brought by the stone coffins. The terror they experienced could only be understood but not expressed in words. Yet, the first to awaken were Ling Suzi and the other refinement void Dao monarchs. In an instant, they assumed a defensive position, cautiously observing the seeking truth lineage cultivators and the bewildered demon clan on the other side. Since the ancient desolate springs had disappeared and there were no more opportunities to be gained, these demons would not let them go. They feared that the previously suspended battle would resume. Ling Suzi didn't complain about this, but he felt it was a pity that they didn't have more time to properly digest the opportunities granted by the ancient springs. It was extremely regrettable. However, just then, the chi between heaven and earth in the beast swamp suddenly changed. Ling Suzi and the other refinement void Dao monarchs, who had been prepared to fight to the death, were first stunned and then overjoyed. Heaven blesses our immortal dynasty cultivators. It turned out that the previously unbreakable seal connecting the outer heaven beast swamp with the immortal dynasties had suddenly disappeared. That is to say, the beast swamp had restored its connection with the external world of the immortal dynasty. In such a situation, Ling Suzi and others naturally didn't hesitate. They saw the refinement void Dao monarchs exchange glances and then directly led Feng Yuan and the others, still bewildered, to leave the beast swamp without any delay. By the time the immortal dynasty cultivators' figures had disappeared, the demon clan finally awakened, their faces filled with astonishment. At this moment, Kun Chenzi and the other seeking truth lineage cultivators also moved quickly to leave the outer heaven beast swamp. Having obtained the ancient spring eyes opportunities, they had already accomplished their goal of entering the beast swamp. They naturally didn't need to continue fighting with the demon clan. Moreover, if they didn't leave now, would they allow the East Victory Immortal Dynasty to catch them off guard later? By that time, they wouldn't be as fortunate as they were now and be able to leave directly. Thus, the Seeking Truth lineage left the Beast Swamp without hesitation the moment they reacted. In an instant, the entire Beast Swamp quieted down, leaving only the bewildered Demon Clan Demon Emperors looking at each other. What should they do now? Since the Beast Swamp had been exposed, troubles would likely continue. If human cultivators came again, another great battle could break out. By that time, where would the Demon Clan's future lie? And what about their own destiny? Could they still be as lucky as they were now? No one had an answer, and no one still had the confidence to face another great battle. All of them couldn't help but frown when they thought of this. When in doubt, ask Hu Fei. In such a situation, all the Demon Emperors looked towards Hu Fei simultaneously. However, Hu Fei did not speak. Instead, he remained silent for a long time before finally slowly uttering a single word with a small voice but an extremely resolute tone. Wait. Hey. Upon hearing Hu Fei's answer, the other Demon Emperor ancestors were somewhat puzzled. The Beast Swamp had been exposed, did they still have time to wait? However, Hu Fei didn't give an explanation and simply turned around and returned to the underground world. The other demon clansmen naturally followed. They also tried to convince themselves that Hu Fei must have taken measures since he made such a decision. They just needed to follow his orders. Immediately, the demon clan re-entered the underground world. As for the demonic beasts, they remained on the surface, full of energy. After all, having absorbed the ancient spring water, they already had a solid foundation for further growth. Afterward, the beast swamp returned to calm. The previous battlefield, which had been filled with thick and bloody energy, also regained its tranquility as if nothing had happened. The smell of blood dissipated, and from time to time, sentient demonic beasts would wonder in their hearts where the human and demon clans' blood and essence had gone during the previous great battle. No one answered, and everything seemed so natural. Meanwhile, the underground world also became mysteriously quiet, only brewing an atmosphere of tension. When would the humans come back? What should they do at that time? It's no wonder they thought so, because the demon ancestor prophecy of the great disaster was supposed to last for at least 100 years. How could it end so easily? On the other side, after returning to the herbal medicine hall, Hu Fei locked himself in a room, and no one knew why he did so. In fact, he felt a little panicked in his heart. When the bronze stone coffins appeared, he had a vague feeling that he was not himself, but he couldn't find any clues. Moreover, he didn't know why his perception seemed to become more acute, as if he sensed that the humans wouldn't enter the beast swamp temporarily. So, although the great disaster hadn't passed yet, they still had time to adjust. Hu Fei could only pray that the demon ancestor would bless them in his heart. He hoped the peaceful time would last a little longer. But just as he figured out how to deal with the demon clan's current situation, those bronze stone coffins flashed through his mind involuntarily. What secret did those stone coffins hide? Regrettably, he had no answers. However, amidst the misfortune, both humans and the demon clan had obtained the opportunities of the ancient spring eye. As long as the demon clan calmed down and focused on cultivation, they might be able to make further progress. In the meantime, they would wait and see, not rushing into action. But if it really came down to it, they would go find the Seeking Truth lineage human clan. Who knew if they would truly lend a helping hand? Xi Immortal Dynasty. At this moment, Kun Chenzi was leading the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators back, and their excitement was beyond control. This was a probing expedition for them. After the event of Heaven's overturn, they were rejected by the world and had to flee to unfamiliar places, living in hiding. If there had not been some great might looking after them in secret, they might have already been extinct. But now, since people like Kun Chenzi were able to receive opportunities from the beast swamp, the world might not have forgiven them, but at least had begun to accept their existence. They initially planned some rest and recovery, but with the world in turmoil, a new plan formed once the Holy Land opened the Talent Road. They wanted to move forward and not retreat. The Heaven Talent struggle was a benchmark for the Seeking Truth lineage to compete for the world's fortune. Therefore, the Seeking Truth lineage began planning, and their first stop was naturally the Longevity Immortal City, which was a blessed place for their fortune transformation. Besides, there was the Zhou family there, suspected of being connected to the Seeking Truth lineage. The desolate domain bloodline, could it really sever all connections with them completely? The opening of Talent Road also signifies the rampant killing under the guise of heavenly secrets. After all, to step on the talent road, who hasn't built it on a pile of bones? Having made the decision, the carefully selected heavenly arrogant monks from the Seeking Truth lineage silently set out for Longevity Immortal City. They hoped everything would go smoothly. Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this time, Liang Sheng had returned from the outer heaven beast swamp. He originally planned to calculate the ancient desolate springs again, but with the appearance of the bronze stone coffin, he had to leave without delay. He dared not linger. When Liang Sheng saw the bronze stone coffin appear, he was actually terrified. This was the first time he had experienced such fear and anxiety since he entered the cultivation world. There is great fear in the face of life and death. If he dared to proactively probe the secrets of the bronze stone coffin, there would undoubtedly be only one end for him: death. So he left without any hesitation. Liang Sheng had never hesitated when his life was at stake. After all, he had a long lifespan and he couldn't seek death intentionally. He originally thought of asking the Ziza independent cultivator what the bronze stone coffin was all about, but just as they met, he had a premonition just as the Ziza independent cultivator softly smiled. This bronze stone coffin was not something to be asked about. And when it was his time to know, he would naturally know. Therefore, without a word from the Ziza independent cultivator, Liang Sheng understood his intention. Disciples of the free sect pursued free will, but before having absolute strength, they also need to abide by the heavenly and earth rules. Seeing Liang Sheng understand in such an interesting way, the Ziza independent cultivator was not surprised. Instead, he took a round to confirm that Liang Sheng had safely returned, and then nodded satisfied. "My disciple, you have gained quite a lot from this journey to the beast swamp, well done. You have indeed shown the style of our free sect. The so-called chosen in the world are merely chess pieces in my disciple's hand." Liang Sheng had now reached the soul emergence completion realm after his journey to the beast swamp. Such progress had rarely been seen in history, not just unprecedented. The Ziza independent cultivator was extremely pleased. Although he had not been monitoring Liang Sheng all the time, he was mostly aware of the situation that Liang Sheng had informed him about. He could only say that Liang Sheng was indeed a disciple of the free sect and has some of my past style. Presumably, the old immortals in the Holy Land would also sigh a bit when they saw my disciple. The lineage of my free sect is a single transmission, but all are unparalleled geniuses. Liang Sheng, however, supported the Ziza independent cultivator with reverence, all thanks to Master's protection, otherwise, I would not have had such a successful journey. Ha ha ha. Enough, let's stop praising each other. Today, you have safely returned, and that's worth celebrating. Come, disciple, let's drink to that. At this moment, Huang Yifan was already standing on the side serving them. Upon seeing Liang Sheng's safe return, he could not stop smiling. Disciple toasts a cup to master. Good. The two did not know how long they drank, from the sunset in the afternoon until the moon hung over the willow branches, but the Ziza independent cultivator was still not satisfied. He still wanted more of this drinking session and even thought about listening to music at brothels. However, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the northwest. West is the place of Zhengjin, metal, the main place of killing. Bad luck. The Ziza independent cultivator couldn't help murmuring, and then lost his mood. Liang Sheng showed no reaction, as if he hadn't sensed anything. But in fact, he had also felt the movement in the northwest. The aura of the Seeking Truth lineage. As expected, they had not given up. However, what displeased the Ziza independent cultivator was not just this situation. There were two rays of light that disappeared in an instant in the northwest direction. The cultivators were at least in the void refining 7-layered. If it were before the journey to the beast swamp, Liang Sheng would have been very cautious, but now, after Liang Sheng had reached the refining the god and reversing the void realm, he didn't care about it. At this time, the Ziza independent cultivator, already drunk, stood up. Disciple, you must be tired from the journey to the beast swamp. We will discuss everything tomorrow, go and rest. Yes, Master should also rest early. And then, it was a silent night. At this moment, it seemed as if nothing had happened, extremely peaceful. But from the celestial phenomena in the northwest, all the void refining Dao lords sensed something. The Golden Age chosen path was about to open. This also meant that the competition among the chosen of the immortal dynasty was no longer internal. After stepping on the chosen path, it became a battle of 10,000 worlds. But don't think that anyone can set foot on the chosen path, only the real chosens have the qualification to embark on this journey, but for the cultivators who forcibly attempt, there is only one result. Destruction of both body and Dao. The world seems to be in chaos. In the room, the Zize independent cultivator muttered to himself, then fell into a deep sleep. What relation does the world's killing intent have with my free sect? Why can these two old immortals never be quiet for a moment? Sleep. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Capital City Soul Song. After Lingsuzi and the others returned to the capital city, they couldn't help but feel emotional. Of the 11 refining void Dao lords they started with, less than 5 remained. Not to mention how many nascent soul divinity transformation cultivators perished in Beast Swamp. In the previous 10,000 years, when had there ever been such a loss? They could only hope that their fallen Daoist friends had immortal souls and could be reincarnated in this life with good fortune to continue on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, once they die completely, their traces will be lost forever in the world. After arriving at capital city Soul Song, Lingsuzi and the others said their goodbyes. Cheniangzi didn't leave, he went into Lingsuzi's cave mansion with Feng Yuan. They needed to report the details of this operation to Emperor Dongsheng. As for Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, they were sent back for closed-door cultivation immediately. Feng Yuan and the others had reached the pinnacle of Soul Emergence Realm, but they could not receive the news of Talent Road opening. However, Lingsuzi and Cheniangzi had made arrangements and would not let them miss this heaven talent struggle. Since there was still some time to prepare, Lingsuzi didn't want to put pressure on them. It would be better to let them calm down and digest the recent fortune from Beast Swamp's ancient desolate springs. After discussing and confirming the details, Lingsuzi and Cheniangzi sent a concise communication about the events to Emperor Dongsheng. Afterwards, while they breathed a sigh of relief, they couldn't help feeling uneasy about the heavy losses. They also had to bear some responsibility for it. After all, everything started because of Feng Yuan defending Longevity Immortal City. Causing the fall of so many refining void Dao lords was a grave sin. Fortunately, everything was done in response to Emperor Dongsheng's call for the heaven talent struggle. If there were gains in the Golden Era, Emperor Dongsheng probably wouldn't be too angry. But while Lingsuzi and the others were nervously awaiting the results, Dongsheng Cave Heaven's Emperor Dongsheng didn't pay attention to their communication jade slip. As the Immortal Court Emperor, he naturally received more information. At this time, he had already received the message from the Sacred Land representative. The Holy Land orders that all cultivators who have broken through to the refinement void triple level in the next 2 years are not allowed to interfere in the upcoming Immortal Dynasty competition. As for those who have broken through to the refining void Dao Lord in these 2 years, they are heaven's chosen and can compete for the fortune of heaven and earth, depending on their own luck. Emperor Dongsheng had no objection to this, but the changes in the northwest direction's fortune made his face very ugly. The losses in Beast Swamp were actually within his acceptable range, and he didn't blame Lingsuzi. There's no such thing as a perfect result in the world, is there? Moreover, it was ultimately the result of the heavenly secrets changing. What could a minor refining void Dao Lord Third Heaven cultivator do? What Emperor Dongsheng couldn't tolerate, however, was the resurgence of the Seeking the Truth lineage and that their venture into Beast Swamp allowed them to have the upper hand. He feared that they would make their presence felt in the upcoming Immortal Dynasty competition, and he couldn't help but feel resentful that heaven and earth abandoned cultivators had such fortune. But even though he was unwilling in his heart, ultimately as a unification realm great power, he quickly calmed down. For now, he couldn't contest with the Seeking Truth lineage. At this thought, Emperor Dongsheng sighed lightly and decided to let them off this time. After the era of great contention, the disciples of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty would settle things with the Seeking Truth lineage. But since the Seeking Truth lineage wanted to use Longevity Immortal City as an early preparation, he wouldn't let them achieve their goals so smoothly. There was also the Beast Swamp Demon Clan. Emperor Dongsheng hesitated for a moment, eventually deciding not to interfere for now. After all, the appearance of the bronze stone coffin made him extremely uneasy. He occasionally heard some rumors, whether they were true or false. He naturally couldn't disturb the situation for fear of bad luck. Otherwise, if something went wrong in the end, even the elders of the Sacred Land would probably just stand by and watch, because such consequences would be considered self-inflicted. Having decided not to interfere with the Beast Swamp for now, Emperor Dongsheng picked up the communication jade slip, thought about how to reply to Lingsuzi, and then sent his message. It was not appropriate for Lingsuzi to act rashly for the time being, but his Immortal Dynasty's chosen disciples like Kaiwan Child could take action. For the Heaven Talent struggle, let me see who can truly become the chosen of my East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Chapter 251, Massacres and Chaos, Countless Deaths and Injuries. After our performance, it's your turn. East Victory Immortal Dynasty, Capital City Soul Song. At this moment, inside the Dongsheng Cave Heaven, Emperor Dongsheng sat motionlessly while the restless aura from the northwest made him nauseous. However, since the talent road has opened, let the younger generation of my dynasty's talents teach a lesson to the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage and let them know what it means to act recklessly. Emperor Dongsheng was full of confidence. After all, how many new disciples of the surviving Seeking Truth lineage who have been hiding all the time could actually succeed? I wonder what would happen if the dynasty's disciples met the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage, and as for the dynasty's disciples dying at the hands of the Seeking Truth lineage disciples. At this thought, a flash of cold light passed through Emperor Dongsheng's eyes, extremely indifferent. If that's the case, let them die. After all, they are all waste. Inside the capital city, Ling Suzi, who received the message from Emperor Dongsheng, breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the emperor did not punish him this time, but after this, there would be countless killings in the dynasty. Fortunately, Emperor Dongsheng did not force the young disciples of the dynasty to act immediately, so he could still try to buy some time for Kaiwan and Feng Yuan. However, this time will not be too long, he just hoped that the two of them could break through as soon as possible. When Ling Suzi calmed his complicated emotions, he did not make any changes and directly passed on the summons of Emperor Dongsheng to all the powerful figures of the dynasty. Heavenly killing intent arises, and the talent road opens. It is time to determine the true talents of the immortal dynasty and dance with the all-world talents. Longevity Immortal City. Early the next morning, the Zize independent cultivator opened his eyes and saw Liang Sheng, who was full of energy, standing in the courtyard stretching his muscles. Every action is filled with the rhythm of the Dao. He's probably able to break through the refining void realm successfully. Wait a minute. The Zize independent cultivator suddenly felt that something was wrong. His disciples seemed to have not experienced the fate calamity yet, so why did he have the natural Dao rhythm at this moment? With this doubt, he looked closely at Liang Sheng, who was aware of it but pretended not to know anything. Hey? Complete Heaven Great Freedom Method at the small completion stage? How long has it been? The Zize independent cultivator was completely dumbfounded. How long did it take him back then? Since it had been so long ago, he couldn't remember how many years it had taken him to advance the free method to the small completion stage. My disciple is indeed a gifted child. Who could compete with him? As for the lack of the fate calamity aura? The Zize independent cultivator didn't care anymore. The Zize independent cultivators should be carefree. Even the free method could easily break through, and the trivial fate calamity might have passed unknowingly in the beast swamp. It seems that this is his disciple's human tribulation. Thus, his disciple had silently crossed the fate calamity and established his foundation without anyone noticing. Just try and see, who else? The more he looked at Liang Sheng, the more satisfied he became. He didn't disturb Liang Sheng but lay down in his chair, shaking his head, and enjoying the beautiful time. Meanwhile, Huang Yifan, who was standing at the side with downcast eyes, quietly appeared with breakfast, perfectly in sync. Not long after, Liang Sheng stopped his movements, and Zize independent cultivator also looked up at the door but did not stop eating. For such trivial matters, why did he need to take action? Liang Sheng had the same reaction, directly taking the towel from Huang Yifan, wiping his hands and sitting next to him, sharing breakfast. Without any disturbance from the meek and gentle Huang Yifan, he silently retreated and went to the main gate. As he stepped out after opening the door, his expression changed instantly. The submissive look was gone, replaced by cold frostiness. This was the look of the wrathful Vajra. The cultivators outside the mansion felt a chill in their bodies, and they quieted down as soon as they saw the cold and frosty Huang Yifan. It turned out that after the heavenly secrets changed last night, the killing intent emerged, the immortal city cultivators became restless, and those with insufficient mental states were directly deceived by the heart demons, causing many people to come to Liang Sheng's door. The previous title of Liang Sheng as a weapon refining master made them take risks. If they could ask for a spirit tool, wouldn't it increase their fortune? Under their chaotic minds and audacious courage, at least those who could reach the door were golden core true persons. However, Huang Yifan had no nonsense words for them, he simply raised his hand and slapped them. When the palm wind fell, the golden core cultivator, who could be considered a master in the longevity immortal city, instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind, without any chance to react. The crowd was shocked, but after being coldly glanced at by Huang Yifan, they quieted down immediately. In the distance, the cultivators who had been bewitched by the heavenly secrets also sobered up abruptly. It was a good thing they were a little late. Liang Sheng, a master who should not be provoked. Had they been blinded by lard before? They turned around and retreated without dragging their feet at all. However, under the chaos of the heavenly secrets, their greed was still overflowing. Just then, someone mentioned that the Wang family had commissioned Master Liang Sheng to refine a successful spirit tool previously. 2 days ago, the Wang family's ancestor had reached the end of his life, and he wasn't suitable by virtue. In an instant, the words ignited a barrel of explosives, and the cultivators were ecstatic as they swarmed toward the Wang family's mansion. Overcome by greed, they didn't even think that there was only one spirit tool, and the Wang family was no ordinary family. As for the outcome of this, no one considered it. Inside Liang's mansion, Liang Sheng and the Zize independent cultivator observed them coldly. The Zize independent cultivator sneered, fools blinded by greed. He couldn't help but shake his head, looked at the longevity immortal city, which was already in chaos, and gave a wry smile. Disciple, the Zhou family is also under attack, and the city lord's mansion is now in chaos. Won't you intervene? Previously, Liang Sheng took great care of the Zhou family, which the Zize independent cultivator also saw. At this moment, under the heavenly killing intent, these troublemaking cultivators were like pitiful worms, swaying with the currents and attacking the Zhou family. However, the disciples of the Zhou family had strong mentalities and cultivation, and even though their emotions were disturbed, they refrained from acting rashly till now. But now the problem wasn't whether they would lose control or not, as other immortal city cultivators had already been driven by their greed. Liang Sheng took a sip of his morning tea, looking calm and composed. Master, you jest. As the heavenly Dao strikes, it selects the talented ones. Under these circumstances, human power alone won't suffice. Besides, since Zhou Shen has already become the city master of the immortal city, if he can't present a satisfactory solution, he doesn't have the qualifications to partake in the path of the gifted child. In that case, it is better to let him carve out a bloody path amidst the killing. If he can achieve the out-of-body stage, he would still qualify to continue his cultivation on the talent road. And if he can't overcome this challenge, then he should just stay in the immortal city, quietly acting the part of a good, obedient city master. As for the Zhou family, they are not people who act recklessly, they know how to make the optimal decision. My interference may disturb their pace. His disciple appears to not wish to intervene, but genuinely has great confidence in the Zhou family. As for Zize, the independent cultivator, he neither agreed nor disagreed and decided to wait and watch. In his heart, Liang Sheng was amazed, uncertain of what kind of fortune Zhou Shen possessed. During his 2 years' journey in Beast Swamp, Zhou Shen had already become a divinity transformation cultivator. Upgrading from nascent soul to a divine transformation in 2 years, it was simply unthinkable. If it weren't for the era of great contention at the moment, someone would have already knocked on the door to investigate. At this moment, Zize, the independent cultivator, stretched leisurely. You are taking things too seriously. For the sake of our Free Gates legacy, as your master, I will have to properly guide you and help you adjust your state of mind. Old Huang, let's go to Yaoxiang Pavilion. Ah? Sir, I'm afraid Yaoxiang Pavilion hasn't opened yet. Dare they not open if I go? Sir is wise. Hearing this, Liang Sheng's mouth involuntarily twitched. At this moment, Huang Yifan resembled a flatterer of a rich family, to which he could only say. At this point, Zize glanced at Liang Sheng, and Liang Sheng immediately nodded with a smile. Master, I quite agree. The longevity immortal city was in complete chaos, which had nothing to do with Liang Sheng and his master. In fact, it was not just the longevity immortal city, if we expand the view, the entire East Victory immortal dynasty, nay, the entire world, was shaken. Everyone's heart was wavering, and chaos ensued. Red dust cause and effect entwined in a mess, a killing intent was looming, the heavenly secrets were sharp as a knife, under the heavenly Tao's lethal intent, all beings were undergoing tribulations. What's more, it was said to be the golden era, and those who could make it through the immortal dynasty competition are called the gifted children. City Lord's Mansion. Backyard. Zhou Shen had just ended his seclusion at this point, and he was somewhat in a daze as he looked at the long-lost son. He felt somewhat confused. He was just hiding in the branch of the Immortal Dynasty's spiritual vein for cultivation, but he had no idea why when he woke up, he had already become a divinity transformation cultivator. This was also the reason why Liang Sheng was amazed earlier. This rate of progress far exceeded that of his own, by countless measures. However, he didn't have time to marvel. After reaching the divinity transformation stage, his sense of heavenly secrets was completely different from before, which made him frown involuntarily. In a flash, he reached Zhou Mansion. Jin Guangzhou was first shocked and then ecstatic when he saw him suddenly appear, and his eyes were filled with deep gratification. He could no longer see through his disciple's cultivation level, and this vast aura was something he had seen before only on the left and right envoys. A divinity transformation cultivator. Zhou Ning was reporting the situation of the Immortal City to Jin Guangzhou at this moment. There were many disturbances, and momentarily it seemed like they didn't have enough people to handle them. However, after he finished reporting, Jin Guangzhou didn't say anything for a long time. When he looked up, he found that Zhou Shen had quietly moved behind him without his knowledge. City Master. Zhou Shen's tone was full of joy. Zhou Shen nodded to greet, and then sat down again with a calm face. Zhou Ning, unknowingly, was also able to remove his nervousness. His whole person calmed down, and began to listen again to the introduction of the Immortal City's situation. At this time, the heavenly Dao was lethal, and it wasn't aimed at anyone, but all living beings in the world were affected. The Zhou family disciples were naturally deeply influenced too. However, under the bloodline of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, they managed to retain some sanity, which made them behave differently from ordinary cultivators. Now that Zhou Ning had explained all the situations, he sat to the side waiting for Zhou Shen's command, and Zhou Shen didn't think for long before he came to a decision. Release all Zhou family disciples to cooperate with the City Lord's Foreign Affairs Hall to suppress the chaos in the city. Show no mercy, those who do not cooperate, kill without mercy. Ah! Hearing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help doubting whether he had misheard. If they started a wholesale massacre, I'm afraid the longevity Immortal City would be drenched in blood. But Zhou Shen didn't care about his reaction. He had reached the divinity transformation stage, and his sense of heavenly secrets was naturally different from before. This time the cultivators lost their minds, which was actually in line with heaven's will. If Zhou family disciples forcefully suppress their inner desires and only try to seek fortune and avoid evil, they won't gain the favor of heavenly Dao. It would be better to let them go wild and himself sit behind the scenes to handle, thus avoiding any big waves. Although Zhou Ning didn't understand Zhou Shen's meaning, he still followed his command and left. Although Zhou Shen was younger than him, he was also the city master of the Immortal City. Especially considering their difference in cultivation realms, the gap was already huge. City Master, rest assured, I know what to do. Zhou Ning left after taking the command, and Jin Guangzhou was preparing to have a heart-to-heart talk with his long-lost disciple. But at this very moment, Zhou Shen suddenly stood up. His face was no longer calm as before, which made Jin Guangzhou uncertain. Before he could ask what was going on, Zhou Shen took the initiative and said, Master, the ancestor has come out of seclusion, he has returned from the beast swamp. Ah! Jin Guangzhou was also stunned when he heard this, and then he was about to take Zhou Shen with him to visit Liang Sheng at the Liang family. However, Zhou Shen stopped him. Master, ancestor has gone to Yaoxiang Pavilion now, and with his temper, since he didn't inform us, he must not want to be disturbed. Let's deal with the chaos in the city first. Originally, I wanted to slowly boil the frog in the water, but since the ancestor has appeared, let's cut the knot quickly and not let these cultivators annoy the ancestor. Jin Guangzhou naturally had no objection to this, but was rather gratified, as Zhou Shen did not overly protect the Zhou family young members but instead showed great respect for the ancestor, which showed his sense of belonging to the Dan Ding sect. Alright, then, everything will be arranged according to your plan. If there's a place where you can use your master, feel free to speak up. Thank you, Master. Next, Zhou Shen personally presided over the City Lord Mansion, acted decisively, and with his divinity transformation cultivation level enough to suppress everything inside the City Lord Mansion. As for the Foreign Affairs Hall outside the mansion, they cooperated with Zhou family disciples and immediately turned into the City Lord's minions, helping to quell the unrest throughout Immortal City. They resolutely carried out City Lord Zhou Shen's orders. Those who instigated chaos in the city were suppressed and killed without mercy. In troubled times, heavy penalties must be imposed, and there can be no mercy of a woman. All the cultivators of the city lord mansion understand this principle. Yaoxiang Pavilion. The occasional sporadic tragic fighting noise from outside entered the room, and the giving bodhisattvas in attendance shivered, becoming somewhat absent-minded. However, Liang Sheng and the Zize independent cultivator remained unmoved, and as time passed, they slightly calmed the minds of those attending, regaining some confidence. With these two here, surely no one would dare cause trouble. At this moment, although the relationship between City Lord Zhou Shen and the Liang family is not known to others, there are already some slightest clues that their relationship is extraordinary. Liang Sheng and his disciple were not concerned about the fighting outside. They just didn't expect Zhou Shen to react so quickly this time. They thought he would wait a few more days to see how the situation developed before making a decision. He's a true hero, resolute and decisive. Liang Sheng didn't know that Zhou Shen indeed wanted to watch the situation first, but Liang Sheng's sudden appearance forced him to change his mind immediately. Zhou Shen has grown to such heights today for a reason, and he knows exactly where his fortune comes from. If it weren't for Liang Sheng, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to live, let alone his current circumstances. So, he naturally understands the priorities in his heart, and there is no way he would make a mistake. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng glanced at the northwest direction and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Zize independent cultivator also showed a similar reaction. At this moment, the unrest in the immortal city is just a small disturbance, and the real test is yet to come. It remains to be seen how Zhou Shen will deal with it. Will Zhou Shen still have the courage to remain so resolute and decisive this time? Northwest. Outer space. At this moment, numerous rays of light are surging, as the younger cultivators of the Seeking Truth lineage are on their way to the Longevity Immortal City at the command of their elders. If all goes well, they should arrive at the Longevity Immortal City in a few days. Naturally, the East Victory Immortal Dynasty didn't remain unresponsive at this time. East Victory Immortal Dynasty and Seeking Truth lineage can't rest until one is dead, but at the moment, major immortal cities under the Immortal Dynasty are also experiencing unrest and are somewhat preoccupied with their own affairs. At this time, when heaven sent a killing opportunity and greed blinded their eyes, the capital city Soul Song still made a decision. From time to time, cultivators departed from the capital city Soul Song to head straight for the Longevity Immortal City. In the end, there are still people seeking fortune in danger, wanting to block the cultivators of Seeking Truth lineage and achieve the name of a gifted child. Not to mention that there are other trial cultivators from various regions of the Immortal Dynasty hidden within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty who have also been affected. These cultivators have keen senses, knowing that there must be great opportunities in the Longevity Immortal City, so they naturally do not want to miss out. As for whether they can seize the opportunity, each must rely on their own abilities without blaming anyone. Liang Sheng looked at the Longevity Immortal City, entangled in a messy web of cause and effect, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It seemed as if one party would take the stage after another. Various gifted children continue to descend upon the Longevity Immortal City, much like the dress rehearsal before the opening of Talent Road. Zhou Shen, how will you respond to what's to come? Chapter 252, Liang Sheng's courage knows no bounds, appears to revive the deadlock. Longevity Immortal City. At this time, the chaos in the city had subsided, especially after Zhou Shen cleanly killed two nascent soul cultivators. No one in the city dared to initiate any turmoil, otherwise, it would be a dead end. Zhou Shen did not breathe a sigh of relief, because the real test of the Immortal City had just begun, and the cultivators outside the Immortal City, including the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, had already arrived. He was not their opponent. As expected, the cultivation world was full of talented people, and they should not be too complacent. After these foreign cultivators descended, Zhou Shen immediately noticed the change in Immortal City's destiny. As the Lord of Immortal City, he was the most sensitive to this change. But there was also good news, which was that these foreign cultivators did not take him seriously at first, giving him time to react. This apparent insult seemed like a look down on Zhou Shen, but at least Zhou Shen temporarily had no life-threatening crisis. It was not surprising that divinity transformation realm cultivators were unique in the Immortal City, but they were very common across the entire cultivation world. Even in the capital city Soul Song, it was probably the cultivators in the divinity transformation realm who were considered the best among the soul emergence venerables, and Zhou Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon their arrival. Previously, it was good that the Zhou family made another preparation. After Zhou Shen quelled the turmoil in the Immortal City, he moved the dark vein cultivators of the Zhou family outside the Immortal City. The Zhou family must always have a way out. He looked at the movement in the Immortal City and couldn't help but touch the storage ring in his hand, which was the slaughter spiritual weapon that Liang Sheng had given him. As for the spiritual device armor, it was already worn on his body. If it were an ordinary time, he might choose to stay far away, but now it was the era of great contention, and he could neither flee nor hide. Since he had become the Immortal City Lord, he had to fight. He had already lost control of his circumstances, otherwise, with his previous actions, he could not escape the final reckoning of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. At this point, Zhou Shen took a deep breath to ease the tension in his heart, and as time passed, more and more foreign cultivators entered the Immortal City. Nascent soul masters were as common as dogs, and divinity transformation realm cultivators were even more common. Soul emergence venerables were not rare either. Fortunately, up to now, there was not a single refinement void Dao monarch. It seemed that no matter which force, they had already reached a tacit agreement on this matter. What should he do next? Zhou Shen couldn't think of any way to break the situation. If the opponent fought in the Immortal City at this time, he would probably not have a single chance. Since he had no way, he naturally needed help. He was not a conservative cultivator, and immediately made up his mind to come directly to the outside of Liang Sheng's mansion, respectfully standing outside the door, and gently knocking on it. Huang Yifan appeared, looking at Zhou Shen with a gentle expression on his face. "Uncle Huang. The master is resting and not seeing guests for now. However, he asked me to tell you that with him here, Immortal City won't be in chaos. You can go ahead and act." Hearing these words, a flash of joy crossed Zhou Shen's face. In fact, whether Liang Sheng met with him or not, it didn't matter, as long as Elder Liang promised. After Zhou Shen received this response, he bowed respectfully at the door and then said goodbye to leave. "Elder Liang, I bid farewell." When he came, he was full of worries, when he left, he was full of confidence. Even if the sky was still filled with streaking lights at this moment, Zhou Shen was no longer worried. After all, he had something in common with the others. "You and I both have someone to rely on. It's just that I trust Elder Liang more." Inside Liang Sheng's mansion. This time, Zize independent cultivator and Liang Sheng were playing a rare serious game of chess. Zize raised his hand and ate one of Liang Sheng's black pieces, then smiled lightly. "Disciple, you are already surrounded by me, your life is cut off. How can you break the game?" However, Liang Sheng was calm, ignoring the dead piece, and placing a new one in the top left corner. Zize couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. "Hey! Interesting." And at this moment, Liang Sheng's voice also rang out. "Master, since this place is already a dead end, I should not waste any more time here. It's better to open up another battlefield. Although I don't know if this is the path to victory, at least it adds more variables, so I'm not just waiting for death." Upon hearing these words, Zize burst out laughing. "Disciple, have you finally decided to take the initiative? No more hiding." His disciple was good in every aspect, meticulous in his actions, but there was one point that made him a bit helpless. His disciple always liked to be foolproof, unwilling to take risks, and preferred to hide behind the scenes. He didn't expect that this time he would actually want to take the initiative. This was not his previous style, which made Zize quite surprised and pleased. "Master once told me that the cultivators of Freegate should be at ease. It's different now. After cultivating until today, I have gained some insights. I have been hiding for so many years. It wasn't what I wanted to do, but now that I have Master, I am only one step away from reaching the refining void realm. By taking advantage of the opening of Talent Road during this era of great contention, if I continue to hide, it will only make me seem petty and lacking in grand momentum, which ultimately won't enable me to accomplish great things." "Well said, let's toast to it." Zize had just finished speaking when Huang Yifan timely appeared with a pot of wine, gently pouring it for Zize and Liang Sheng. Zize drank it all up in one gulp, his eyes shining brightly. "Well then, Master will watch your performance next, seeing if you can really revive the entire dead-end game. Please, Master, stay tuned." Liang Sheng also drank all the wine in one gulp. However, he wanted to do more than Zize had expected. Since Unification Realm Venerables could not take action during the Talent Road of the era of great contention, why should he be bound? Talent Road is full of countless opportunities and numerous resources. How could he possibly miss it? However, he reminded himself not to rush. One step at a time. The Longevity Immortal City. As more and more cultivators arrived from outer space, the previously suppressed Immortal City cultivators couldn't help but feel relieved. If it wasn't for the previous city lord's suppression, they might have clashed with these great powers from outer space. Fighting against them would likely result in certain death. For a moment, everyone felt threatened. The previously chaotic Longevity Immortal City returned to calm, but the cultivators from outer space began to have friction amongst themselves. At first, they kept their distances and didn't disturb each other. However, when the cultivators from the East Victory Immortal Dynasty capital city Soul Song appeared, the atmosphere changed. Because they encountered the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and murderous intent could be seen in the eyes of the capital city Soul Song cultivators. This caused the originally calm situation to become tense again. Capital city Soul Song cultivators were elite disciples under various great powers, coming here for the talent opportunity, and their lowest cultivation level was at the divinity transformation realm. They stared closely at the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, secretly praising, "So these are the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage that caused trouble for Feng Yuan and his companion? Their strength is indeed extraordinary. Both sides facing off are elites, and their cultivation levels are naturally not simple. They all came here to compete for the opportunity, and originally, they should have investigated the situation separately before taking action, but they simply couldn't coexist peacefully. Especially the capital city Soul Song cultivators, their ancestor had been watching this whole time. Not to mention those cultivators with red eyes, who couldn't contain their anger. They were the descendants of the fallen void refining deist in the beast swamp. This was an irreconcilable life and death enmity. Just as their chi began to rise, the situation also became tense. Other foreign cultivators simply didn't care, standing far away, their eyes playful, as if watching a show. But at the moment when both sides' momentum continued to rise, Zhou Shen appeared between them. Under the pressure from both sides, he forcefully straightened his body. His own divinity transformation cultivation level was still somewhat lacking. Zhou Shen secretly lamented but remained determined. "This is the Longevity Immortal City, and I am the city lord, Zhou Shen. The city's order must not be disrupted. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, go to the outer heaven beast swamp where the demonic beasts reside, and you can do as you please there." Upon hearing this, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators immediately retracted their chi, but the capital city cultivators showed no reaction. Instead, they seemed to be both irritated and amused. A mere divinity transformation cultivator. If it wasn't for Feng Yuan's two senior brothers still in closed-door cultivation, he'd probably be the first one to suffer. They already investigated Zhou Shen's situation, and his previous relationship with the Seeking Truth lineage was unclear. If it wasn't for the fear of the great power behind the Longevity Immortal City, whom they didn't know the realm of, would they still be so restrained? Before coming this time, their elders only told them to be careful not to provoke the great power behind the Immortal City and to deal with other matters as they wished. That person likely had a cultivation level above Void Refining 7-layered. At this time, they couldn't directly take action. However, if they secretly interfered like they had previously, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child would be a lesson to them. "Longevity City Lord, this matter has nothing to do with you. We are only targeting the remnants of the Seeking Truth lineage. May we pass?" Zhou Shen shook his head. There was no room for negotiation. The capital city Soul Song cultivator couldn't help but frown. He extended goodwill, yet the other party did not appreciate it. Moreover, at this time, did he think they wouldn't dare take action? But they underestimated him. As long as they didn't harm the other party, there should be no reason for the hidden great power to take action. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators simply ignored Zhou Shen, released their murderous intent, and immediately responded to the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators. They were afraid of involving Zhou Shen, and subconsciously wanted to protect him, but Zhou Shen didn't follow the script and once again stood between them, his head held high, neither arrogant nor humble. "As I said before, all fighting is forbidden within Immortal City. If you want to make a move, go directly to the outer heaven beast swamp. Bear the consequences, and don't say I didn't warn you." The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators couldn't help but feel dumbfounded upon hearing this. A mere divinity transformation cultivator, where does such boldness come from? Even the cultivators from the Immortal Dynasty couldn't help but reveal a grim smile, they couldn't bear it any longer today. Otherwise, would anyone else be able to trample on them in the future? Now that the talent road in the Immortal Dynasty Grand Competition has opened, their elders have already instructed them on how to act on this trip. Regarding the competition for fortune, they must not retreat. At this time, there was no other choice. Originally, they were somewhat fearful of the hidden expert in the city, but if they backed down now, what talent road would they talk about? Immediately, a furious shout echoed throughout the immortal city. Looking for death. A man instantly appeared in front of Zhou Shen, carrying a brutal aura and showing no signs of stopping. In reality, it was just a tactic to scare him, and they didn't intend to seriously harm him. However, with a bang, the Immortal Dynasty cultivator who had taken the initiative was sent flying back into their camp with an even faster speed. Others were too slow to react at the time, and there was a brief moment of chaos, while Zhou Shen only breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Thanks to the ancestors' protection. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers didn't dare to breathe, their gazes strange as they looked at Zhou Shen. No wonder he was so calm, it turned out there was a great power protecting him from the shadows. Just then, a voice rang throughout the immortal city, causing all cultivators to shudder. The opponent had such strong power. Those who cause chaos in the longevity immortal city will be killed without mercy. If you have any grievances, go to outer heaven to settle them. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Shen's expression stirred, because this was Elder Liang Sheng's voice, and it seemed this was the first time Liang Sheng entered with such an imposing appearance. The other foreign cultivators who heard Liang Sheng's warning all changed their expressions. Perfection of the soul emergence realm. A half step into the refinement void. He has already crossed the fate calamity and built the foundation of Dao. Even if he dies and his Dao fades, his heavenly spirit remains undying, granting a chance to reincarnate and start over. Who is stronger between senior brother Feng Yuan and him? There was no answer in their hearts. In fact, it wasn't Liang Sheng's cultivation level that surprised them, as they had amongst them, soul emergence venerable in their group. The shock came from the fact that Liang Sheng had already surpassed the fate calamity. While he was far from matching the refinement void Dao monarch, he outclassed the average soul emergence venerables by a lot. They were absolutely no match for him. What was even more terrifying was that he was not the true great force behind the scenes. As his voice emerged, a faint chi next to him surged, vast as the ocean, with no end in sight. It was simply absurdly powerful. Perhaps even the elders in their own schools couldn't compare. Senior brother Feng Yuan falling down in longevity immortal city, was not unjust. It wasn't that senior brother Feng Yuan was not strong enough, but the enemy was simply too powerful. It was not their fault they lost the battle. At this time, Zhou Shen stood out again, walking between the two confronting parties, looking at each side without saying a word, and then directly returned to the city lord mansion. This was a warning. If no one dared to stop him, they would have to obey his rules. The Seeking Truth lineage and Linga cultivators thought about it and dispersed, neither showing off their strength. Now is not the time for them to make a move. The Seeking Truth lineage wanted to secretly contact Zhou Shen to confirm some matters, which is good as long as there is no conflict with the Immortal Dynasty cultivators. After all, this was home ground for the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Even though their trip to the Beast Swamp confirmed that the world rejection was weakening, they still needed to keep a low profile. The Immortal Dynasty cultivators were wise to the situation and didn't clash with the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, as their elders just suffered a loss. Who knows what the situation is in the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp? Furthermore, they were waiting. Before they set out, they received news that perhaps Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child wouldn't be in closed-door cultivation for too long. And when they emerge, they might have to be addressed as Dao Lord Ancestor. By then, taking the Seeking Truth remnants to the Outer Heaven Beast Swamp, there would be an 80% certainty. So, let's wait a bit longer. The immortal city regained its eerie calm. But in Liang Sheng's mansion, the Zize independent cultivator was smiling wryly. Master, thank you for stepping in. There's no need to be so polite between us, master and disciple. These Immortal Dynasty cultivators were being disgraceful, trying to test us with their disciples, but I won't cooperate. However, disciple, what will you do next? If these people really behave themselves, I can't intervene directly. The undying elders of the Holy Land are certainly watching me. Although I'm at a similar realm to them, I am indeed slightly inferior. Master, don't be anxious, they won't possibly settle down. Seeing Zize independent cultivator still confused, Liang Sheng revealed his plan, showing a jade bottle in his palm. The Zize independent cultivator didn't stand on ceremony, took it and opened it, his face changed instantly. Ancient spring water. Correct, it is ancient spring water, Master. What would happen if I poured ancient spring water into the Immortal Dynasty's sub-spiritual vein in Longevity Immortal City? Even the detached Zize independent cultivator's face changed, his tone became urgent. How much ancient spring water do you have? Liang Sheng grinned slightly without mentioning the exact amount. Enough to cause turbulence in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Aren't you afraid that after the Immortal Dynasty competition ends, Emperor Dongsheng will come to you for an accounting? He is a great might in the unification realm. Master, aren't you there? What do I have to worry about? You young man. Upon hearing this, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but laugh and curse, but a hint of indulgence lay in his eyes. He too was once guarded by someone in the same way. This is the free gate, passed down from master to apprentice, pursuing only great freedom. It could only be said that his disciple was even more crazed than him. Since you want to do it, then go ahead. If the sky falls, your master will hold it up. Master, don't worry. I just want to know if I am a gifted child. You, of course, are a gifted child. Go ahead. Thank you, Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Sheng disappeared. A slight smile curled up at the corner of Zize independent cultivator's lips. The game was alive. Chapter 253, Liang Sheng's heaven-defying means subdues beast swamp, Feng Yuan Kaiwan disciple emerges, cultivating void Dao monarch. Longevity Immortal City. Under Liang Sheng's intervention, peace was restored in the Immortal City, with Zhou Shen silently waiting for Liang Sheng's next command. However, when he learned of Liang Sheng's plan, the only words left in Zhou Shen's mind were madman. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. And what would happen after the ancient spring water was merged with the veins of the Immortal Dynasty? No one knew. However, Zhou Shen did not voice his thoughts, only nodded in agreement, vowing to cooperate fully. Under the ability of his bloodline to cultivate good fortune and avoid disaster, there were only 4 words. A great fortune omen. As such, he decided to give it another shot. In the city lord mansion. The backyard. Zhou Shen stood quietly behind Liang Sheng. Assuming the status of the city lord of the Immortal City, he opened the Samura mustard seed sand gravel space. Together with Liang Sheng, he stepped straight into it. The concentration of spiritual vein branches within the Immortal City exceeded Liang Sheng's expectations. Luckily he had previously brought out quite a lot of ancient spring water. Lucky for him, he had managed to take advantage of the opportunity when he left the spring earlier. Looking at the fluctuating heaven and earth spine in the branch veins, Liang Sheng marveled, fitting for the golden era. However, after reaching the stage of refining the god and reversing the void, he needed more. The phrase no pain, no gain was apt in this situation. There had to be sacrifices sometimes. Considering how quickly Zhou Shen advanced into the divinity transformation realm, one could only say that it was due to his fortune. As long as there were enough resources, even a pig could become a great cultivator. As for his own journey, it was directed towards a smoother path in the future of his immortal endeavors. With this thought, Liang Sheng wasted no more time, immediately pouring the ancient spring water held in the jade bottle into the spiritual vein branch vein. At that moment, there was no earth-shattering reaction. Only an extremely dense spiritual energy surged out, showing the smooth integration of the spiritual vein and the ancient spring water. Liang Sheng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This result was anticipated. After his breakthrough in refining the god and reversing the void, his innate divine ability law of cause and effect had undergone a transformation. He could not only foresee possible futures but also intervene and deduce them. It was no longer a vague series of images. Otherwise, Liang Sheng would not have come up with such a plan. Longevity Immortal City was destined to be the protagonist of the worlds during this period. Why? Because he, Liang Sheng, was here. As the endless ancient spring water from the bottle poured in, the spiritual energy of the spiritual vein gradually underwent a qualitative change, differing somewhat from the past. Zhou Shen had been in bliss at this moment. He was already sitting on the ground, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy that had been fused. Liang Sheng did not pay him any mind. When the ancient spring water in the bottle was consumed, the corners of Liang Sheng's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Next, was the beginning of the real drama. However, this time the main battlefield was not the Longevity Immortal City, but the outer heaven beast swamp. He wondered if the demon clan would bring him more surprises. The existence of the bronze stone coffin in the ancient spring eye made Liang Sheng feel great fear in the face of life and death, and he did not dare to investigate the reason behind it. But under the deduction and speculation of the law of cause and effect, he found a better way to investigate. Why should he take action personally? The heavens murder. If they could control their greed, none of his scheming would affect anyone. However, due to their greed, whether they gained opportunities or met their demise, it was all their own choice. Liang Sheng had already laid out his plan beforehand. The Zizai independent cultivator only guessed the superficial reasons. If he knew that Liang Sheng's ambition was to learn the truth about the bronze stone coffin, he might be a bit worried. The disciples of the free sect indeed sought their own path, but not the path of death. However, Liang Sheng had his own judgment and would never cross the line. The secret of the beast swamp was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even the dramatic move of the seeking truth lineage all those years ago, might have some deeper reasons behind it, which were also within Liang Sheng's calculations. As Liang Sheng reflected, the destiny of the immortal city boiled over, overwhelming everyone, and the increase in Zhou Shen's fortune was even more obvious. After some consideration, he again took action, dividing the vein water that had been fused in front of him into several parts and putting them into the jade bottle. He only woke Zhou Shen up afterwards. "Zhou Shen, take this. We should continue according to the plan." "Hey!" Zhou Shen was still somewhat unsatisfied at the moment. His cultivation was smoother than ever today, but he knew better than to be greedy, and prepared to act according to Liang Sheng's commands. Moreover, the spiritual vein water in the jade bottle given by Liang Sheng was enough for him to cultivate for quite a while. One should know the meaning of contentment. Especially when he had the protection of the ancestor, which had brought about his current cultivation level, Zhou Shen did not question Liang Sheng's orders. Why would there be so much doubt anyway? He just had to do whatever the ancestor pointed at. Liang Sheng sent Zhou Shen outside the mustard seed, muttered a few confidential words to him, and only left after Zhou Shen had nodded and bowed. Liang Sheng, who was still in the spiritual vein, did not waste any more time. As he made seals rapidly with his fingers, Longevity Immortal City was caught in a storm. As if a downpour was imminent, the spiritual vein water rose into the sky. The Sumuru mustard seed sand gravel space instantly expanded. Boom! After a loud noise, the sand gravel space shattered instantly. The spiritual vein of the Immortal City descended directly into the backyard of the City Lord Mansion. With such a huge commotion, the entire resident cultivator of Immortal City naturally saw everything clearly. They were filled with questions. Did something unexpected happen again in the City Lord Mansion? The resident cultivators of the Immortal City were in the dark, but the visiting cultivators had high cultivation levels. Although they were a little puzzled at first, they were left astonished when the spiritual vein water overflowed and headed straight for the sky. The sub-vein of the Immortal Dynasty, the foundation of a city, suddenly exposed for all to see. When they clearly saw why it was so, they were only left in awe. It was indeed a move that shocked the heavens. In fact, it is not easy for cultivators to control the spiritual vein spring water. In the past, Pure Yang Zi helped Feng Yuan through the calamity of fate with the cultivation of refinement Void Dao Monarch, but he only used auxiliary means to obtain the spiritual vein's assistance. However, now the spiritual vein spring water rushes straight into the outer space, and although the luck of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty fluctuates, it has no impact on any geomantic trend of the dynasty. How can such means not be called defying the heavens? Fortunately, they did not make a move before, and they had to know themselves when facing such a great power, so it's best not to offend them. They were also wondering in their hearts if their elders and ancestors could achieve such shocking methods. They had no answer in their hearts either. However, subconsciously, they had already approached the city lord's mansion, and the forces were clear-cut and did not disturb each other. At this point, Zhou Shen was standing at the highest point of the city lord mansion, looking down at everyone and not saying a word. No other cultivator had the thought to confront him. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Liang Sheng was still manipulating the spiritual vein spring water. When the timing was right, he made a decisive move to form a hand seal. The spiritual vein spring water instantly rushed straight into the outer space and then crossed the space wormhole to reach the outer heaven beast marsh. Liang Sheng did not stop his hand movement but continued to consolidate his spell. After confirming that there were no omissions, he finally stopped. Others looked up at the sky with an indescribable expression, not knowing what they were thinking. But at this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly yelled, and then the entire longevity immortal city shone with golden light, making everyone involuntarily take a step back. What's going on? Then the sky suddenly went dark, and they couldn't see their own fingers. Before they could understand what was happening, someone screamed in terror, "The sky has collapsed." All of them raised their heads in an instant and saw the sky. Their pupils shrank with horror in their hearts. It wasn't the sky that collapsed. It was the beast marsh that had collapsed. To be precise, the beast marsh had merged from the outer space into the immortal dynasty world and became a meteorite outside the longevity immortal city. To be more accurate, the beast marsh was about to collide with the longevity immortal city. Run! Caught in a panic, the immortal city cultivators were in chaos, desperately trying to escape from the longevity immortal city, fearing being crushed to death by the suddenly collapsing beast marsh. However, the cultivators from Seeking the Truth lineage and other foreign entities did not move. Their cultivation was higher, and their perception was more sensitive. This was not a collapse of the beast marsh, but rather, it was merging into the longevity immortal city, and the beast marsh was about to become a floating island of the longevity immortal city. What kind of heaven-defying means is this? Can this be achieved by the perfection soul emergence realm? All of them turned their heads to look at Liang Sheng, who seemed indifferent. They could not help but be filled with wariness in their hearts. Perhaps it was not Liang Sheng's doing, and he was just the one who appeared to make the move. It seemed that there was a great power behind the longevity immortal city, and it was not just a rumor. At this time, Liang Sheng's voice came out. "Zhou Shen, are you willing to go to the beast marsh for some opportunities? There may be dangers along the way, so you can also choose to stay, and it will not affect your struggle in the talent road." This Zhou Shen is indeed related to the great power behind the scenes. The expressions of the cultivators from other places changed a bit, but Zhou Shen did not even think about it. He shook his head directly and spoke resolutely. "Disciple is willing to go." Zhou Shen's thoughts were also simple at this time. He had witnessed his ancestors' great efforts in setting up the game, so there must be a purpose behind it. If he didn't go this time, it seemed that it would not affect his talent battle, but he would definitely lose some blessings and opportunities. Liang Sheng nodded when he heard the words, and did not persuade him further. Instead, he said gently, "Then prepare well in the next few days, and you will have to rely on yourself after that." "Yes." After that, Liang Sheng disappeared, and everyone looked at Zhou Shen in confusion. Since the beast marsh had become an immortal city floating island, why not go there now? The immortal city's spiritual vein branches, which had merged with the ancient spring water, were even more connected to the beast marsh, but they didn't know what means Liang Sheng had arranged, so they couldn't get close at all. They thought about it and forcibly calmed their restless hearts. Since Zhou Shen was going to wait a few days, they would wait too. In their greed, they still had some sense. When it came to the struggle of the talented, no detail could be overlooked. So, the longevity immortal city became eerily quiet again, but everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng returned to his mansion in one step. The Zize independent cultivator immediately walked over and circled around him, looking at him up and down. "Disciple, your methods are truly amazing. I'm afraid that ordinary refinement void Dao monarchs are not as good as you. How did you do it?" Previously, the Zize independent cultivator only thought that he was going to merge the ancient spring water with the sub-vein of the immortal dynasty in longevity immortal city to affect the destiny of the city. But he didn't expect Liang Sheng to directly turn the beast marsh into a floating island. With this kind of means, even the void refining 7-layered might not be able to do it. This disciple of his own was simply a monster, but his chi was indeed in the perfection soul emergence realm, and the Zize independent cultivator could not understand it at all. Liang Sheng had prepared for this in advance. After all, achieving such a degree with perfection soul emergence realm was indeed shocking, but if coupled with the title of Master of Array Formations, everything would seem natural. So Liang Sheng did not beat around the bush and directly took out a formation disc with dense array flags on it. Among the Dao patterns and runes, it was even more profound. The Zize independent cultivator saw this and couldn't help but gasp. He didn't recognize this formation, but it didn't prevent him from being amazed. What kind of monster is his disciple? Refining Master? Array Master? Does he have any other means? Such heaven-defying talent is really the fortune of our frigate. Under the shock, the expression of the Zize independent cultivator remained unchanged, as if everything was as light as a cloud and not worth mentioning. "That's right. Are you going to set up an array in the beast swamp next? Is that why you are asking Zhou Shen to wait a few more days? Although he couldn't understand the principles of the array in Liang Sheng's formation disc, the qi it exuded, combined with the spring eye of the spiritual vein, was truly marvelous and unique, which naturally led him to some guesses. Master, as expected, you have discerning eyes. I can't hide anything from you. However, I do need your help for the next step. You and I need to set up something in outer space together. All right. The Zize independent cultivator didn't know why, but he liked seeing Liang Sheng's spirited appearance. Hearing his request, he immediately set aside his doubts. After all, isn't it normal for my disciple from the frigate lineage to have these magical techniques? Moreover, no matter how many shocking methods he has at the moment, doesn't he still need the protection of my old bones? After getting the answer from the Zize independent cultivator, Liang Sheng didn't drag his feet, and the two went straight to the sky and into the beast swamp, where the long-lost seal appeared once again. This allowed the foreign cultivators to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't rashly rush into the beast swamp, and they didn't know what the other side wanted to do. But the local cultivators in the Immortal City were full of regret, thinking that they had been one step behind Liang Sheng once again. They should have gone to outer space earlier, for they still lacked the courage and determination to move forward. The connection between the spiritual vein spring water and the Immortal City and the beast swamp made the foreign cultivators unable to probe with their divine sense. They looked at the city lord mansion with apprehension. However, they were also glad that they had arrived at the Immortal City, otherwise, they would have missed the opportunity. They could only wait for the beast swamp to open. At the same time, they were frantically sending messages to their backers. Longevity Immortal City might be where the great opportunity lies. Hurry up and send support. Xi Immortal Dynasty. Many elders of the cultivation branch of Seeking Truth were frowning. After receiving the news from Longevity Immortal City, they were also somewhat at a loss. Even though it was the Golden Era, it was not unprecedented, but there had never been such a situation recorded. Moreover, the heavenly secrets were obscured at this time. No matter how they deduced, they couldn't get a clear result. In the end, they could only helplessly send a message. Wait and see, don't act rashly. Dongsheng Immortal Dynasty. Capital City Linga. At this moment, Ling Suzi and others were frowning too. Although Longevity Immortal City was turbulent, there was no change in the fortune of Dongsheng Immortal Dynasty. However, according to the situation reported by the disciples, it was unheard of that the spiritual vein branch vein would undergo such mutations. They were even worried that the beast swamp becoming a floating island of Longevity Immortal City was not something ordinary people could achieve. What was the idea behind this great might? However, just when they were at a loss, they were unexpectedly delighted, which allowed them to temporarily put aside their worries. Because Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child had come out of their closed-door cultivation. The moment they sensed their breakthrough, Ling Suzi and Chen Yangzi both beamed with joy, unable to conceal their happiness. Refinement Void Dao Monarch. Their disciples had lived up to their expectations and successfully made a breakthrough to the refining void realm. They were truly the gifted children of the Dongsheng Immortal Dynasty. Moreover, their timing was just right. Disciple, I wonder if you would be willing to make another trip to Longevity Immortal City. We are willing to do so, and dare not ask for more. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child's eyes were frighteningly bright at this moment. It was time to go to Longevity Immortal City and collect the interest owed to them. Liang Sheng, Zhou Shen. All the debts will be settled together. Chapter 254, Shocking the Sacred Land Representative, Beast Swamp Opportunity unfolds, you all will die and be reborn soon. East Victory Immortal Dynasty. On a high mountain 10,000 zhang high. A white-haired old deist sat cross-legged on the summit, suddenly opening his eyes and frowning as Liang Sheng arranged the beast swamp. An unforeseen change? Just as he was about to step forward and investigate, he found himself pinned to the ground by a force, unable to move. Senior Zize. First, the elder was frightened, but then, thinking of something, he tentatively said. He was one of the representatives of the sacred land in this Immortal Dynasty Grand Competition, monitoring all realms of the Immortal Dynasty and preventing violations of the competition rules. However, he never expected that the first great power to intervene was someone beyond their control and beyond their reach. Even if the old ancestor of the Holy Land encountered the Zize independent cultivator, he was powerless and could only shake his head in the end. Because the disciples of the Free Gate were all lunatics. After his tentative voice, a light snort sounded, and it turned out to be Zize, the independent cultivator himself. Immediately afterward, a voice transmission entered his ears. My disciple has arranged a great opportunity in Longevity Immortal City, which is a boundless fortune for those cultivators. Moreover, he inadvertently did you a huge favor, and you'll know whether these cultivators are gifted children after this test. However, I know that you are the most blind, so you don't appreciate my disciple's merits, and you still try to wrong and report my disciple's actions to the old immortal of the Holy Land, right? Ah! The old deist was puzzled after hearing that. He hadn't sensed any irregular information yet, then a piece of information emerged in his mind. Huge nerve. At this moment, the only 4 words left in the old man's heart were these, but he didn't feel much surprise. After all, the disciples of the Frigate could not be measured by common sense. So, do you know what to do next? Although the voice transmission was still calm and steady, the old deist knew that as long as he did not give Zize a satisfactory answer, the result might not be so harmonious. After reviewing the information Zize had put inside him from beginning to end, although it was somewhat reckless, it was indeed a method of screening. As for the immortal dynasty luck of East Victory, what does it have to do with poor deist? Realizing this, he immediately knew what to do. He bowed to the open sky and said earnestly, Senior Zize, don't worry, I know what to do. Zize didn't respond, but the old deist still maintained his respectful bowing posture for a long time before slowly straightening up. One hurdle involving Zize the madman was finally over. As for the cultivators still in Longevity Immortal City, they could only pray for good fortune. Why provoke the madman of Zize's gate? The next moment, on the summit of the mountain, the old deist disappeared. Longevity Immortal City. The talent road opened, a killing intention filled the sky, but the city remained strangely quiet and calm at the moment, with everyone too afraid to move rashly. Although their hearts were filled with greed, in the face of the city lord mansion's previous open warning, they had no choice but to become more rational. Of course, there were still people who wanted to try, but in the end, the world could hardly lack people with great courage and reckless abandon, and the outcome was as expected. Those cultivators who wanted to approach the spiritual vein spring water column were crushed into dust by a powerful pressure before they even got close, dying instantly. Under such terrifying circumstances, no matter how strong their greed, they could only console themselves to wait a few more days. They speculated that after Zhou Shen got the secret instructions from Liang Sheng to go to the beast swamp, the great power behind the fairy city wouldn't intervene directly. Whether the cultivation of seeking truth lineage or extraterrestrial immortal dynasty monks, they all thought, although it's not home advantage, they could also compete for an opportunity. This great power behind the fairy city could help in the beginning at most, but in the end, it depended on individuals. Each of the cultivators who came to Longevity Immortal City naturally had the qualifications of talented children and had their own pride. If they couldn't even get through Longevity Immortal City, what talent road were they talking about? For now, just wait a little longer, as long as it is confirmed that there is no accident, they will go to the beast swamp. In the days that followed, it remained calm. No matter the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators or the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators, there was no support in these days, and their elders in the family urged them to be calm and not to act rashly. Besides, other extraterrestrial Immortal Dynasty monks were pouring into Longevity Immortal City like sharks that smelled blood, in their frenzy. Under Liang Sheng's rebellious methods, the Immortal Dynasty spiritual veins mixed with ancient spring water were extremely tempting to cultivators, and no one wanted to miss a share of the spoils. But the beast swamp was not a utopia. However, neither the Seek Truth lineage cultivators nor the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators said anything about the presence of the demon clan demon emperors in the beast swamp. This was the intelligence their family elders fought for with their lives. Why should they tell these extraterrestrial cultivators? Besides, this was their East Victory Immortal Dynasty opportunity. As for the Seeking Truth lineage, they did not want to cause too much trouble to the demon clan. After all, the Elder Assembly's attitude was ambiguous, as if they were going to reach out to help the demon clan in case of extinction. So, while the situation in the fairy city was strange, time quietly passed, and more cultivators gathered in Longevity Immortal City. Inside the city lord mansion, Zhou Shen had been sitting cross-legged in his room for 3 days, adjusting his condition, and had not moved at all until now. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes because Liang Sheng finally sent them a message. Zhou Shen, now you can go to the beast swamp and find out. As Liang Sheng's voice transmission entered his ears, Zhou Shen didn't hesitate at all. After bowing to the direction of Liang Sheng's mansion, he flew straight into the floating beast swamp. And the cultivators who had been paying attention to the movements of the city lord mansion were instantly invigorated. They showed no hesitation and directly followed Zhou Shen, heading towards beast swamp together. This time, the originally extremely oppressive spiritual vein spring water column did not react at all, and all the cultivators couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, their eyes shining brightly. Since there were no restrictions, once they arrived at beast swamp, they would each rely on their own capabilities. If they died, it would be due to their insufficient fortune. After these powerful cultivators chose to enter the beast swamp, the local cultivators of Immortal City couldn't help but feel a little hesitant in their hearts. Should they try their luck for a chance? Most people thought about it and decided to give up, as their cultivation level was too low. However, quite a few cultivators gritted their teeth and soared into the sky. As the saying goes, seek wealth from danger. This time, they would go all out. As a result, people from Immortal City would occasionally head straight for Beast Swamp. In Liang Sheng's mansion, Zai, an independent cultivator, and Liang Sheng returned after setting up the Beast Swamp earlier. Facing the cultivators heading for Beast Swamp, they didn't even look at them, and Zai's expression even seemed a bit playful. Previously, he had already deterred the Sacred Land representatives within the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and the fact that he had his own disciple collaborating did not technically break the rules. It was only to speed up the process and eliminate the useless people sooner. At this moment, he placed a chess piece down and laughed softly. "My disciple, it seems that your plan has already taken effect. Next, the Beast Swamp will become even more lively. However, you probably didn't expect that the former city lord would sneak in as well. They even managed to break through to the refining void realm and can be considered gifted children. What do you plan to do about it?" Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child had actually arrived at Longevity Immortal City 2 days ago, but they hadn't shown up and were much more cautious than before. Liang Sheng didn't care about the refining void realm at all, he was just hiding his cultivation level at the moment. "Oh, it doesn't matter whether they come or not, it won't change the outcome. After all, Master has already helped me, and if I still fail, I would be too incompetent. Moreover, I hope that more and more gifted children will come to Longevity Immortal City. The more people, the greater the harvest." "You, ha ha ha." Not knowing what he thought of, Zai couldn't help but point at Liang Sheng and laugh heartily after hearing his words. Because Liang Sheng had used his hands to set up the array this time, he was even more aware of the arrangement Liang Sheng had set up and knew its power. Feng Yuan and his partner had just become Refinement Void Dao Monarchs. It doesn't matter, even if they were Refinement Void Triple Level Dao Lords, if they were unlucky, they might lose a layer of skin in Beast Swamp. Moreover, seeing the calm disciple in front of him, the more Zai looked at him, the more he liked him. After all, he couldn't do this at his current realm. If, during the upcoming Immortal Dynasty Golden Era Grand Competition, his disciple took another step forward, he would be able to proudly boast about it. The old immortals from the Holy Land should take a good look. The disciple he, Zai, had taken in was the true gifted child. At that time, he would really be self-satisfied. Moreover, Zai didn't think he had gone too far. What was most important was that Liang Sheng had left a back door in his plan and hadn't monopolized the opportunities. Instead, he had divided up the cake nicely, not allowing others to grasp any handle against him. As a result, not only did he ensure that he could obtain the most significant opportunities, but he also allowed other cultivators with deep fortune to obtain considerable benefits. This action could be said to maintain both internal and external appearances. Afterward, no one would likely gossip, and his plan was watertight. Of course, Zai wouldn't make such complicated calculations. If someone were unreasonable and bullied the weak with their strength, would his free sect be bullied? So in the end, it all depended on his own strength. Only the strong could set the rules, while the weak could only play by the rules. With this thought, Zai moved another chess piece. The next step was to watch the show and see whose performance would be more exciting. Beast Swamp. At this moment, the inside of Beast Swamp was not peaceful either. Under Liang Sheng's heaven-defying array method, the Beast Swamp had been torn from the sky and turned into a floating island of Longevity Immortal City. If one looked from Immortal City, Beast Swamp was just a small floating island, seemingly small in scope, but actually vast inside. Hu Fei and the other surviving Demon Emperor ancestors noticed the anomaly of Beast Swamp as soon as possible. After all, a sudden surge of spiritual energy fell from the sky, which was simultaneously similar to the ancient spring water and somewhat different as well. Who wouldn't notice? The demon clan demon emperors had suffered a loss once before, and after quickly checking the information, they were shocked to guess what it was. It turned out to be the auspices of the human world immortal dynasty. What exactly was the human clan up to? After all, the spring water that had merged with the human clan's spirit vein spine of heaven and earth had fallen into Beast Swamp, and it was flawless, filling the defects of Beast Swamp. Even if this situation was not considered, being able to reach this point was a heaven-defying means. What was even more important was where the human clan obtained the ancient spring water that they had used for fusion. With this thought, they couldn't help but think of the densely packed bronze stone coffins in the ancient oasis before, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was truly an eventful season. However, they didn't act rashly under caution. After a few days of anxiety, the Beast Swamp unexpectedly didn't have any movement at all. This made them somewhat puzzled. They even thought about probing Beast Swamp to see what the human clan was planning to do. However, this determination was stopped by Hu Fei, for the demon ancestor prophecy about the great calamity had indeed arrived. At this point, it was not over yet. The human clan must have an objective this time. Whether Beast Swamp could continue to exist was ultimately up to fate. Under Hu Fei's insistence, the demon clan's demon emperors hid in the underground world, hoping for a little more time to make their final decision. After Zhou Shen appeared in Beast Swamp, a densely packed group of human cultivators descended upon Beast Swamp. The secretly investigating demon clan members were full of shock. As expected, the human clan's intention to exterminate the demon clan was undying. However, as more and more human cultivators flooded in, the demon emperors received intelligence feedback, but they couldn't help but furrow their brows, full of confusion. Why did they only send insignificant minions? In front of the demon emperors, nascent soul divinities, and even out-of-body cultivators, they were insignificant. This time, they had originally thought that the human cultivators were coming for revenge, but there wasn't a single refinement void Deo Lord among them. So where was the revenge? What exactly did the human clan mean by this? At this time, whether it was the Seeking Truth lineage or the Immortal Dynasty cultivators, or even foreign Immortal Dynasty cultivators, their cultivation levels varied, but none of them had broken through to the refinement void Deo Lord realm. Not right. There were still secretly cultivation level breakthroughs among human cultivators who had reached the first level of the refinement void realm. It was none other than Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child. Of course, there were also several old schemers with hidden cultivation levels, but none of them had broken through to the refinement void realm either. Breaking through so easily wasn't possible for all the young talents. Seeing this, the hidden demon emperor Hu Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow. If it was just this kind of strength, it would be impossible to cause any harm to the demon clan. A random demon emperor ancestor could easily deal with them. Although there were cultivators who had reached the first level of refinement void, the existing demon emperor ancestors of the demon clan were all at least equivalent to humans at the second layer of refinement void. The difference between the first and the second layers of refinement void was like heaven and earth. In this unusual situation, Hu Fei could only order the demon clan not to act rashly and wait quietly. This might be some cunning plan of the human clan. On the surface of Beast Swamp, Zhou Shen was still walking around in Beast Swamp, concealing his breath. His spiritual device armor was already on maximum protection, and he was constantly consuming spirit stones to ensure his own safety. Unknowingly, after such a long time, he hadn't bumped into a single human cultivator. After a long time, he couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh. Although Beast Swamp was barren, the spiritual energy there was somewhat suitable for Zhou Shen. The horizontal training method automatically functioned, greedily absorbing the energy. However, the spiritual energy in Beast Swamp was still too scarce, and it didn't bring any substantial progress to his cultivation. But since Liang Sheng had asked him if he was willing to come before, it meant that there must be an opportunity here. Just then, a few subtle spirit rhinoceros insects appeared in front of Zhou Shen. He couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't feel any danger in his heart, he felt that something was off. After thinking about it, Zhou Shen directly kept a distance from these spirit rhinoceros insects, and, only after making another disguise, did he quietly appear in another place. The spirit rhinoceros insects frantically waved their antennae, but Zhou Shen had long since left. These kinds of spirit rhinoceros insects had actually appeared in many places, but most human cultivators didn't pay them any mind. Only the Seeking Truth lineage and the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators were cautious, as the presence of the demon emperors left them apprehensive. Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child had concealed their tracks as soon as they had entered, and they hadn't revealed themselves directly. They even maintained contact with some of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty cultivators. This time they were hiding their traces, not just to avoid the demon clan's investigation, but also to find Zhou Shen's whereabouts. At this time, what about the Lord of the Longevity Immortal City? After getting to the refining void realm, he would be the first to target Zhou Shen. Thinking about this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but smirk. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Beast Swamp had become a floating island above the Longevity Immortal City, and everyone knew that there must be a huge secret hidden within, but everyone tacitly remained silent about it. As long as Beast Swamp had already connected with the outside world and was no longer sealed off, they didn't need to worry too much. If someone truly disregarded the rules and tried to bully those weaker than them, they would probably be punished by the Sacred Land representative at the very first instance. Looking at the giant pillars formed by the mixture of the distant spiritual vein spring water, Feng Yuan and the others were determined to win. After their breakthrough to the refining void realm, they had gained confidence. This time, they were staking their lives. As long as they succeeded, they would be rewarded with boundless wealth and nobility. This was a clue that Jianyangzi and the others had deduced from the primary yang they had consumed. Although they didn't know the purpose of the great power behind them, their trip to Beast Swamp this time was to solidify their status as young prodigies. As for now, Zhou Shen, better to die sooner than later. Chapter 255, Countless gifted children trapped in the jar, Zhou Shen accidentally enters the underground world of the demon clan. Beast Swamp. Zhou Shen was still moving forward while hiding his qi, being extremely cautious. Thanks to his bloodline ability of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he managed to turn danger into safety several times. The tiny spirit rhinoceros insect he kept encountering was undoubtedly a spy of the demon clan. Whenever he encountered the spirit rhinoceros insect, his heart would throb, and his body would break out in a cold sweat. Zhou Shen was certain that this insect was associated with the Beast Swamp demon clan. Of course, once he became aware of the danger, Zhou Shen's journey was relatively smooth. However, just a few days after being safe, Zhou Shen suddenly felt a premonition of impending disaster that caused him an immense feeling of anxiety. What on earth was happening? Faced with this situation, Zhou Shen decided to stay put to investigate the source of his uneasiness. Zhou Shen felt somewhat fortunate that he had reached the divinity transformation realm. Along with the spiritual device armor refined for him by Ancestor, he believed he would stand a chance against any danger unless it was out of his reach. At the moment when Zhou Shen predicted danger, cultivators who charged into the Beast Swamp from Longevity Immortal City had begun to encounter demonic beasts to a lesser or greater extent. However, after the contact, everyone discovered that the demonic beasts in the Beast Swamp were much stronger than recorded in the classics. The extraterrestrial Immortal Dynasty monks were somewhat puzzled, but the cultivators from the Seeking Truth lineage and East Victory Immortal Dynasty clearly understood the reason. As the ancient oasis had previously descended, these demonic beasts were naturally boosted in strength. However, this kind of opportunity required time to digest. Despite the growth of the demonic beast's strength, it was still extremely limited because not much time had passed since then. Therefore, faced with the slaughter of the human clan cultivators, the demonic beasts were defenseless, and large numbers were killed. With the killing restarting in the Beast Swamp, the bloody atmosphere permeated, and the smell of blood could be smelled up to 10 li against the wind. However, under the deadly situation, no one cared about this. The Seeking Truth lineage cultivators did not start a massacre indiscriminately. Instead, after landing in the Beast Swamp, they began to contact each other with communication jade slips, discussing where to gather. The cultivators from Linga, the capital city of East Victory Immortal Dynasty, took the same action. Today, the cultivators of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty were somewhat excited. Because Feng Yuan and Dao Lord Kaiwan were coming. Having made a breakthrough in their closed-door cultivation, Feng Yuan and the others had reached the refining void realm. While they used to be called Senior Brother, today they should be referred to as Dao Lords. This times, most of the cultivators who came from Linga were pride disciples from various paths, and their feelings about this were somewhat complex. However, most of them didn't remain downcast for very long. The morale rose again. If Feng Yuan and the others could successfully break through, why couldn't they? In this golden era, it was time for them, the cultivators, to strive for power. Under these complex emotions, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child finally arrived and met up with the cultivators of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. With an expressionless look on their faces, Feng Yuan and the others gestured with a wave of their arms after confirming that most people had arrived at the rally point. Let's go. The remaining people could catch up with them according to the markers they left. This time they came to the Beast Swamp. Feng Yuan and the others were better prepared. After all, they had suffered losses in the Beast Swamp last time. Therefore, this time they brought quite a few powerful items. However, their primary goal this time was not the Demon Clan, but the opportunities of the Golden Ages chosen. The talent road was open, and if they didn't take a look, wouldn't they regret it later? Longevity Immortal City. Liang Family Mansion. The Zize independent cultivator had started enjoying playing chess with Liang Sheng these past few days, mainly because his disciple never ceased to surprise and impress him. He felt as if his child was growing up. Disciple, all sorts of talents are now entering the stage. What are your plans from here? The Zize independent cultivator asked curiously, to which Liang Sheng replied with a slight smile. If only human talents participate, it would merely be internal competition. So how can we talk about the once-in-a-million years golden era? Hence, if there's to be a talent struggle, there ought to be more supporting roles. Hey! Upon hearing this, the Zize independent cultivator was slightly startled. He clearly understood his disciple's idea, but isn't this a too risky gamble, he wondered. Aren't they afraid of things going out of control? Taking into account that if the human clan's great mights don't make a move, the demon clan isn't so easy to deal with, especially considering the concealed strength of the demon clan, which is incredibly strong. Previously, the demon clan's hidden strength was not known to the human clan. Combined with the fact that it wasn't a time of great contention, the great mights could freely take action, so naturally, the demon clan was not to be feared. However, now is the time for the heaven talent struggle. As per the sacred land's order, the great mights can't act freely. Even refinement Void Deo Monarch would have to wait for the right opportunity, hence the situation is naturally different. So it's better not to provoke the demon clan now, wondering why his disciple still insists on doing this? Isn't it a bit arrogant? The Zize independent cultivator was not aware of Liang Sheng's plans, but he had a premonition that big things were going to happen soon, which might even affect the arrangements of the sacred land's chosen path. However, the Zize independent cultivator wasn't worried about this, but rather he was somewhat excited, his eyes shining brightly. Those old immortals of the sacred land, I may not be your match, but today my disciple is entirely within the rules. Let's see how you'll handle it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do whatever you want, disciple. If anyone doesn't follow the rules and dares to act recklessly, your master will take care of it. You don't need to worry at all. Thank you, master. Liang Sheng was genuinely moved. He had expected that Zize independent cultivator would not hinder his plan, but he didn't expect that the latter would strongly support him without even hearing how he would execute his plan. It can only be said that Zize independent cultivator's protection for him is indeed worthy of their master-disciple relationship. Just like Jin Guangxiu in the past, Liang Sheng had fully recognized Zize independent cultivator as his master. At this moment, Liang Sheng took a deep breath to calm his emotions and looked up at the beast swamp above. At this time, one or two immortal city cultivators were still rushing over, seemingly wanting to try their luck in the beast swamp, unwilling to admit their fate. Liang Sheng watched Feng Yuan's Kaiwan child rush into the beast swamp, and after some thought, decided that everyone who needed to be here had already arrived, and it was time for the big show to begin. Master, I need to go to the beast swamp. Go. After respectfully saluting, Liang Sheng went towards the beast swamp, while the Zize Frigate elder merely glanced at the chessboard on the table and smiled faintly. He then looked in the direction of the northeast and casually took out a pot of wine, leisurely and carefree. From now on, nobody should come to disturb him. Northeast, unknown mountains and rivers. The elderly Taoist, one of the sacred land representatives, couldn't help but shiver and look towards the direction of Longevity Immortal City, grumbling in his heart. He had given up meddling in the affairs of Longevity Immortal City earlier, but why was Senior Zize still holding on to him? This was really too much bullying. So what if Frigate had a new disciple? After all, I am a great cultivator at the void refining seven-layered realm, so why must I suffer like this? Not knowing if he had sensed the other party's thoughts, the Zize independent cultivator couldn't help but frown, but remained unmoved. The other party was not wrong in their thoughts. Having a disciple was indeed nothing extraordinary, but a monstrous disciple with no shortcomings deserved to be celebrated. Moreover, this was the only disciple of the Frigate lineage. My disciple, with me protecting you, do as you wish, and let's see what other heaven-defying means you will come up with next. Beast Swamp. After realizing there was no immediate danger, Zhou Shen followed the sense of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, using the top-grade earth travel talisman to carefully move in the underground. He wasn't concerned about how fast he was going, but safety first, as he cautiously investigated the current situation in the Beast Swamp. Elder Liang must have had a reason for sending him to the Beast Swamp. Especially just now, his heart sensed that the omen of disaster had become a sign of great fortune. He didn't know it was because Liang Sheng was on his way to the Beast Swamp. Although Zhou Shen didn't know the specifics, it showed that things were gradually improving and he had taken the right path. In that case, Zhou Shen wouldn't mess around. He carefully proceeded underground, and with his focus on the horizontal training method, it was even more relaxed. He had gained some benefits by now. Although the spiritual energy of the Beast Swamp was scarce, it was indeed suitable for cultivating the horizontal training method. Moreover, with Liang Sheng's previous method of combining spiritual veins and ancient spring water, Zhou Shen's cultivation level had unknowingly and steadily progressed. If only he had 1,000 years, there would be great surprises, but unfortunately, now time was of the essence, and there was no such time for his growth. Just then, Zhou Shen suddenly stopped and couldn't help but frown. How did it feel like something was wrong? Why were there formation fluctuations underground? Zhou Shen couldn't help but feel puzzled, as he was already deep underground. In a desolate and remote place like the Beast Swamp, this situation was indeed strange. Furthermore, the feeling of seeking fortune and avoiding evil was also very strange, as if it was wavering between good and bad, uncertain. What was going on? For a short while, Zhou Shen couldn't make up his mind. The other side of the Beast Swamp. After entering the Beast Swamp, Liang Sheng didn't take immediate action. Upon sensing Zhou Shen's location, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Zhou Shen's luck was indeed extraordinary, as he had unknowingly stumbled upon the entrance to the demonic underground world. Previously, Liang Sheng had already planned to scheme against the demon clan. However, some of the arrangements required him to take action himself and create a conflict of accidents. But now it seemed that there was no need for him to act because Zhou Shen had inadvertently become the best executor of his plan in the midst of a mistake. However, this would also mean that Zhou Shen would reap many benefits. Could it be that there were truly children with heaven and earth's destiny in the world? As Liang Sheng thought about this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky above, feeling as though everything had been monitored. However, he seemed to be a little different himself. He turned several thoughts in his mind but decided to let it go for now. In fact, under the deduction of the law of cause and effect, he had also experienced this situation before, but the probability of this opportunity was less than 1 in a billion. But reality had indeed happened in this situation, so it could only be said that Zhou Shen's blessings were deep, making people sigh in admiration. Since that's the case, let's help him along the way. As for the outcome, it depends on Zhou Shen's own fortune. Underground in the Beast Swamp. As Liang Sheng determined to continue with the plan, Zhou Shen was moving forward underground when he suddenly stepped into the void and fell into a deep, bottomless tunnel. The entire tunnel had smooth walls, clearly constructed by someone, and not formed naturally. Zhou Shen felt a surge of great fortune omen at this moment, and couldn't help but wonder if there was some opportunity here. Although Zhou Shen was extremely excited, he still proceeded cautiously without being overwhelmed by his emotions. In the Beast Swamp, safety came first. As he carefully moved forward in the tunnel alone, there were no other disturbances. However, he didn't know that every move he made was being watched by those with ulterior motives. To be precise, after he fell into the tunnel, all his actions were being observed by the demon clan. The demon clan ancestors had already gathered in the secret land of the medicine hall. "Brother Hu, what should we do with this human who has trespassed? If we don't stop him, he will soon discover our underground secrets," said an impatient demon ancestor. Hu Fei did not respond, but remained silent. The other demon ancestors didn't press him, as they knew Hu Fei was considering how to deal with the situation. They wholeheartedly trusted Hu Fei's heavenly fate divine ability. Hu Fei was indeed contemplating, but the spiritual seed left by Liang Sheng hidden deep in his mind was influencing his judgment without him realizing it. Finally, he made up his mind. Let him in, pretend we haven't discovered him, and even help him. Don't let our own people find out about his anomaly, Hu Fei decided. What? They had to help this human disguise his qi and make sure he wouldn't be discovered by the underground demon clan? What was going on? Everyone was puzzled by Hu Fei's words, but he didn't explain. The other demon ancestors didn't say much, and Huang Feng just opened his mouth. After all the demon ancestors had left, Hu Fei himself looked a little confused. Was his decision really beneficial to the demon clan? Why did he feel a sense of relief that this human had entered the underground world? He couldn't explain any of it. With that in mind, he couldn't help but glance again at Zhou Shen, who was slowly moving forward. Was there something special about this human? Well, they would just have to wait and see. Zhou Shen continued to move forward cautiously, unaware that he had been exposed. When he entered the underground world, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What is this place? Zhou Shen was dumbstruck. He was amazed to find that the underground world was no different from the human world in terms of layout. Countless half-beastmen demons populated the area, dressed similarly to humans. From time to time, street vendors called out their wares amidst the bustling streets. If not for the half-beastman appearance, Zhou Shen would have thought he was in the human world. What was even more terrifying was the cultivation levels of the demons he encountered. There were hardly any below the Foundation establishment realm. Wasn't the beast swamp a barren land filled with low-ranking demonic beasts? Within a short time, he had even spotted 2 demon saints equivalent to the nascent soul realm, and more than 100 gold core monster kings. As for demons comparable to the divinity transformation realm of the human world, he could sense 1 or 2 as well. This made Zhou Shen's heart race. Longevity Immortal City had no chance of winning against these underground demons. Moreover, these underground demons had completely transformed themselves and their actions were no different from those of humans. But why were these powerful demons hiding underground? Did they have some earth-shattering conspiracy? If so, did Elder Liang know about it? This beast swamp was placed under his watch by a secret method right above Longevity Immortal City. For a long while, Zhou Shen struggled to accept the truth. While stirred by the shocking revelation, his seeking fortune and avoiding evil bloodline ability was eager to dive in. How could he have a great fortune omen by entering the land of the demons? All these things overwhelmed Zhou Shen. However, when he had calmed down from the shock, he decided to let go and take the risk, because his seeking fortune and avoiding evil bloodline ability had never made a mistake before. Fortunately, he still had the concealment talisman that Elder Liang had given him earlier. He had been reluctant to use it before, but now he had no choice. Whether or not Elder Liang was aware of the existence of this place, it could not be a bad thing for Zhou Shen to sneak in and investigate. Moreover, he touched the area over his heart. A great fortune omen was upon him. Chapter 256, Zhou Shen explores the demon ancestor's secret land, heavenly secrets of killing revealed. Beast Swamp. Underground demon clan world. Under the disguise of the concealment talisman, Zhou Shen felt a little relieved as he set foot in the underground world. The blue stone paved streets gave him a true sense of being on solid ground. This was not a dream. As he unconsciously blended into the bustling demon streets, the passing half-beastman demon bowed hastily and then carefully left. At this time, Zhou Shen's appearance represented complete transformation, at least in the Demon King realm, even possibly in the Demon Saint realm. As for a higher realm, the little demons dared not imagine. Anyway, bowing would not be wrong. Zhou Shen maintained a cold face but was actually very nervous inside because he knew that doing more could lead to more mistakes. It was better not to do anything. Sure enough, his demeanor did not arouse any suspicion from the demon race. On the contrary, the demons on the street kept their distance from him. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Zhou Shen kept a straight face, and the nearby vendors didn't dare to disturb him. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at the disguised location of the demon ancestor's secret land. The Herbal Medicine Hall. Zhou Shen didn't know why he had come to this place. He had just followed his heart's bloodline ability to cultivate good fortune and avoid disaster, and naturally arrived here. However, at this moment, he hesitated and did not enter the Herbal Medicine Hall directly. There was a tea house next to it, so he had an idea. On his way here, he had learned that spirit stones were also the currency in the demon underground world, and he naturally had spirit stones. So he thought about it and decided to go to the tea house first to assess the situation before deciding on his next move. Just as Zhou Shen turned to go to the tea house, beneath the Herbal Medicine Hall in the Elders' Assembly, the demon ancestors who had been watching him were somewhat puzzled. Why did the human go directly to the herbal medicine hall? The leaders of the various major demon families in the underground world did not know what the herbal medicine hall represented. How could the humans know? But why was this human here? Thinking of this, the eyes of all the demon ancestors involuntarily turned to Hu Fei, hoping that he could give them a perfect answer. But Hu Fei remained silent at this moment. Actually, Hu Fei's mind was a bit chaotic now. This human seemed really special. Otherwise, why he could find the herbal medicine hall so accurately? Was he really meant to enter the demon ancestors' secret land? However, how could the other ancestors agree to this proposal? This was precisely why Hu Fei had not told them earlier why he had allowed Zhou Shen to infiltrate successfully. But now that Zhou Shen had arrived at the herbal medicine hall, Hu Fei had to explain the situation. Thinking of this, Hu Fei finally stopped hesitating and spoke quietly, "This human needs to enter our demon ancestors' secret land." What? All the demon ancestors present were incredulous when they heard this, wondering if they had heard wrong. But Hu Fei affirmed and repeated, "He needs to enter our demon ancestors' secret land." At this, Huang Feng couldn't help but stand up. How can we allow humans to enter the demon ancestors' secret land? Brother Hu, what have you seen that makes you want to do this? Hu Fei's face was full of pain at this moment, and he lowered his head in silence. After a long time, he finally calmed his emotions. "Fellow leaders, I know it's a little hard for you to accept this situation, but do you know how much pain I've been through previously? You ask what I have seen? I can tell you that I have seen the sky filled with blood, the ground covered with blood, and I have heard the painful screams of my demon race companions echoing. The demon ancestor prophecy has come true, and the catastrophe has arrived. None of us can escape it. But I also saw the one glimmer of hope, which is the human now drinking tea in the tea house. I don't even know what use this human can be. However, if you trust me, let this human enter the demon ancestor's secret land. Maybe he will give us the answer as to why he is that one glimmer of hope." Hearing this, all the demon ancestors recognized the knot in Hu Fei's heart. Yes, as a demon, who would want a human to enter the demon ancestor's secret land? If it wasn't a last resort, how could Hu Fei do this? It's just that the situation was now a matter of life and death. Thinking about this, the remaining 15 demon ancestors from the last war looked at each other and then nodded gently. "Brother Hu, don't be so sad. We were too impulsive earlier. Since the heavenly secrets show as such, the human holds the key to our one glimmer of hope. Let him go." After Huang Feng's representative speech, gratitude filled Hu Fei's heart. He rejoiced that the ancestors could understand him during this crisis. Since the opinions were now unified, Hu Fei didn't waste any more time and immediately began discussing how to let the human naturally enter the demon ancestors' secret land without him noticing that it was their plan. While Hu Fei and the others were discussing, Zhou Shen also felt that something in the herbal medicine hall was faintly attracting him. Not far away, another person was also watching Zhou Shen with a deep gaze. It was Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng recalled the scene he had seen in the stone coffin in the demon ancestor's secret land earlier. The underground world's ancient spring water was formed by the dripping blood from the stone coffin. At this moment, Liang Sheng was also curious about whether there would be any new discoveries after Zhou Shen entered the demon ancestor's secret land. Liang Sheng originally wanted Zhou Shen to fulfill his plans on his own, but he didn't expect that the law of cause and effect screen would change again after Zhou Shen entered the underground world. Since the plan had to be adjusted, Liang Sheng didn't fret too much. After all, everything in heaven and earth couldn't always go smoothly. This led to Liang Sheng entering the underground world to monitor Zhou Shen. As for the chaos in the surface world of the beast swamp, it doesn't bother Liang Sheng, as these are mere trivial details he doesn't need to worry about. The top priority right now is to get Zhou Shen to enter the demon ancestor's secret land. If the scene continues to unfold according to the law of cause and effect, there might be some unexpected surprises ahead. Of course, with every surprise comes a price. But after weighing the benefits and drawbacks, Liang Sheng still decides to let Zhou Shen have a try. Does the sky covering sect, which is the pursuit of the truth, have any other secrets? All of this depends on what secrets Zhou Shen can uncover with his sky-covering sect's bloodline ability in the desolate regions. The tea house. Zhou Shen sips his tea leisurely on the surface, but inside, he is on full alert, carefully observing the moves around him. Fortunately, no unusual events occur even after a long while. The herbal medicine hall is bustling with people. Whether human or demon, everyone seems to be in high demand for the herbs. Either for pill refining or for medical treatment. In any case, the supplies are scarce. Neither the shopkeeper nor the assistant have exhibited any abnormal behavior, which solidifies Zhou Shen's determination to proceed. As the fluorescent light of the underground world dims, Zhou Shen has already hidden himself in the backyard of the herbal medicine hall. He sneakily scouts around without alerting anyone. However, his exploration turns out ordinary until he reaches the backyard and sees the locust tree. Who would plant a locust tree in their backyard? If such a thing happened in the human world, the owner would be scolded relentlessly. As Zhou Shen approaches the locust tree, the auspicious ability to avoid evil fills his heart with a great fortune omen. It's almost borderline madness. It's as if this locust tree is some divine opportunity for Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen cautiously reaches out to touch the giant locust tree. Before he can figure anything out, he suddenly vanishes. Elsewhere, Hu Fei and others instinctively turn their heads towards Huang Feng with peculiar expressions. Huang Feng quickly explains with a dry laugh. I was just fed up with this human dilly-dallying about. Since we've decided to let him enter the demon ancestor's secret land, why not speed it up a bit? No one contests his words because it doesn't matter what happens in between. As long as the outcome is in their favor, it's all good. Given that this human has already noticed the locust tree, even if they don't intervene, his entrance to the secret land would just be a matter of time. With this in mind, all the demonic ancestors silently appear and follow Zhou Shen into the demon ancestor's secret land. They wish to see what makes this human so special that the fate of the demon clan relies on his intervention. No matter the result, there's a tinge of disgruntlement in their hearts. They can only hope the final outcome will be favorable. The demon ancestor's secret land. Zhou Shen is suddenly teleported into a new space, causing a ripple of anxiety in his heart. However, he doesn't panic excessively, thanks to the omen of great fortune flooding his heart. Moreover, this feeling strengthens as he steps further into the secret land. Once he stabilizes his emotions, he proceeds down the path. After an indeterminate amount of time, he sees the coffin-shaped secret land that had previously puzzled Liang Sheng. He pauses, catching his breath. The auspicious ability to avoid evil has led him here. On seeing this, the demonic ancestors hidden in the dark cannot help but clench their fists. This is the final chamber in the demon ancestors' secret land. Besides them, Liang Sheng also follows suit. His gaze is fixed on Zhou Shen, curious about what moves Zhou Shen will make next. Zhou Shen, at this moment, takes a deep breath. With determination in his heart, he dives headfirst into the coffin chamber without any hesitation. After waiting a bit to make sure they won't run into Zhou Shen, the demonic ancestors enter one by one. The last to enter is Liang Sheng, quietly trailing behind everyone. As for Zhou Shen, who has ventured into the final secret land, he is completely awestruck. As he gazes at the mural on the wall, he feels dizzy. This is the history of the demon clan. The rise of the human race occupies a large portion of it. However, some parts of the mural seem to have been deliberately scraped off, creating a gap in the history. Regardless, this doesn't lessen Zhou Shen's admiration. Our human ancestors were indeed fearless, thus leading to the thriving times we live in now. As the mural extends, Zhou Shen takes a deep breath when he reaches the last part of it. Then he sees the last stone coffin. Beneath it is the ancient spring water. Just then, a drop of spring water drips from the top of the coffin. Zhou Shen's eyes get a bit fuzzy as he unintentionally walks to the front of the coffin and slowly reaches out to touch the edge of the stone coffin. The demonic ancestors hiding behind him clutch their throats in fear. After they exit the coffin's secret land, they lose all memories of this place. But once they enter, the memories wake up again. Watching this human disrespectfully touching the coffin compels them to drive him out of the secret land immediately. However, with things going as they were, he wouldn't possibly stop midway. So, they suppress their emotions and wait quietly. Liang Sheng is also watching in the dark, with his eyes shining brighter and brighter. He feels like he's one step closer to the truth with the key held in Zhou Shen's hands. Since his breakthrough in refining the god and reversing the void, he doesn't experience the terror he used to. At least he doesn't fear for his life as he did before. The stronger his power, fewer situations would cause him to feel threatened. While everyone's mood is complex, Zhou Shen finally puts his hand on the stone coffin. However, there's neither an earth-shaking response nor any reaction. Zhou Shen had involuntarily closed his eyes, but his qi had slowly changed. Most importantly, the ancient spring water beneath the stone coffin had already entered Zhou Shen's body automatically. How is this possible? Seeing this, the hidden demon clan ancestors could not help but be dumbfounded. After all, such a situation had never occurred in their memory. They couldn't help but want to rush to the stone coffin to see what unexpected events had occurred to this human being. Unfortunately, their way was blocked by Hu Fei, whose face was stern. If so, let's wait and see. The demon clan ancestors felt a bit of regret for not being able to observe directly. In fact, Zhou Shen was already completely immersed in an inexplicable sadness at this moment. He had no idea what was happening outside and that his body was passively absorbing the ancient spring water. He could only feel himself enveloped in a sad emotion that spanned through the ages, as if he had found someone to confide in, but no matter how hard he listened, he couldn't understand what the other party was saying. He couldn't help but feel anxious, but his perception had entered a chaotic space where he couldn't tell direction or time. Unknowingly, tears seeped from his eyes as he leaned against the edge of the stone coffin. His body's techniques were running autonomously. Hey? How can this child be so compatible with my demon clan's ancient spring water? Zhou Shen's internal chi changes could not be concealed from the perception of the demon clan ancestors. Even they probably could not match the ancient spring water so well. This human being is strange. No wonder Hu Fei let this human enter the demon ancestor space. It seems there is indeed a reason, but what did the other party see? Why did they shed tears? No one could provide an answer, including Liang Sheng, who was hiding in the deepest corner. However, he knew that the secret he wanted to uncover might appear soon. But as for when exactly, he still needed to wait. It's all just a matter of time. Beast Swamp, Surface World. At the same time when Liang Sheng was waiting for Zhou Shen to discover the truth from the demon ancestor's secret land, the surface world had already become hell. After descending into the beast swamp again, Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child had no intention of holding back against the demonic beasts. With their path cleared by Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, the gifted cultivators from capital city Linga carried out a massacre. The entire beast swamp was filled with corpses for thousands of miles, and the air was filled with blood. Both humans and demonic beasts had been blinded by the killing. Previously, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had been careful to avoid encumbering other human cultivators. But amid the killing and the onset of a heaven-sent murderous intent, how could they be unscathed? In the end, they still encountered other cultivators. Once they were forced to act, they could not stop. The ones who died the fastest were, of course, the greedy cultivators of Longevity Immortal City. Those who had broken through to the golden core level were already considered top cultivators, but they were no match even for the demonic beasts, and naturally suffered heavy casualties. The extraterrestrial Immortal Dynasty cultivators had a high cultivation level, but they lacked the unity of the Seeking Truth lineage and capital city Linga cultivators. Hence, they suffered great losses in individual combat. Some of them were simply unlucky and died without a trace in the atmosphere of killing. The entire surface world of Beast Swamp had become a bloodied hell, with no one being able to escape. Their bodies were already entwined in cause and effect, enveloped by murderous intent. Feng Yuan and the other could feel that their emotions were somewhat off due to the killing, but they didn't hold back. After breaking through to the refinement void Dao monarch, they needed to make up for their state of mind. All their previous experiences were like a nightmare, and they needed to vent. Thus, unrestrained and following their desires, they stirred up a storm of killing in the beast swamp with their refinement void Dao monarch cultivation. However, neither the frenzied human cultivators nor the heavily injured demonic beasts noticed that the blood-soaked ground had already been unknowingly absorbed. The heavenly secret's killing intent had intensified at this moment, but everyone was unaware, immersed in the killing, becoming a chess piece on the heavenly chessboard, drifting with the waves. Demon Ancestor Secret Land. Zhou Shen was still in the chaotic space, searching for the cause of his sadness. Meanwhile, the stone coffin he was leaning on suddenly brimmed with blood and qi. The ancient spring water suddenly appeared like flowing water. This situation left the demon clan ancestors somewhat confused. Because in their memory, such a situation had never occurred before. Was it possible that the demon ancestor had a soft spot for this human cultivator? But we are the demon clan descendants. Did the demon ancestor abandon us? While they were in this complicated state of mind, the previously quiet stone coffin suddenly surged with blood and qi, and amidst the mist, a golden light emerged. At this moment, everyone's spirits couldn't help but be lifted. Liang Sheng was no exception. The answer he had been waiting for might come at this very moment. Chapter 257, Demonic Ancestors Strike Hard, Holy Land Walk wants to cry but no tears. Demon Ancestors' Secret Land. At this moment, Zhou Shen's aura was mysterious and inexplicable, not only attracting the undivided attention of the demon ancestors hiding nearby, but also fully engaging Liang Sheng, who dared not miss a single detail. Perhaps the day has come to unravel the true secrets of the demon clan. Under Liang Sheng's watch, the ancient spring water incessantly poured into Zhou Shen's body, but the amount of ancient spring water beneath the stone coffin did not seem to decrease. This was because new ancient spring water constantly formed above the stone coffin, dripping into the bottom. Such a phenomenon had never happened before, causing the hearts of demon ancestors like Hu Fei to be involuntarily raised to their throats. It was precisely because of this mysterious scene that they no longer dared to disturb Zhou Shen in the slightest, for fear of causing any other abnormalities. Just then, the previously motionless stone coffin suddenly shook, followed by an ear-splitting sound of friction. It was the coffin lid of the stone coffin that was slowly opening. Demon ancestor? As for the speculations about the stone coffin, they all believed that it was most likely the burial ground of the demon ancestor. Seeing this movement, the hearts of the demon ancestors like Hu Fei trembled together. Zhou Shen, who was standing beside them, was still in tears at this time. In fact, he did not know the situation outside, but he was enveloped by an inexplicable sadness. As the coffin lid of the stone coffin opened, Zhou Shen unconsciously began to slowly rise, and then his entire body was lifted into the coffin. Liang Sheng, who was secretly observing, saw this and remained motionless. He had actually also thought of entering the stone coffin to investigate, but he was afraid that his sudden entrance would cause other accidents. With this in mind, Liang Sheng eventually calmed down. It's better to let Zhou Shen enter the stone coffin alone. After he comes out, he will naturally have a way to find out the secrets of this coffin. It wasn't just Liang Sheng who didn't take any rash actions, the demon ancestors like Hu Fei didn't dare to do anything either. They waited until Zhou Shen entered the stone coffin before the lid closed again. For a short while, it seemed as if nothing had happened, and the previous scene was just an illusion, but the disappearance of Zhou Shen was a reminder of what had just happened. By this time, none of the demon ancestors like Hu Fei wanted to leave anymore, and neither did Liang Sheng. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Hu Fei's face suddenly changed color. It wasn't because something drastic had happened at the stone coffin, but because he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart and involuntarily looked up at the sky. Everyone, it seems we need to leave the secret land immediately. Hey! What happened? Huang Feng and the others were somewhat at a loss. Leaving now, how could they willingly part with this place, not knowing what they might miss next? But Hu Fei's tone was extremely heavy. Our demon tribe warriors have already suffered heavy losses on the surface world, and if we don't go out now, I'm afraid there will be no more demon clan bloodlines on the surface. What? The other demon ancestors were filled with rage under their shock. How vast was the area of Beast Swamp? Who could have thought that in just a few short days, the demon clan bloodline would be almost wiped out? How ruthless were these humans? While shocked, they turned their heads to glance at the stone coffin, thought no more about it, and followed Hu Fei to leave the secret land. This time, the great catastrophe of the demon clan might truly be imminent. From Hu Fei's performance, it could be seen that the true crisis concerning the existence of the demon clan had already left them no time for anything else. Even if the human entering the secret stone coffin was truly the key to solving the great catastrophe, they no longer had any time to spare. Hu Fei and the other demon ancestors hurriedly left the demon clan's secret realm. After a while, Liang Sheng also appeared in front of the stone coffin. He walked around the stone coffin, his eyes full of contemplation. Zhou Shen was indeed blessed with great fortune, but he would not reappear in the stone coffin anytime soon. So waiting here was actually unrealistic. It would be better to go back to the surface world and see, as the beast swamp should still be under his control, otherwise, it would cost him more to bring the beast swamp back on track later. Why bother? With this in mind, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated, set up some warning measures with a finger touch, and then unhesitatingly turned and left. Zhou Shen, you can stay here for now, and I'll need you to decipher the secrets of the demon clan later. Surface world. At this time, the beast swamp was no longer a desolate expanse of yellow but a blood-red sky due to the horrific killings. The thick smell of blood filled the entire surface world. Most of the blood was due to the fall of the demonic beasts, but there were also no few human cultivators among them. The fact that the human clan engaged in such massive killings was also related to the demon ancestors like Hu Fei not choosing to act immediately. At first, the human cultivators were somewhat tentative, but as they continued to slaughter without any demon ancestors stepping in to stop them, they began to let go of their apprehensions and completely became unrestrained. Although the Seeking Truth lineage was somewhat reserved, the East victorious Immortal Dynasty capital city Soul Song cultivators were completely unscrupulous. To them, if the talent road opened and the demon clan emperors dared not make a move, why should they hold back? If the demon ancestors dared to do anything, they would have done it long ago, why wait till now? After all, the rules for the Immortal Dynasty Grand Competition were laid down by the great powers of the human clan. Since the human cultivators had to abide by the rules, so did the demon clan. This was the status of the human protagonist of heaven and earth. So in the unrestrained killing, they, with their cultivation levels, were utterly disastrous for the demonic beasts on the surface of the beast swamp, leaving them little chance of resistance. By today, after the wide-scale massacre, it was exceedingly difficult for the human cultivators to easily find the demon clan again. After Hu Fei and the other demonic ancestors left the underground world and arrived in the surface world, their faces turned pale. As they continued their journey, the number of dead demonic beasts they encountered increased, and their expressions became even colder and more indifferent. Grief is born from a dead heart, while anger is born from numbness. At this point, even the calm Hu Fei could no longer endure. What the humans have done is too much. Previously, it was Hu Fei who had stopped the other demonic ancestors from taking action, for he had sensed the changes in heavenly secrets. If they were to take action, a great catastrophe might befall them. But now, if they let the human cultivators continue unchecked, the entire beast swamp surface world will turn into a living hell for the demon clan, devoid of their bloodline forever. Everyone, we have no choice but to take action now. Upon hearing Hu Fei loosen his stance, the other demon emperor ancestors felt relieved. Let us kill all these despicable humans. We can't just stand by and watch our demon clan's bloodline being slaughtered like this, without doing anything. Otherwise, even if we survive this demonic calamity, will we still be the demon clan? Since everyone has made up their minds, let's take action. Where shall we go now? Having decided to unleash a massacre, the demonic ancestors simultaneously looked at Hu Fei, wanting to know where to start their revenge against the humans. As long as the human cultivators enter the beast swamp, none of them will be able to escape. This time, Hu Fei did not think further and simply said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, just kill anyone we see." All right. Sometimes conceding would only give the other party an inch to take a mile, so it's better to fight fire with fire and return hate with hate. Having said that, the demonic ancestors casually picked a direction, and with cold and indifferent eyes, they marched forward, ready to unleash the massacre. As for whether any human powers would take action to suppress them, they no longer cared. If they could not survive this demonic calamity, they would either die kneeling or die standing. Either way, they would die. So why let themselves be burdened with grievances? As the demonic ancestors left, Liang Sheng appeared in their previous location. Looking at the surface world that had been completely dyed in blood, his expression remained indifferent. Actually, slaughter was the real purpose of the Immortal Dynasty competition, and everything else was just a cover-up. Besides, he hadn't actually done much himself. He had merely released the murderous heart demons within the human cultivators a little earlier. At this moment, he sensed something, looked up in the direction of the northeast, and then shook his head and stopped paying attention, immediately following the demonic ancestors instead. No one could stop the chaos in the beast swamp. Outside the beast swamp, the elderly sacred land representative who had been previously intimidated and expelled by the Zize independent cultivator suddenly changed his expression, looking horrified in the direction of the Longevity Immortal City. In recent days, the slaughter in the Longevity Immortal City could be said to have surpassed the entire Immortal Dynasty world, and even he, as a sacred land representative, had never seen such unconstrained, murderous fortune. After sensing the turmoil, he could not help feeling a little lost and hesitating on whether to go to the Longevity Immortal City to take a look. Because the warning from the Zize independent cultivator still lingered in his mind, he did not dare to make any hasty decisions. However, as time passed, the murderous qi in the Longevity Immortal City grew more and more intense, mixed with the demon clan's qi, affecting the Immortal Dynasty's luck. Seeing this, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. Such turmoil, occurring at this point in time, was not the result the Holy Land wanted to see. With that in mind, he finally ignored the fear in his heart and headed straight for the Longevity Immortal City. If he did nothing now, who knew how the Holy Land would punish him? But before he could travel much further, he was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to proceed a single step. Damn it! The Sacred Land representative's heart stirred, and the situation he least wanted to see ultimately occurred. Did you think my words earlier were a joke? The sound that entered his ears was none other than the voice of the Ziza independent cultivator. Thinking of this, he hurriedly performed a respectful bow through the air towards the direction of the Longevity Immortal City, without any hint of negligence. Senior, the murderous atmosphere in the Beast Swamp earlier seemed to have clearly exceeded the limit at this stage. If we let things go on like this and let the demon clan get involved, our human warriors might also be wiped out. These are the talented children of our human clan. Upon hearing this, Ziza's independent cultivator couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The reasons of these Sacred Land representatives were always so grandiose. So you're worried about the so-called Pride disciples being in danger. No wonder you could stand idly by when blood was everywhere earlier. If it's the Immortal Dynasty competition, it's impossible for only the human clan to fight each other, or else that's just self-limiting. Since it's already the so-called Golden Era and Talent Road has opened, the demon clan's actions should naturally be taken into account. Only cultivators who can kill demons under their control are truly gifted. Otherwise, they just don't have enough fortune, and their deaths would be in vain. Hearing this, the Sacred Land representative elderly Taoist was anxious. Senior, aren't you afraid of your interference disrupting the grand competition and the Sacred Land ancestor will punish you? Are you threatening me? Upon hearing this, Ziza's independent cultivator couldn't help but chuckle lightly before suddenly speaking with an icy voice, as if looking at a dead person. If I do so, what can anyone do right now? My disciples of the Free Gate pursue freedom, so where are the restrictions? Also, does whether or not I interfere with the talented grand competition have anything to do with me? Isn't it just allowing the human clan to slaughter the demon clan but not allowing the demon clan to counterattack? Are there any such principles between heaven and earth? Anyway, as long as I stay in the Longevity Immortal City for one day, the situation here won't be affected by you. Do you think that the two Sacred Land Old Immortals don't know the situation here? If that's the case, I would underestimate them. Since they don't dare to show up in front of me now, it proves that everything I do is within the rules, so you'd better just keep an eye on things on the side. Otherwise. Ziza's independent cultivator stopped talking, but the Sacred Land representative elderly Taoist didn't dare to speak. Ziza's independent cultivator was not someone who shows off his debating skills. If he were to provoke him, there wouldn't be a good outcome. Thinking of this, he could only look at the direction of the Longevity Immortal City Beast Swamp with a bitter expression. He was afraid that this golden era would be the lowest score for him as the Sacred Land representative of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty. Why did he have to come across this madman Ziza? It seems that he also lacks good fortune. At the same time that Ziza's independent cultivator was blocking the Sacred Land representative outside of the Beast Swamp, the situation in the Beast Swamp was getting more chaotic. Ziza's independent cultivator intercepted the Sacred Land representative because he didn't want external forces to disrupt Liang Sheng's plans. Naturally, Liang Sheng was aware of this. So after the Beast Swamp surface world appeared, he seemed to have sensed it and glanced at the northeast direction. But now the Sacred Land representative was restrained by his master, so he couldn't come over, and Liang Sheng still had time to deal with the Beast Swamp situation. No one knew exactly when the Sacred Land would take action, but by then, cultivators with insufficient fortune would have perished. But, what does that have to do with him? All he did was give a little push, and it was the changing fortune of the Immortal Dynasty Golden Era that led to the current situation. As long as the cultivators stayed in the Longevity Immortal City and didn't come to the Beast Swamp for adventures, how could there be such a crisis today? So everything is due to greed. He's just exploiting it to increase some tactics, opportunistically pushing the tide to increase some chances of opportunity. Liang Sheng didn't pay too much attention to the reaction of the Sacred Land representative outside. He tried his best to sense the movements of the Beast Swamp surface world, not wanting to miss any opportunity. At this moment, the demonic ancestors who had completely let go had already met with the first batch of human cultivators who came to the Beast Swamp. Most of them were extraterrestrial Immortal Dynasty cultivators, so they didn't know about the existence of demonic ancestors. Upon encountering the demonic ancestors for the first time, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at the other party with disbelief. Their hearts were filled with uneasiness, leaving only one thought clinging in their minds: how are there still demon sovereigns in the Beast Swamp? Unfortunately, they can no longer get the answer to this question. In an instant, they lost consciousness and plunged into darkness, their lives ending. After the demonic ancestors took action, they didn't even look at the results and continued moving forward without stopping. On this path, they would repay blood with blood and retaliate tooth for tooth. This encounter was just their own slaughter, and they didn't need to think about it too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done justice to the beast swamp surface world that had been slaughtered by the human clan cultivators, which could also be considered their previous mistake. So, under the dense blood mist, the catastrophe of the human cultivator suddenly arrived. Faced with the demonic ancestors, they had no strength to fight back, just like the demonic beasts they encountered before. In the face of absolute power, it seemed that they could only wait for death. Chapter 258, The Spiritual Explosion of Floating Islands, Humans and Demons, Fight to the Death Without Retreat. Beast Swamp. With the demon clan ancestors furiously attacking human cultivators without any regard, the beast swamp had already fallen into chaos. After receiving the news of the demon clan's attack, the human cultivators' reactions were varied. Foreign immortal dynasty cultivators were naturally intimidated by the demon clan's strength, but since they had committed too much to the previous killings, they could not escape easily for the time being. As for the seeking truth lineage cultivators, under the intimidating killing intent of the demon ancestors, they finally sobered up from their killing frenzy. Their first reaction was to try to escape the beast swamp. The capital city soul song cultivators of East Victory Immortal Dynasty, however, had a different reaction. All of them looked towards Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child, waiting for their final decision. Feng Yuan was actually a bit surprised at this time. He hadn't expected the demon ancestors to really dare to attack, because since he had broken through the refining void realm, he had become more sensitive to the heavenly secrets. At this moment, the heavenly secrets were actually encouraging cultivators to fight each other, but it did not allow the refining void Deo Lord of the Third Heaven to intervene for 3 years, thus ensuring fairness. However, the demon ancestors actually disregarded the heavenly secrets, directly bullying the human cultivators with their overwhelming power. This left Feng Yuan and Kaiwan Child somewhat undecided. Should they temporarily retreat and avoid their edge? But Feng Yuan immediately rejected this idea. The current situation was different from before, and the talent road had already opened, leaving them with limited time. Moreover, he believed that the demon ancestor, who broke the rules, would not be ignored by the sacred land representative within the scope of the immortal dynasty. It was only possibly a matter of arriving late. So, after figuring out the situation, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to stay for the time being. Temporarily retreat while fighting, until reinforcements arrive. And he truly did not want to retreat anymore. Since the setback at Longevity Immortal City, he had been retreating step by step, which had tarnished his Deo heart. If he retreated again at this moment, he might truly be plagued by his inner demons. Now, bad things could turn into good things. At least fighting against the demon clan would be his first step in clearing away the dust of his Deo heart. After hearing Feng Yuan's story, Kaiwan Child had the same idea. Competing for supremacy on the talent road was their primary goal, and nothing, or anyone, could shake his determination to seize opportunities at this time. Therefore, even during the demon ancestors' massacre, they only tried to conceal their tracks, and did not retreat or flee. In addition, they knew that time was on their side, and as long as they persisted, the demon ancestors wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Simply because, heavenly secrets are like a knife, and must not be disobeyed. Feng Yuan led the capital city cultivators to temporarily endure and retreat, while the seeking truth lineage cultivators were more pragmatic. Moreover, since their previous killing of demonic beasts was not too excessive and their consciousness was clearer, the demon clan would not listen to their explanations, so they decided to avoid the conflict for the time being. However, regardless of whether they wanted to retreat or leave, Liang Sheng would not allow such a situation to happen. After all, the play had already begun, how could the actors not appear? So. Boom! A sudden explosion sounded in the sky, and the entire beast swamp trembled under the immense force. The demon clan ancestors who were originally killing human cultivators ferociously couldn't help but stop and look towards the source of the commotion in the sky. It turned out to be the mixed spiritual vein pillar that appeared earlier. Hu Fei, who had previously spent a lot of time researching the mixed pillar created by Liang Sheng, found that the more he studied it, the more he felt a sense of foreboding, and in the end, he still dared not to approach it too closely. But it was a good thing. No matter who it was, they all thought so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many human cultivators here now, wasn't it because of the commotion caused by the mixed spiritual power column? And now, with the sudden change, the previously untouchable mixed spiritual power column suddenly caused a commotion on this day. For a moment, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators, who originally wanted to retreat, had to temporarily shelve their plans and wait to see the situation. At this time, Liang Sheng wasn't concerned about the reactions of the human cultivators and demon clan in the beast swamp. Zhou Shen was currently obtaining a great opportunity within the demon ancestor's secret land and might learn the ultimate secret of the demon ancestor. So, Liang Sheng had to make sure his plan went flawlessly in order to achieve the perfect ending. That's why Liang Sheng chose to release the mixed spiritual power column at this time, in order to disrupt the situation in the entire beast swamp. Otherwise, the human cultivators who came to the beast swamp would not be a match for the demon clan ancestors, and how could they continue this play if the situation was one-sided? At this time, the sacred land representative was being held off by Master Carefree Hermit. They could not enter the beast swamp, so Liang Sheng was now the only one behind the scenes in control of the play. If it were in the past, Liang Sheng might have to consider other factors, but now he was not the same as before. After breaking through to the refining the god and reversing the void realm, Liang Sheng's current strength was so great that even he himself did not know how powerful he was. Anyway, the demon ancestor was nothing more than a minor annoyance in front of him now. This was also the biggest source of confidence for him to dare to make such arrangements. Strength always prevails in the end. At the moment when Liang Sheng's fingertips formed a seal, the previously quiet mixed pillar in the beast swamp erupted all at once. They saw that in the sky above the surface world of the beast swamp, it was like fireworks blooming, and the spiritual power tide erupted and gushed out in an instant. At this moment, both the human cultivators and the demon ancestors looked incredulous. That's because the spiritual power tide that erupted had actually turned the barren beast swamp into a lush, vibrant place in an instant. Previously, beast swamp was as lifeless as a desert. However, almost instantly, a large oasis formed, making it easy to imagine how terrifying the concentration of spiritual power would be after the eruption. What excited them the most was the current attribute of spiritual power. It was indescribable and unclear, but whether they were human cultivators or members of the demon clan, they were all overjoyed. If not for the sense of crisis lingering in their hearts, they probably couldn't help but want to sit down and cultivate immediately. However, they could not cultivate now because they were still on the battlefield. Until the battle is over, how could they possibly cultivate peacefully? For a short while, people had complex feelings. Cultivators greedily absorbed the spiritual power erupting from beast swamp as they breathed, while the pillar of mixed spiritual power also disappeared. However, the search of spiritual power continued endlessly. The demon clan ancestors had already stopped moving. At this moment, Hu Fei's expression changed as he looked at the transformation in beast swamp, and a new scene seemed to appear in his mind. Without hesitation, Hu Fei immediately raised his hand to stop the other demon clan ancestors from continuing to kill. Everyone, hold your hands for now. Let's quickly plan and bring all the warriors from the underground world to the surface world. This is a rare opportunity that they can't miss. Hearing Hu Fei's words, the other demon clan ancestors were naturally full of doubt. They didn't understand what Hu Fei saw that caused such a change in him. But at this time, no demon clan ancestors asked any questions. As long as they still trusted Hu Fei, they would execute his plan diligently. All right. After a simple discussion, one of the demon clan ancestors was chosen to go straight to the underground world. The remaining demon clan ancestors followed Hu Fei, setting up protective measures and expanding their territory in Beast Swamp. When the demon tribe warriors arrive at the surface world, they must not be disturbed. As for whether or not they wasted time, they didn't have the mind to think about it, and the human cultivators were temporarily spared. In this waiting time, the demon clan ancestors didn't waste any time either. Cultivate. The sudden halt of the demon clan ancestors and their cultivation were naturally detected by the human cultivators. No matter which human force, they couldn't help but sigh with relief when they saw this. After all, who would want to miss this opportunity? The so-called talent road of the Golden Age is, after all, a stack of opportunities, and the final winner takes it all, right? Zhou Tian and Feng Yuan did not entirely let their guard down, however. They did not completely relax until they reached a lush green oasis far away from the demon clan ancestors. Next, they would quietly hide and cultivate. Moreover, they also found out that the larger the oasis in Beast Swamp, the richer the spiritual power within its territory. After cultivating and operating their spiritual power, when they opened their eyes, they were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the spiritual power of Beast Swamp was as rich as that of the Immortal Dynasty, and it even contained some unknown elements mixed in, allowing them to sense the presence of different things while cultivating. Anyway, whether it was their flesh or primordial spirit, this spiritual power of Beast Swamp could nourish both, saving time in forging their body and refining their spirit. It was indeed a great opportunity of the Golden Era. After cultivating, the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Their techniques were biased towards ancient techniques, making the strength of their divine sense weaker than that of modern cultivation methods. However, under the irrigation of the spiritual power of Beast Swamp, the growth of their divine sense was not inferior at all, making this the best chance for their strength to increase rapidly. Regardless of the human cultivators' surprise, at this moment, the demon race was the one that benefited the most from the spiritual power eruption. Under the command of the demonic ancestors, the underground demon race's major families also acted swiftly. For the first time, they brought all their members to the surface world of Beast Swamp. When the underground demon clan families saw the oasis world, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was completely different from the surface world they had seen during their coming-of-age ceremony. That was the case for the major demon families, let alone ordinary demon clans. They were originally still immersed in the amazement of the existence of the surface world. But now, after seeing the oasis and breathing in the spiritual power, they could no longer move forward. Cultivate. Quickly cultivate. Before the demon clan ancestors could give the order, all the demon clan members already knew that a great opportunity had arrived. The doubts in their hearts about the existence of the surface world were temporarily set aside. The first reaction of all the demon clans was to cultivate, as only real strength growth would be worthy of themselves. Furthermore, with the appearance of the demonic ancestors to reassure them, they quickly had no more questions. As a result, the entire battle-scarred Beast Swamp calmed down in an instant, with both humans and demons seizing the opportunity to cultivate as much as possible. However, Liang Sheng would not let them grow so peacefully. He was not a generous person who would just provide them with opportunities. But now was not the time to tighten the net, he still needed to give them some time, preferably allowing both human and demon races to be reluctant to leave the current cultivation environment. So, 3 days later, thunder exploded. Hu Fei opened his eyes the moment the thunder exploded. Feeling restless, it was as if he had received a premonition from heaven and earth. He couldn't help but change his expression and hurriedly called over the other demonic ancestors without wasting any more time. What? Heaven and earth have sensed conflict between humans and demons. After hearing the explanation for Hu Fei's summoning, the hearts of all the demonic ancestors couldn't help but feel excited. After the rise of the human race, the demon race had long been abandoned by heaven and earth. How could they have a chance to participate in the struggle for heaven and earth's opportunities? We must participate. Even if we die, our demon clan must take part. It's not surprising that the demonic ancestors were so agitated, mainly because the demon clan was desperate for recognition from heaven and earth, and they longed to return to the world. Moreover, the strength of the human clan who entered the Beast Swamp was just average, at most reaching the divinity transformation soul emergence realm. Their warriors were not without demon emperor experts. Furthermore, demons were unrivaled at the same level. So, how should we fight? All the demonic ancestors' eyes sparkled as they looked at Hu Fei. Hu Fei did not keep them in suspense. We shall go there. That is the heavenly destiny battle site. Good. After a while, experts from all the major demon families were called up by the demonic ancestors and headed to the location where Hu Fei sensed the great competition would begin. As for the human clan side, the situation was even simpler. Liang Sheng used the soul control technique to falsify the heavenly response, making every human cultivator believe that this was the essential path for the Immortal Dynasty competition. So, they had no resistance. For a short while, the atmosphere was charged. At this time, who among those fighting against the demon clan would back down? Moreover, the demon emperor ancestor could not take action, so why would they be afraid? All the human cultivators were inexplicably excited, and they didn't have the slightest doubt, nor did they have any intention of communicating with the Immortal Dynasty world outside the Beast Swamp. Even the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators had forgotten to connect with the outside world, which was naturally due to Liang Sheng's manipulation. Otherwise, any rational human cultivator would know to consult the opinions of the rear. Liang Sheng was extremely satisfied with this as his grand drama finally began. Thus, both the human and demon clans arrived at the designated location at almost the same time. Unknowingly, there were numerous floating islands in the sky above the area. These were the arenas arranged by Liang Sheng. Only those with a similar cultivation level could initiate a contest, and once the arena was activated, there would be a barrier to prevent any accidents from the outside world. However, at first, the human cultivators did not take any rash actions. They chose to observe the situation first. But the demon clan, informed by Hu Fei, no longer hesitated. This was their chance to return to the world, and they could not miss it. Even if they died, they had to fight for the fate of their clan. Seeing the demons taking the initiative to enter the arena, the floating islands lit up one by one in an instant, and thousands of demons ascended the floating islands in a short while. Their cultivation realms ranged from the nascent soul realm to the soul emergence realm. The human cultivators couldn't help but be eager to move. Seeing the response of their subordinates, Feng Yuan no longer stopped them from wanting to enter the arena. After all, there was no need to back down when fighting against the demon clan. Thus, with Feng Yuan's permission, the cultivators of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty Imperial City no longer hesitated and chose floating islands that matched their cultivation realm, quickly selecting their opponents. However, they were just a part of the human cultivators and could not occupy all the arenas. Both the Seeking Truth lineage cultivators and the extraterrestrial Immortal Dynasty monks could not afford to miss this opportunity to compete. The previous burst of spiritual energy cultivation had given them a taste of the sweetness, and the long-standing cultivation bottleneck seemed to have a glimpse of a breakthrough. Under these circumstances, who would give up? This was the talent opportunity, and they couldn't miss any chance. Soon, as opponents were chosen, one by one, the floating islands were sealed off, and the demons and human cultivators on the ground who were a step slower no longer took any other actions, all looking up quietly at the Sky Island arena. Whoever went up to the arena had a reason not to lose, for themselves and for their race. The cause and effect between the human clan and demon clan had long been predetermined. To the demons hoping to return to the world, this was their first major opportunity on the talent road since the opening of the Immortal Dynasty competition for the human cultivators. Perhaps this time, ascending to the heavens in one step was not impossible, increasing their foundation for the upcoming talent road. After the demons stepped onto the Sky Island arena, they did not want and could not afford to lose, because this was no longer just a personal matter. Since the great calamity had befallen the demons, the demonic ancestors had been feeling uneasy in their hearts. However, they believed that there was always a glimmer of hope. This time was heaven and earth giving them a chance at life. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the demon clan would have another chance to rise again. For the demon clan, they would fight to the death without retreating. Chapter 259, The Floating Island Arena begins the slaughter, the sacred land suffers in silence. Beast Swamp. Floating Arena. At this moment, the battle in the arena determines life and death. Even if one side has already been defeated, if they haven't died yet, the arena barrier still exists. This rule makes everyone understand the cruelty of the floating island arena, only death is the sole way to end the arena contest. After knowing this rule, both the demon clan and human clan fighters in the arena had murderous looks in their eyes. For a short while, both sides exerted their full strength in every move they made after the initial probing. It was either you die, or I live. As time passes, eventually, a cultivator died in one of the arenas, and the corresponding floating island arena glowed brilliantly. Before the winner could react, a surge of spiritual energy directly entered the winner's body, and the floating island arena immediately rose to signify victory and defeat. The loser, or the deceased, had their body fall from the arena and land on the ground of the beast swamp. One victory, one defeat, with completely different outcomes. Under the massive influx of spiritual energy, the winner could only sit cross-legged in the arena with a red face and cultivate to digest the surging energy within their body. The joy in the winner's face could not be hidden. This reward for the floating arena winner was far too blatant. There was no concealment at all, blatantly displayed in front of everyone. Winner takes all. Since there was already a precedent, the other arena contests became even more bloody. This was not an arena, but rather a legitimate slaughter platform. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Since they chose this path, there was no way back. Life and death were predestined, and fortune was in the heavens. It was nothing more than a desperate fight. At this moment, the cultivators who had already entered the arena, whether from the human clan or demon clan, had gained this insight, and the battles became even more intense. On the ground, those who were a step late to enter the arena from both human and demon clans were also anxious in their hearts. They discovered that the arena deciding victory and defeat does not open immediately after the contest ends, but waits until the winner absorbs the spiritual energy before opening again. What does this mean? It means that theoretically, the more you win, the stronger the winner's combat power. If others are slow, they may fall behind step by step. This stimulus made the human clan and demon clan members who had yet to enter the arena regretful. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have hesitated so much. Now, they have missed an opportunity. As time went by, and emotions ran high, winners were determined one after another on the floating arenas, and bodies fell from the sky. There were both demon clan and human clan cultivators amongst the deceased, but there was only one outcome for all, death, with not a single loser surviving. These fallen bodies landed on the beast swamp and became mere dry bones in no time, as their blood and flesh essence were instantly plundered by an unknown existence. As the wind blew, they dissipated into smoke and vanished, leaving no trace in the world. Seeing this situation, the demonic ancestors and Feng Yuan couldn't help but twitch their faces. How could they forget the numerous stone coffins that appeared after the massacre in Beast Swamp previously? If nothing goes wrong, the blood and flesh essence of these losers will be absorbed by the stone coffins, just like last time, becoming nutrients for the coffins. It is likely that the ancient spring water in the ancient Beast Swamp oasis will be greatly replenished. Thinking of this, the demon and human clans who know part of the truth squint their eyes and remain silent. However, even if they guessed the truth, none of them would abandon the opportunities offered by the floating arena at this point, so they could only put aside their uneasiness and continue to watch the situation unfold. Not long after, the cultivator, who was the first to win and kill his opponent in the floating arena, opened his eyes and emerged from the cultivation state. At the same time, the barrier above the floating arena also disappeared instantly. In other words, the protective barrier had not disappeared, it only indicated that the next round of the contest could begin. As long as the cultivators meet the conditions, they can initiate the challenge. How could those cultivators who were prepared this time miss their chance? However, the arenas could only accommodate so many participants. Once someone else moved faster than them, the rest could only wait helplessly. Fortunately, after the first arena contest ended, there would be a second, and others would follow suit. Not long after, new arenas lifted their defense barriers. But compared to the vast number of cultivators, the floating arena was still in short supply. Only the exceptional cultivators of the same realm could successfully enter the contest arena. Since they dared to enter the arena contest, they were already prepared to determine both their superiority in life or death. And so, in a short period of time, another round of brutal battles of life and death began. This scene made everyone present, whether demon clan or human clan cultivators, feel moved and sigh in their hearts. Now, the conflict of the Golden Ages chosen in the Beast Swamp is truly well deserved. To fight for opportunities, one must face such extreme bloodshed. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng, who secretly controlled everything, was actually very calm, without any emotional fluctuations. He looked at the blood-stained ground and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. This time, Liang Sheng had a complete plan, but everything must not be rushed. It all needed to progress slowly. The demonic beasts that were slaughtered by the human cultivators previously were just appetizers. After all, their realm was low, and although their numbers were numerous, they might not necessarily reach the requirements for the ancient Beast Swamp oasis secret to appear. Then continue the slaughter until there is enough blood and flesh essence. The densely packed stone coffins will surely reappear. All of this is due to greed. If these cultivators weren't greedy, why would they be so eager to come to Beast Swamp? So whether the result is good or bad, it all depends on their own fortune. Liang Sheng is simply adding fuel to the fire. Seeing that the order on the surface of Beast Swamp is progressing smoothly according to Liang Sheng's plan, and now there are too many human and demon clans, he wants to see the final result. It is still going to take a long time. So Liang Sheng thought for a moment and had other arrangements in his heart. At this moment staying in the surface world to watch the arena conflict was just a waste of time. He would rather go to the demon ancestor's secret land first and think about the movement on Zhou Shen's side. Liang Sheng is now more concerned about that. He has a premonition now that the demon race secret realm will give him a great surprise. As for this arena, he still needs time to see the results. He naturally weighs the pros and cons and makes choices. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. His figure disappeared in an instant, and no one noticed his existence. Holy Land! An unknown space. At this moment on top of the mountain, Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck were playing chess, but both of their expressions seemed a bit absent-minded. The recently appointed Sacred Land representative responsible for the East Victory Immortal Dynasty area had already sent a letter, detailing the recent situation. At this time, even Master Heavenly Fate and the others could not figure out the situation in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty, and they were undecided for the time being. After all, that bastard Zize independent cultivator had already begun to mess up the situation, so in the Immortal Dynasty world, no one could stop him. However, luckily the heavenly secrets of the East Victory Immortal Dynasty are still unclear under the meddling of the independent cultivator, but the overall heavenly secrets and order have not been disturbed. This shows that Zize independent cultivator is still somewhat sane and hasn't gone too far, affecting this Immortal Dynasty competition. Deist friend Master Heavenly Fate, since things have come to this, shall we let Zize independent cultivator run amok? Master Heavenly Fate shook his head when he heard this. He didn't actually break the rules of the Immortal Dynasty competition, he's just walking a tightrope within the rules. In this case, we have no reason to intervene, and it's not good to interfere. If we provoked him and were stuck by this sticky candy, we wouldn't have good days in the future. Saying this, Master Heavenly Luck couldn't help but show a bitter smile on his face. The two of them were actually quite troubled by the independent cultivator. If it wasn't for their means in the past, so they took advantage of him, letting him gamble and lose, forcing him to leave the Holy Land for 10,000 years, they probably wouldn't have the leisure to play chess now. So they really didn't want to provoke this fearless brawler, but after thinking about it, Master Heavenly Luck still opened his mouth and said, let's not bother with him for now. The situation in Beast Swamp in the East Victory Immortal Dynasty seems to be a bit fishy. It's obvious that someone is manipulating behind the scenes. Although it seems to be in accordance with the rules and within the territory, I always feel something is wrong in my heart. In the past, this old ordinary man used to act on his own nature, but there were traces to be followed. But now I really don't know what Zize wants to do. Master Heavenly Fate also agreed very much but still decided to be cautious since heavenly secrets were still under control. We don't have to worry too much. If Zize independent cultivator wants to mess up this competition, why bother? I assume his recent strangeness is all to train his disciple. The Frigate has always been like this, arrogant and domineering, but it is understandable. But after all, the heavenly Dao is constant. The Frigate has always been best at exploiting the loopholes of the heavenly Dao, so they are still unscrupulous to this day. Luckily, their lineage knows the priorities and won't go too far. So even though the Frigate only has a single line of transmission and doesn't accept many disciples, it can still be passed down to this day. Since this old ordinary man is doing all this for just one disciple, let's just endure it for now, as long as it does not affect the overall situation. What you said is true, but if the chaos in Beast Swamp continues, I'm afraid some things will come to the surface, causing more trouble. Are we really not going to intervene this time? Master Heavenly Luck, still worried, was concerned that this would affect the overall situation as he had always believed in the entanglement of fortune. But Master Heavenly Fate thought about and still believed they couldn't take action temporarily. Forget it, since we have already opened Talent Road, we can't interfere. But your concern is not unreasonable, so why don't we just speed up the grand competition process? When the great changes happen in Beast Swamp, let all the world talents gather together. This will also be worthy of the name Golden Era. Master Heavenly Luck thought this suggestion was good, but he had other concerns. However, with this approach, there will be even more casualties in the future. The casualty rate in every Golden Era is probably incomparable. Is this really worth it? It's no longer a question of whether it's worth it or not. Casualties don't matter. What's important is that Heavenly Fate and Heavenly Luck have been struggling for tens of millions of years without any results. Now with more variables, it may be the key to breaking the deadlock. Hearing this, Master Heavenly Luck's face changed slightly, and he looked at Master Heavenly Fate for a long time before exhaling a few words. What you're doing is actually drinking poison to quench your thirst. This is called seeking change. Since the heavenly and earth rules allow Zize independent cultivator to run amok, it won't violate the bottom line if I add fuel to the fire. So this is just taking advantage of the situation. Aren't you afraid of unforeseen trouble with such a big step? You seem a little impatient. After hearing this, Master Heavenly Fate was silent for a while and didn't answer. He put down another piece on the chessboard before finally speaking in a leisurely tone, actually, letting that old ordinary man from Ziza independent cultivator meddle in affairs might be a good thing. Otherwise, the outcomes of each golden era would always be quite similar. It wouldn't be anything exciting. Moreover, don't worry. With you and me here, the whole situation won't escape our control. Instead, it's about time for the competition between Heavenly Fate and Heavenly Luck to produce a result. It seemed like Master Heavenly Luck was convinced by Master Heavenly Fate's words and could only shake his head and speak softly. I hope it will be a good ending, then. Longevity Immortal City. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, Ziza independent cultivator was lying on a lounge chair, suddenly looking up. Sensing some heavenly secrets, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect that those two undying old men from the Holy Land would actually agree to his previous actions. This surprised him, who had already prepared for resistance. However, what followed was him laughing heartily. Undying old men, although I can't outplay you, my disciple can. He didn't expect that this time, following his own disciple's arrangement, he was initially walking on a tightrope, but the two of Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck couldn't do anything about it and had to admit defeat. With this thought, Ziza independent cultivator couldn't help but take the fine wine handed over by Huang Yifan and took a delightful sip. It was so refreshing. In his happiness, even the elderly Taoist that had reported to the Holy Land, he didn't bother to care about. Anyway, it counts as the first time that Master Heavenly Fate and Master Heavenly Luck both lost. So, he simply didn't care about this sacred land representative young man. Once his mood calmed down, Ziza independent cultivator wanted to see where his disciple was now in the beast swamp and what the situation was like. However, his hand suddenly stopped. Not knowing whether it was the two old undying Master Heavenly Fate seeking revenge for their recent loss, the heavenly secrets have become chaotic again, so even Ziza independent cultivator couldn't see a single bit of the beast swamp's secrets. Forget it, there's no point in trying to act innocent after gaining an advantage. As long as his disciple isn't in mortal danger, there's no need to think too much about it. Since ancient times, when the free gate appeared, there was a special method. As long as a cultivator practicing the free method encountered danger, another person would know about it immediately. This is also the reason why the single transmission Ziza gate never severed its lineage. With this in mind, Ziza independent cultivator reassured himself as he patiently awaited the outcome. Since there was no danger information coming from his disciple at this time, and how even the two undying old men from the Holy Land had suffered a loss according to his disciple's plan, who else could make his disciple suffer? Not calculating others should bring them gratitude. At this time, Ziza independent cultivator was full of confidence in his disciple's strategy. With this in mind, he glanced at the fiercely murderous beast swamp, which had already been filled with a blood-red qi, making people feel nauseous. Who knows how many people have died this time? But now is the era of great contention, how can there not be deaths? What's more, as time goes by, the cultivation realm of those who die will become higher and higher. Furthermore, ever since Master Heavenly Fate decided to speed up the process, the heavenly secrets had changed, and the end of Talent Road seemed to probably lie in the beast swamp now. In the future, with the arrival of all world talents, this place will inevitably be full of bloodshed and many gifted children will fall here as a result. Since this is the case, just let it be. If there's any danger, I will protect my one and only disciple. Chapter 260, Zhou Shen seizes the body, heavenly tribulation descends. Beast Swamp. Underground world, demon ancestor secret land. The stone coffin assassin suspended in mid-air didn't make a single move. Liang Sheng didn't know what Zhou Shen's current situation was, but he wasn't in a hurry. He simply concealed his qi and hid nearby. Before he had set up this plan, he had already calculated millions of outcomes under the law of cause and effect, and the final results were mostly similar. As for Zhou Shen accidentally entering the demon ancestor's secret land, it also made Liang Sheng a little more expectant. Perhaps the missing information from the demon ancestor's mural would be answered by Zhou Shen. At this time, after the floating arena appeared, heavenly secrets changed again, and the end of the talent road of this era of great contention had landed in the beast swamp. Under such circumstances, more talented cultivators would definitely enter the beast swamp, and as more and more of them were injured or killed. He couldn't help but think of the terrifying scene of dense stone coffins that appeared after the ancient oasis appeared before. At this moment, after breaking through the refining the god and reversing the void realm, Liang Sheng no longer felt the great terror of life and death, but he was still uneasy in his heart. For the time being, he would wait and enter the demon ancestor's secret land first. By this time, Liang Sheng was sure that the mighty cultivators of the immortal dynasty could deduce heavenly secrets, so he had to be cautious and careful wherever he was, so as not to fall into the arrangement of others. His best way at this time was to adapt to changes, and what he had to do now was to wait and harvest the final fruits. However, not long after, Liang Sheng had some doubts in his heart, and even felt a faint unease because the scene under the law of cause and effect had changed again. The scene he saw was just chaos, and he didn't even know where to start with his deductions. It was extremely difficult. This is also an important reason why Liang Sheng decisively abandoned the floating island arena earlier and was preparing to descend into the demon ancestor's secret land to find Zhou Shen. Originally, everything was under his control, but now as the law of cause and effect changed, he could only guess that something unexpected had happened to Zhou Shen. Because only when he was in the stone coffin of the demon ancestor's secret land, and not under his own monitoring, could this situation arise. When Liang Sheng entered the demon ancestor's secret land again, he discovered that the stone coffin, which had not moved at all previously, had turned blood red around it. From time to time, spring water dripped down from the edge of the stone coffin. It was nothing like before, when it would take a long time to produce a drop of ancient spring water. Liang Sheng looked up and saw no other changes around him, and could only guess that it was due to the stone coffin itself. But what secrets were hidden here? Since the beginning of his planning for the beast swamp, Liang Sheng had never been as uncertain as he was now. At this moment, the situation with the stone coffin seemed to have gone beyond his control. But even so, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The only thing he could do now was wait for Zhou Shen to appear. Maybe by that time, all the truths would become clear. But all of this required Zhou Shen to unveil the mystery. But just as he thought of this, his face suddenly changed. His divine sense, which was hidden deep in Zhou Shen's sea of consciousness, suddenly shattered, completely unable to sense Zhou Shen's current state. Could it be that Zhou Shen had an accident? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to delay any time, and quickly sent a communication message to the outside world, because Jin Guangxiu had Zhou Shen's life token. Fortunately, he soon received good news from Jin Guangxiu. There was no problem with Zhou Shen's life token. Since Liang Sheng had suddenly contacted Jin Guangxiu to inquire, the other party would naturally be worried, so the return message also asked if Zhou Shen had any accidents. Liang Sheng didn't have the mood to say more to Jin Guangxiu at the moment, so he casually dismissed him, then focused his entire attention on the stone coffin, cutting off contact with Jin Guangxiu outside. He stared intently at the stone coffin, but there was no sign of any problem on its surface. It was impossible to know where to start. Just as Liang Sheng was somewhat worried, Zhou Shen, who was lying inside the stone coffin, was facing the most dangerous moment of his life because his soul was being infiltrated by a blood-colored energy. This energy was extremely strange, but for some reason, Zhou Shen was very compatible with the abnormal energy, and his body's power didn't offer any resistance. Unconsciously, his entire body was enveloped by it. As the bizarre energy infiltrated Zhou Shen's sea of consciousness, a series of memories not belonging to him continued to accumulate in his divine sense without any rejection reactions. Under these circumstances, Zhou Shen gradually lost control. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally woke up from his deep sleep. When he first woke up, Zhou Shen, a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm, had a completely bewildered look in his eyes. After a while, he raised his hands and muttered to himself, seeming disbelief, but still with Zhou Shen's voice. However, what he said was difficult to understand. Did the plan succeed? The plan succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Immediately following, Zhou Shen burst into wild laughter. After a while, he calmed down, and at this moment, he looked at his entire body with a scrutinizing gaze. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. This cauldron body has yet to reach the refining the god and reversing the void realm, which is somewhat useless. Although the cauldron body is only 300 years old, according to his plan, it should not be like this. Compared to his plan, the growth of this cauldron body was a bit too slow, but since it was able to inherit his heart and consciousness, it was considered a successful plan, and he couldn't ask for too much. Moreover, it could even be said that the plan had been successful in advance. At the very least Zhou Shen's memory was already well known to him, and his fortune was still thriving. The cauldron body is named Zhou Shen. This name is indeed good, and it secretly composes the fortune of heaven and earth. Moreover, the surname is Zhou. It seems that it was Zhou Yi, the old rascal, who had done something. However, even if this old fart has used many means to guard me tightly, it's a pity that destiny cannot be defied. I exchanged my cultivation for my destiny back then, and it's impossible for me to fail ultimately." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes, as if he had experienced countless ages and witnessed the past and present. However, the cultivation of this cauldron body is still a bit weak. Fortunately, according to his original memory, I can know that the arrangement I made back then still exists. So now, with my resurgent memory, as long as I let this cauldron body cultivate at ease for some time, I can once again rule under heaven. There is still plenty of time. Resurging with memory at this moment, it can be said that heaven and earth's will is with me. The so-called immortal dynasty competition is the best time for me to fish in troubled waters. At this thought, he felt a slight headache. After all, he had just integrated his memories and there was still much information to sort through. In order for his plans to go without a hitch, he needed to integrate all of the cauldron body's memories, otherwise, it would still be troublesome in the future. So Zhou Shen stretched out his finger, pinching a technique mark with a fast hand that couldn't be seen clearly. After a few breaths, his face was already complicated. He hadn't expected that such a long time had passed since he went to sleep. If it hadn't been for this opportunity to meet Zhou Shen by chance, he wouldn't know how many more years he'd have to wait to awaken. "Zhou family, master, elder Liang." Zhou Shen couldn't help but mutter a few words. This is the deepest memory of the cauldron body, especially that elder Liang. If it weren't for him, this cauldron body wouldn't have its current level of cultivation. Now that there is such cause and effect, the situation in Beast Swamp may also be caused by him. At this moment, Zhou Shen has become somewhat interested in elder Liang. What a character! At this moment, he looked up in a certain direction, thinking that the strength of the cauldron body was still a bit too weak, and that in order to be safe, he must quickly restore his strength. Only then would he have more confidence in taking away all the resources he left behind in his previous arrangements, and at this thought, he couldn't help but be excited. However, in his excitement, he still tried to persuade himself to be cautious. It's precisely because of this that the Zhou family bloodline has the bloodline ability of seeking fortune and avoiding evil. These are simply products of his planning. Once his strength is restored and his plans are successful, it will be time for the human clan to pay their blood debt in blood. At this thought, he immediately calmed his agitation at returning to the world and resumed a state of calmness as deep as an ancient well. The closer he gets to success, the more cautious he should be. At this moment, Zhou Shen closed his eyes again, and suddenly a huge amount of spiritual energy appeared inside the stone coffin space, which then directly entered Zhou Shen's body. In an instant, his body underwent earth-shaking changes. If Liang Sheng was by Zhou Shen's side at this moment, he would probably immediately sense the situation inside Zhou Shen's body, which was somewhat similar to his own cultivation. Especially the circulation of Zhou Tian, which only required him to absorb spiritual energy madly, and he could transform it into his own strength in an instant. Unfortunately, Liang Sheng didn't see this situation at the moment, but at this moment, he was hiding in the dark with a frown on his face. That's because just a moment ago, the ancient spring water that was generated along the edge of the stone coffin suddenly stopped dripping and quickly seeped into the stone coffin. Not only that, Liang Sheng saw the ancient spring water under the stone coffin flowing upwards and going directly into the stone coffin. This kind of bizarre situation that had never occurred before naturally aroused Liang Sheng's vigilance. The stone coffin situation was too strange. What happened to Zhou Shen after he entered it? Thinking of this, Liang Sheng was somewhat uneasy in his heart, but he wasn't too worried. The reason is that his own law of cause and effect, while chaotic and unable to see other scenes, shows no sign of great disaster under his own divine ability. Moreover, now that he has gained the minimum ability to protect himself due to his increased strength, the Zize independent cultivator in the outside world was his biggest protective umbrella at the moment. As long as the Zize independent cultivator is there, if there is any danger to him, he will react the first time and it's impossible for him not to keep in touch with himself. This is the unique confidence of the single-line transmission of the complete Heaven Freedom sect. Otherwise, how can the transmission of the Free-Gate be preserved after 10,000 years? I'll just wait a little longer and not panic. The situation is still under my control. As time passed slowly while Liang Sheng was waiting, blood-colored patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the stone coffin. By the time Liang Sheng reacted, the stone coffin lid was suddenly lifted, revealing Zhou Shen in front of the stone coffin. Is this still Zhou Shen? Upon seeing Zhou Shen, Liang Sheng's first reaction was a thud in his heart, while the divine sense he had placed in Zhou Shen's sea of consciousness had completely disappeared. Although Zhou Shen's breath is still the same as before, Liang Sheng is doubting whether he was Zhou Shen before or not. It's like a cultivator under the control of the soul control technique, who seems to be the same person on the surface, but has been secretly replaced. Has Zhou Shen been body snatched? This is Liang Sheng's natural stress response. At this moment, Zhou Shen's eyes were closed, and as he took a deep breath, his aura suddenly soared in an instant. Early stage of divinity transformation. Middle stage of divinity transformation. Divinity transformation late stage. Great success of divinity transformation. Immediately following, with an almost imperceptible bow sound between heaven and earth, Zhou Shen broke through once again and entered the next realm. Initial stage of soul emergence. It wasn't until the late stage soul emergence that Zhou Shen's breath became stable, and his cultivation realm no longer changed. Yet Liang Sheng, who was keenly observing everything, could hardly help himself from gasping secretly. He was almost shocked into crying out. This young man is even more ruthless than himself, and his speed of breaking through realms has made Liang Sheng a touch jealous. Only he himself knows how much effort he put in to reach the late-stage soul emergence stage. How on earth could Zhou Shen break through the soul emergence realm so easily at this moment? Is this the fortune of a heavenly chosen son? Seeing this, Liang Sheng became even more cautious at this moment, and was even more unwilling to reveal himself. The previous plan to obtain information from Zhou Shen was temporarily set aside. If he doesn't fully understand the other's circumstances, he will definitely suffer a loss. There's no second possibility. A person who can break through from divinity transformation to the late-stage soul emergence in an instant is probably not Zhou Shen himself. Being careful avoids big mistakes. It's no wonder Liang Sheng is caught EOS. Zhou Shen's situation is too terrifying. However, at this time, Zhou Shen's face changes and he says something that Liang Sheng never expected, giving him a bad premonition. I didn't expect that cultivation is so difficult at present, as the heaven and earth have become so harsh. Only through my own experience am I aware that the searing clarity is just from recalling memories. This breakthrough of my current body happened before it reached the human clans refining the god and reversing the void realm, and it already faces a heavenly tribulation. This shows this human race really has booming fortune. If our demon clan had been treated this way by heaven and earth back then, we wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Upon hearing this, an answer immediately forms in Liang Sheng's mind. It seems that Zhou Shen was actually possessed, or should he say, the demonic ancestor reincarnated by using Zhou Shen? Liang Sheng finds this idea too incredible, but apart from this guess, he can't think of any other answer. But no matter which case, Liang Sheng has already made up his mind not to appear before Zhou Shen. At this point, Zhou Shen sighs, then rushes straight out of the stone coffin secret land. Liang Sheng originally intended not to expose his tracks. To be safe, he followed Zhou Shen from afar and left the demon ancestor's secret land at a different time from him. He didn't expect that the other party would be so ruthless, not giving him any time to react, forcing him to take a risk. The moment Zhou Shen left the space, he actually wanted to recall the stone coffin space to his side. How could Liang Sheng possibly allow this to happen? If he were to hide in the stone coffin space and be carried around by Zhou Shen, who knows what other peculiar methods the body-snatched Zhou Shen would have? Luckily, Liang Sheng had already ascended to the stage of refining the god and reversing the void realm. Coupled with the concealing ability of the data panel, he managed to slip away from the stone coffin space without attracting Zhou Shen's attention. Fortunately, the other party was only at the late-stage soul emergence, otherwise. Liang Sheng sneaks a wary glance at Zhou Shen, not daring to delay any longer. He moved far away again, with the Sky Island arena now completely out of his mind. Zhou Shen is the real trouble. He hadn't anticipated this situation before, so he had been somewhat passive. When Zhou Shen appears under the Herbal Hall pagoda tree in the underground world, he reaches out unconsciously to touch the tree. This was the seed he had once left here. It's already a towering giant. It's a pity that even after 10,000 years, the tree will never possess its own consciousness due to his action. After a moment of nostalgia, he turned around to take a look at the underground world in front of him. There was a flicker of sadness in his eyes, but soon he regained his determination. From now on, he won't let the tragedy repeat itself. The demon clan need not hide in this underground world anymore. Now that my planning for 10,000 years has been successful to an extent, it's only a matter of time before the demon clan reaches the pinnacle of heaven and earth again. It's not just due to my own plan, my younger generations have also done well. At least, they have followed my plan, and that's why I'm resurrected today. Of course, it's not the time to discuss the rise of the demon clan yet. He still needs to overcome the first big trouble after his birth. The heavenly tribulation that's coming right after the cauldron body's breakthrough to the out-of-body realm, is coming soon. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.